Dreamscape presents Our Perfect Family by Nicola Marsh. Narrated by Jodie Harris, Nikki Thomas, and Andrew Cutcliffe. Prologue. There should be a special place in hell for bullies. A dank, dark hole filled with ear-splitting screams of the victims they've mercilessly tortured without remorse. A vile place where they can dwell on the atrocities they committed. Unfortunately, I don't believe in fate or celestial punishment. Bullies strut among us every day, confident in their skin, untouchable. Or so they believe. Because that's the thing about being too cocky. There's always someone gunning for you, ready to take you down. A harsh word here, a malicious rumour there. Innocuous at first, harmless. Just like the jibes of a bully who laughs off their snideness as a joke, who claims you're overreacting, you're too sensitive. They make you look like a fool for caring too much, for being the injured party. The put-downs escalate. And the one thing a bully loves more than themselves is an audience. Oh yeah, they lap up the attention. And no matter how much you try to fade into the background, they'll zero in on you, unwilling to let you escape. I want to give the bully the benefit of the doubt, to believe we can reach an amicable resolution. Sadly, bullies never change. Once a bully, always a bully. That's why they need to be taught a lesson, one they'll never forget. I'm not a violent person. I'm a confirmed pacifist. But if you threaten what's mine, you won't see me coming. Chapter 1. Kate. It's an indictment on my mundane life at the moment that nothing gives me greater pleasure than hosting the perfect party. The routine of preparation soothes me. The orderliness of making lists, ticking off to-do items, and seeing it all come together. Sunday barbecues should be laid-back affairs. Sausages and burgers on the grill, salads and sauces on a side table, drinks in coolers. But that's not how my neighbours in Fir Falls do things. Here, in this middle-class town halfway between Melbourne and Adelaide, everything's a competition, and I've known it since Austin and I moved into our comfortable homestead shortly after our marriage 19 years ago. Folks around here respect money, which Austin has in spades, but not from his wage as a high school psychology teacher. Despite his frosty relationship with his parents, they gifted us this house and made sure to lavish Mia with whatever she wants. Pity they don't understand their 18-year-old granddaughter would appreciate attention rather than significant deposits into her bank account at Christmas and birthdays. The thing is, despite how hard I've moulded myself into the type of wife Austin deserves, a wife to be admired for my amazing chicken schnitzels and baked lemon cheesecake, a wife who can host a dinner party on a whim, a wife who does everything to support my husband, I still see the looks. The sideways glances that imply I married above myself, that I'd be nobody without Austin. Like I need their judgment playing into my insecurities. "Mum, where are you?" I straighten my designer navy shift that cost more than a year's rent when I first met Austin and step out of the butler's pantry, a practiced smile on my face. "In here, sweetie." Mia hates being called that when we have guests, but everyone's outside, so she lets it slip. "Dad wants to know what time you're serving dessert because there's a footy match on TV that some of the guys want to watch." Marvellous. The men will congregate in our huge rumpus room glued to our widescreen television while I'll be stuck entertaining the wives who become more garrulous with the more wine that's consumed. I usually make an effort at these barbecues, especially when we're hosting, but I'm feeling brittle today, like the slightest jibe will set me off. We can serve now if he likes. I open the fridge and stare at the pristine white platters laden with caramel cupcakes, Rocky Road, and vanilla slices that the caterers delivered earlier today. If our guests are expecting my legendary cheesecake today, tough. I'm not in the mood, and haven't been for a long time. Want to give me a hand? Sure. I try not to stare at my perfect daughter. Wavy auburn hair worn loose and tousled and halfway down her back, cerulean blue eyes so like her father's, clear skin, an even-teethed smile, lithe and athletic. But I can't help it. On days like today, when she's wearing jeans and a white t-shirt yet making the outfit look like haute couture, I can't help but feel a tiny stab of envy. How different would my life have been if I'd been like her at the same age? If I'd been given every opportunity by doting parents? If I'd been raised with love rather than disdain? Mum, are you okay? You look kind of spaced out. I blink and flash my world-famous smile, the one that hides a multitude of sins. Fine, just tired. Mia nods, like I know she will. We don't talk much these days, and her noticing something's wrong is a throwback to the old days in her tweens, when she still thought my opinion mattered, and I wasn't some clueless moron put on this earth to make her life miserable. She's a good kid, and Austin and I often count our blessings, particularly as he's privy to some of the awful stuff kids get up to at school. But I miss my Mimi, the little girl who hugged me for no reason, ate my oatmeal cookies without worrying about calories, and didn't scowl when I suggested she wear a skirt that covered more of her thighs. Uh-huh, she mumbles, already losing interest as she hears a squeal from one of the girls dipping a toe into the pool. Early spring is usually too cold for swimming, but that's another thing I like about living in Western Victoria, the milder climate. That, and how far it is away from the dregs of my upbringing in outback northern Queensland. Go on out back, honey. I'll bring these platters out. Mia barely glances at me as she's already heading for the door. You sure? Yeah, I say. But she's already gone, and I sigh, wondering if Mia knows how invisible I feel these days. It's bad enough that Austin doesn't see me most days. Adding my daughter to the mix makes me feel superfluous, like I could disappear from our family and nobody would care. I've been here before. Back then, I made things happen. I left my past behind. I moved across the country, worked my ass off, and got a scholarship to my dream university. It had been the start of something great. Meeting Austin, ensuring he noticed me, becoming indispensable to him, had set me up for life. But what if the life I've always craved isn't so great?
Chapter 2. Mia. Something's off with Mum, and it's not only today. I've noticed it for a while, but we rarely converse these days. Not that she doesn't try, but I've got too much going on. Year 12 is the pits, and when there are rumours about my dad at school, it takes a big effort just to front up every day. My friends think I have the coolest parents. Reasonable curfews, yummy family dinners, and nothing too embarrassing. Even today, many of the kids from school have come with their parents to hang out, and I see the way they interact with Dad. They think he's okay for a teacher. Then again, They're not the ones spreading the rumors. I hated the thought of attending the same school where my dad taught when I started year 7, but I needn't have worried. Dad is the type of guy who's laid back, jovial, and liked by everyone. Students love his classes, teachers respect him. He's everyone's best bud, which is why the rumors are laughable. But as I glance across at the grill, where he's regaling some of the other fathers with one of his lame dad jokes I can't help but laugh at, I wonder who's saying bad stuff about him and why.
Hey Mia, great barbecue.
I'd know that voice anywhere, and when it's accompanied by a light touch on my arm, I try not to swoon. I laughed at the word when I first learned it in English lit class. All those fictional swooning females enamoured of dark, brooding heroes in the classics. Until Greg Bronville started noticing me, and then the whole swooning thing wasn't so funny because I swear I feel lightheaded every time he's near. Thanks, Greg. I managed to keep my tone even despite my throat tightening with nerves. Glad you could make it.
Wouldn't miss it.
He winks, something I usually hate, but coming from Greg, it's cheeky rather than cheesy.
I wanted to ask you something.
My heart pounds and my palms grow clammy. Greg has been single for a month, and never in a million years would I expect someone like him to notice someone like me. Not that I'm ugly, but I'm nothing like his ex, the bubbly, curvy Anna, who happens to be one of my closest friends. She's teased me about my crush on Greg for years, and when she started dating him a year ago, I thought she might stop. She didn't, but it wasn't nasty jibing, just cutesier. I wonder how cute she'll find it now if Greg asks me out. What did you want to ask me? He grins, his easygoing smile adding to his gorgeousness. Curly hair the colour of my favourite dark chocolate, blue eyes so dark they're almost black, and the faintest stubble dotting his jaw. As for the rest of him, being centre-half back for the school football team means he's got the body to go with the looks. All the girls have a thing for him. I don't blame them.
I'm having a party tomorrow night. A bunch of our classmates just hanging out. Pizza, movies, whatever.
He leans in close, and I struggle not to gasp at how good he smells, like sunshine and citrus.
I'd love you to come.
Sure, I say without hesitation. Mum and Dad may balk at me going out on a Sunday night, but they know Greg's folks, and if it's pizza and movies, it won't be a late night.
Great.
He touches my arm again, and my skin prickles, like ants are crawling all over me.
I've been wanting to hang out with you.
Me too, I murmur, but he's already gone, looping back to the edge of the pool where a bunch of kids are having water fights. I want to run across the lawn and do cartwheels. I'm pretty sure Greg just asked me out. Technically, it's not a date, but it's a beginning, and I've wanted this for ages. I may like Anna and would never wish bad things for her, but a small part of me rejoiced when Greg dumped her. Thankfully, Anna's anger and hurt had given way to dismissive iciness, and she barely speaks to Greg these days. But I know his interest in me will complicate our friendship, and while the smart thing to do would be to back off, I like Greg too much for that. I hear a throat clearing behind me, and I turn, clamping down on my first reaction to take a step back from Eddie. Not that I'm scared of him, but he has this way of staring at me that makes me vaguely uncomfortable.
Thanks for inviting me, Mia,
he says, holding out a cola soft drink to me.
You thirsty?
I am, but having the new kid who's been at school for a semester know my favourite drink when we never hang out is disarming. It means he's been watching me, and while he's cute enough with his dirty blonde surfer cut, brown eyes, and dimple, there's something about him that's off-putting. Like the beginning of a blister in new sneakers, when you know it'll keep rubbing and cause pain eventually. If he notices my hesitation before I take the soft drink with a thanks, he doesn't say. But he's eyeing me nervously, and a tiny vein near his right temple is pulsing.
I get that we don't know each other that well, Mia, but I was hoping you'd go out with me. Tomorrow night?
I'm so stunned I bark out a laugh, and I know instantly it's the wrong reaction. Eddie's eyes narrow, and his lips compress into a thin, furious line, his cheeks flushing an angry red.
You could have just said no.
rather than laugh at me, he says, his fingers convulsing and denting the soft drink can in his hand. Sorry, Eddie. You took me by surprise, that's all. You're right, we don't know each other. And I want to keep it that way. I've got plans for tomorrow night at Greg's place. Eddie plays football, so I know he's on the fringe of Greg's crew, but I doubt he'll be invited to a get-together. I haven't seen him hanging out with Greg much. Guess I'll see you there. He does this weird mocking salute before sauntering away, leaving me wishing I'd handled that differently. I get the feeling Eddie's the type of guy you want on side, and pissing him off isn't wise. He's only here because Mum has a hostess with the mostess complex where she feels compelled to invite families with kids my age to every get-together, and that goes double for newbies. From what I've heard, it's just Eddie and his dad, and his father's rarely home, which is why Eddie's here by himself today. Way to go, Mum. Inviting the creepy dude. Though that's unfair. Eddie's not creepy. He's a tryhard, one of those kids who goes the extra length to fit in, but he has a meanness around his eyes that signifies he might not take kindly to being rebuffed. Like I just did. Giving a little shake, I take a few steps forward to join my friends. When I see the strangest thing. Dad and Eddie locked in a glare, antagonism radiating off Eddie and my dad looking afraid.
Chapter 3. Austin. Then. I can't believe he's doing this. The tinkle of ice cubes accompanies my father's bellow as he tops up his usual evening whiskey. Just the two, because a renowned orthopedic surgeon must have a clear head and steady hand, as he told me many times growing up, content in the knowledge I'd be following in his illustrious footsteps. More fool you, Dad. I'm just as disappointed as you, Nolan, but Austin's made his decision. Thanks, Mum. The voice of reason as usual, but I can hear her disappointment too. Stop indulging him, Ellen. The boy's done a year of pre-med. If anyone knows how tough that is, we do. So he's just in a funk. It'll pass. Orion went through a similar phase. Here we go again. The great Orion. My older brother by 8 years, who's now a general surgeon destined for greatness, like dear old Dad. He's lorded everything over me for as long as I can remember, from his impossibly pretentious name to his perfect double-bay home, equally perfect fiancé, and his hefty bank account. Orion the hunter, Orion the golden boy who'd been named after a constellation, Orion the conqueror of university and a medical degree, whereas by the time I came along as an afterthought in my parents' busy lives, all they could come up with for a name was Austin. I hate Orion's condescension almost as much as I hate my parents' indifference. A small part of me wonders if I should have stood up to them sooner if I'd get this much attention. Instead, I suffered through a year of pre-med, knowing in my heart I'd never be a doctor. I want to teach, and the psyche of students fascinates me. I haven't felt this passionate about something in a long time, and transferring my major is the smartest thing I've done. If my self-absorbed parents can't see that, screw them. Though I can't afford to make them angry. It's so much easier having money at uni, and if they decide to make a stand and withdraw my unlimited allowance, no, I can't let that happen. The last 12 months have been tough enough. Turns out, bullying doesn't stop at the end of senior year. Those jocks move on and spot the rich kid geek a mile away. I have an idea to get them on side so I can become one of the popular guys on campus like them, but it's dangerous, and I haven't thought it through properly. Besides, I have to be discreet and protect my reputation and that of my parents. If they ever find out what I'm thinking of doing, I'll be disowned, cast out, and cut off. And no way in hell I'll let that prick Orion get my share of everything. Austin's nothing like Orion, Mum says, her tone placating. We can't expect them to be alike. Austin's softer, so maybe he's not cut out for medicine. Bullshit. Give him a 14-hour shift in the ER, that'll toughen him up quick smart. Nolan, your blood pressure. I stifle a laugh at my mum's warning. Maybe if Dad cut back on the booze, the cigars, and the mistress, his BP wouldn't be so high. Stop fussing, Ellen. It's that boy's fault, getting me wound up. I've been relegated to that boy. Guess it's an improvement on weak bastard, which is what Dad called me when I told him last night that I'd quit med. I'd expected it, the disdain, the disappointment, the pity. But for one tiny second, I'd hoped my parents would see me for who I am, a 19-year-old following his dream rather than trying to live theirs. I've spent my whole life living up to their expectations, yet falling well short. Average at sport, mediocre at socialising, nothing like Mr. Popular Orion, who excels at everything. They never saw the way he bullied me constantly, or if they did, they didn't care enough to intervene. The sad thing is, Dad would often join in, belittling me, making me feel worthless, and Mum stood by and let it happen. I must have made some sort of sound because Mum calls out, "Austin, is that you?" Damn. Pretending like I haven't been privy to yet another "let's put down Austin" exchange, I stroll into the study, hands in my pockets, knowing it's something my father hates, so that's why I do it. "I hope you've changed your mind," Dad growls, glaring at me like I've done something unforgivable. "My decision is final, Dad, and it's time you accepted it." He flushes an angry puce, and for a moment I wonder if his blood pressure is so high he'll keel over. I should be so lucky. Mum casts Dad a worried glance. "Austin, we're proud of you for making such a big decision, but are you sure you've thought it through? We know medicine can be hard and—" "It's a done deal, Mum. There's no going back." My father curses under his breath and slams his whiskey glass onto his mahogany desk. An ugly monstrosity that belongs in a museum rather than this modern mansion in Vaucluse with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and an Olympic-sized pool. I loved growing up here. Pity about the inhabitants I had to share it with. Mum makes a shooing motion behind Dad's back, and I stifle a laugh. A renowned paediatrician who's an expert in ADHD and lectures it around the world is tiptoeing around my belligerent father. I eyeball her, and if she sees my regret that our strained relationship has come to this, she doesn't show it. Instead, she turns away to place a comforting hand on my dad's rigid back, effectively shutting me out. Like they've done my entire life.
Chapter 4. Kate. "You sure you're okay with this, Katie?" I want to tell Austin it's a bit late to ask when we've just had 15 pizzas delivered to feed the hungry hordes who've stayed for dinner, but I don't. He rarely calls me Katie these days, and I know it means he's had one beer too many. At uni, he always used to call me that, or some derivative of it. Katie K, or my Katie K. I never told him how much I hated the K tacked onto the end because my surname held nothing but terrible memories for me. Being a Caruso was no badge of honor, and I'd set out to rectify that the moment I laid eyes on Austin. He'd been my ticket to a better life, and all these years later, I don't regret my decision for a second. Though lately, he's been distant. And despite me asking if anything's wrong, he's closed off in a way he hasn't been since that incident at university. It worries me. If he's had an extra beer or two, I've consumed way too much wine, and the pleasant buzz is relaxing. It's not the time to tell my dear husband that he should have consulted me before inviting the lunchtime barbecue crowd to stick around for dinner. Besides, Mia's having a good time with her friends, and I'll do anything to put a smile on her face these days. I'm losing her, and I don't know what to do to recapture our relationship. "Yeah, I'm fine, Austin." I point to the backyard where dusk has fallen and our guests are lolling on the lawn or slumped in deck chairs, the low buzz of desultory chatter intermingling with soft laughter and the squeals from the teens in the pool. "Pop the pizza boxes and napkins on the trestle near the barbecue and let everyone help themselves." "You're the best." He drops an absent-minded kiss on my forehead, and this close, he smells like a brewery. We rarely drink more than a glass of Shiraz with dinner, so we're both going to have shocking hangovers tomorrow. Then again, Maybe it means my husband might actually touch me for the first time in months if his inhibitions are lowered.
See you out there.
I mumble my agreement. But first, I need to take preventative action and find the ibuprofen to keep next to our bed so we can take it last thing tonight. I stumble into the pantry, patting the wall for the light switch, and bang my head on a shelf instead. I let rip a curse, surprised when tears sting my eyes, annoyed when they start to flow. Then again, I always get maudlin when I drink too much, which is why I don't do it often. I'm sad enough these days, unseen in my marriage, irrelevant to my daughter, that the slightest thing, from an injured puppy commercial to a documentary on starving children, sets me off, and I don't want to head outside with blotchy skin and red-rimmed eyes. The pantry door opens slightly, and I'm blinded. I blink several times, but can't see more than a broad-shouldered male. Great, just what I need. One of the guys to tell Austin his wife is in tears in the pantry.
Are you okay?
The voice is deep, smooth, and I can't place it. Yeah, just bumped my head.
Okay, but I heard you crying. Want me to get some ice?
His kindness undermines the tenuous hold I have on my seesawing emotions, and I start bawling, ugly crying, the kind of sobs that won't subside in a hurry.
Hey, it's okay.
He closes the door, plunging us into darkness, and reaches for me, hauling me into his arms before I can protest. The damnedest thing happens when he wraps his arms around me. I don't want to protest. It feels nice to have someone hold me, comfort me, smooth my hair and hug me tight. I can't remember the last time Austin held me like this. I clutch at his shirt and bury my nose in it, hoping snot doesn't mingle with my tears. He smells like the outdoors. Eucalyptus and something else. Sweat? Sunshine? The earthiness grounds me, and I calm, my sobs easing, my tears drying. I ease away, and while it's impossible to see much in the darkness, I imagine his eyes glowing with tenderness. The way he comforted me, there's something solid about him, and I'm grateful.
Are you feeling better?
I slam my mouth on his, not giving him a chance to finish what he's saying. It's rash, impulsive, stupid, fueled by alcohol and loneliness and an overwhelming sadness that despite the life I've made for my family, I'm still a nobody. Having this delicious-smelling man hold me close and comfort me in a way my husband hasn't done in years has short-circuited my synapses, and for this brief, insane moment of time, I'm taking what I want. I'm not Kate, the mother, or Kate, the wife, or Kate, the hostess. I'm me, and I crave a touch so badly I've lost my mind. When I feel his hardness press against my hip, I'm wrenched back to reality. What the hell am I doing? I'm not a cheater. I've never looked at another man since I married Austin. He's my world, a world in danger of imploding because of this one dumb act. Fuck, I'm sorry. That never should have happened. I push him away and half-trip, falling against the door, and it swings open. I stagger out, blinking at the light, bile rising in my throat as I realize what I've just done. I've jeopardized my marriage because of one drunken kiss. Sick to my stomach, I make a run for the powder room without looking back. I don't want to know who I've kissed, but this transgression will bug me. It'll be a constant thought I can't dislodge if I don't know who I sought comfort with. So I glance over my shoulder and freeze. It's not a dad I made out with. It's one of Mia's friends.
Chapter 5. Mia. Eddie's the last person I want to talk to after he asks me out, but that look between him and my dad I saw earlier in the afternoon is bugging me. My dad's never afraid of anything. He's invincible. My hero. Not that I tell him that, but he's the type of guy you can depend on in a crisis. Lots of kids at school say it too. How they can talk to him, and he won't lecture. He'll listen. I often wonder why he didn't become a psychologist rather than teach high school psychology. Then again, he has this hang-up with medical professions, especially Nan, Pop, and Uncle Orion, so maybe that has something to do with it. The fact we rarely see them reinforces it. My dad's not himself around his family. Nan and Pop spoil me with ridiculously large amounts of money on my birthday and Christmas. I'm not complaining, but we basically see them once a year at Easter in Sydney. It's like a non-negotiable, though I've heard Dad try to get out of it over the phone. As for Uncle Orion, he's loud, overconfident, and embarrasses the heck out of me. He's single these days, so I have minimal contact with his ex, Aunt Angie, and my cousins, David and Max. They're in their 20s, so we have little in common anyway. But Angie was always sweet to me at Easter, saving me an extra piece of her signature pavlova. Dad's an enigma when he's around his family. Last Easter, I closely watched the family dynamics for the first time, and I didn't like what I saw. Nan, Pop, and Uncle Orion lauded over Dad that they're overachievers in the medical profession and looked down on him for being a lowly teacher. He laughs off their jibes, but I know him. I see the clenching of his jaw, the fingers scrunching a linen napkin too tight, the forced smile. It bugs him, and it bugs me. They bully him, and I don't like it. My dad's a good guy who doesn't deserve that kind of condescension. He works hard and has always been supportive of me. So whatever's going on between him and Eddie to make him look scared, I need to find out. As far as I know, Eddie isn't involved in spreading the rumors about Dad. But he might know something, and the way Dad had been fearful. Nobody messes with my family. I look for Eddie and can't see him. My friends are still congregated around the pool, where they've been all day. I like that my parents' barbecues sometimes extend into the evening. It means everyone's having a good time and doesn't want to leave. But it also means I'll get the usual envious looks at school on Monday, when those who weren't invited have seen the fun we've had plastered across social media. It rarely bothers me because I'm one of the lucky ones and have a core group of close friends, Anna, Bet, and Em. But Anna's been self-absorbed lately since her breakup with Greg, and the other girls are rallying around her, leaving me out. Not deliberately, but I've been distancing myself a tad because I know now's my chance with Greg. Does that make me a bad person? Maybe, but I've had a crush on him since kindergarten, and Anna knows that. Surely she won't begrudge me happiness if things didn't work out between her and Greg. I'm not that naive, and no, Anna will go apeshit if things start up between Greg and me. But I'm sick of standing by and watching everyone else hook up with the guys of their dreams, and I'm left wondering, what if? Besides, Greg asked me to his party. I didn't make the first move. But depending on what happens at the party, I might. I hear the bang of the sliding door being slammed open too hard and glance over to the kitchen, where Eddie's almost running out of there like he has a demon on his tail. He's flushed, and his eyes are darting everywhere. His gaze lands on my dad and swings away. Quick, furtive. Yeah, there's definitely a story there, and I want to know what it is. "Hey, Eddie!" I call out, and when he glances at me, I wave him over. He hesitates, and for a moment it looks like he'll make a run for it. Crazy, because nothing bad happens in my boring household. I like it that way. I know I'm lucky to have cool parents who are dependable and predictable. He walks towards me, and I wait until he's close before pointing to the gazebo tucked in the back corner of our yard. "Want to chat?" He casts me a dubious glance, and I don't blame him, considering I blew him off earlier this afternoon, so I add, "I don't want things to be uncomfortable between us, you know?" I must convince him because he nods. Yeah, okay. I avoid glancing at my friends because I know I'll see open curiosity. While Eddie's only been at school a semester and is popular enough because he's on the football team, he has a reputation as a bully. I've never witnessed it, but then again, my core group is solid, and I don't hang with the loners or geeks who probably bear the brunt if Eddie's a jerk. When we reach the gazebo, I sit in the middle of the bench, leaving little room for him on either side so he's forced to sit opposite. I want to talk, not get too buddy-buddy. You looked rattled back there. You all right? He shrugs, but he can't quite meet my eyes. Yeah, just got off a call with a mate from back home. He's got some shit going on. That's tough. I can't ask him point blank what's the deal between him and my dad. I need to ease into it, get to know him a little, get him on side. Where are you from? Brisbane. Why'd you move here? There's the slightest hesitation before he says, my dad's work. What does he do? He's in construction. Uh-huh. Our conversation peters out, but I have to keep it flowing so I can get the intel I want. Do you like Fair Falls High? He shrugs. It's okay. My teammates are good guys. You're not in any of my classes. What subjects do you take? Humanities, mostly, and psych with your dad. Ah, so they do have a connection. What's he like as a teacher? He rolls his eyes. If I say he's cool, you'll think I'm sucking up. If I say he's a prick, you'll hate me. I laugh, and some of the tension between us dissipates. He's a good dad, but I doubt I'd want him as a teacher. Curious, he studies me. Why? Because he's demanding with his students. A few of my friends have him, and they say he's a tough grader. I've noticed. He pauses and stares at me like he wants to say more, before giving a little shake of his head. Your dad doesn't seem to like me very much. Why's that? He points to his torso and gives a self-deprecating chuckle. Because a lot of teachers take one look at me, know I play football, and label me as a goof-off who only puts in an effort with phys ed and blows off the rest. Is that you? I guess. But I hate being prejudged. He eyeballs me as if daring me to disagree, as if he knows I've done exactly that. I'm not a bad guy, Mia. No matter what you might hear. He stands abruptly and lopes away, leaving me equally curious and confused. Eddie's hiding something, and oddly it's tied to my dad. I know it is. I feel it in my gut. If I can't get answers from Eddie, maybe it's time to ask Dad.
Chapter 6. Austin. Then. I've always wanted to be a teacher, ever since first grade when Mrs. Lebecki introduced me to the wonder of books. While she resembled a wizened garden gnome, she had this way of bringing a story to life that captivated me in a way numbers or art or music never could. Not one kid in that class played up or spoke while she talked. She can hold an audience without raising her voice or punishing kids, and ever since, I wanted to be a teacher like her, commanding respect, earning it rather than demanding it. I did pre-med to please my parents in the vain hope they might actually start to notice me, but nothing changed. So I gave up trying, and now I'm doing what I want to do, a degree in secondary school education. Though I guess I can thank them for one aspect of pre-med. I fell in love with psychology. The neural basis of learning and memory, operant conditioning, neurotransmitters and neurohormones, the little Albert experiment, everything to do with the brain and how it influences behaviour. I can't get enough. I should be happy now, combining my two passions, teaching and psych, knowing where I want to be in a few years. In front of a classroom of eager senior students, trying to inspire them the way old Mrs. Lebecki inspired me. But I'm not happy, because ditching pre-med has led to other consequences I hadn't expected. Namely, the resident university jocks labelling me a dropout or loser on a better day. They're meatheads at uni on a sports scholarship. And they'd band together. Pack mentality. Part of a dominant herd. The thing is, I know all about it. I studied it last year. How Maslow created his theory of human motivation way back in 1943 and identified how humans have 5 needs to satisfy: survival, safety, social, esteem, and fulfillment. And there's no greater example of esteem at university, where everyone craves the status of being top dog. I thought having money would protect me from the bullies. I hoped to find kids like me and we'd bond. But living off campus in my own apartment means I don't even have a roommate I'm close to, and my pre-med buddies have dropped off since I switched degrees, often leaving me alone in the library or cafeteria, a prime target for the jocks. The ringleader is Jeff Bloomingdale, and today, like every other day this week, he yanks a chair out from my table, turns it backwards, sits, and rests his forearms on the back of it, grinning at me like the idiot he is. "What are you doing, Cor?" I bite back my first response. "What does it look like, dickhead?" And say, "Pulling an all-nighter for a psych test tomorrow." Something he'd know nothing about. "How come you can pull all-nighters regularly when the rest of us can't stay awake?" He snaps his fingers. "That's right, it's because the rest of us have a life and aren't nerds." "Could be." I keep my tone even, well modulated, not showing how much I'd like to slam my fist into his face. "Perhaps you can help me? I know you're a pre-med dropout, but do you know anyone who can sling us uppers? Something to keep us awake long enough to study after getting up to train at 5 every day? Those early starts kick our ass, man." And right then, I knew how to get these jerks off my back. It's so simple. It's genius. It's not like I hadn't been contemplating it already, and this prick has just given me the perfect opening. "Yeah, I might be able to help you out, you asshole. But what's in it for me?" "Money, of course." His smugness is irritating, and I can read his mind before he speaks. "Plus, you'd have the gratitude of the entire sports faculty, and you know we hold sway in this place." Translated, me and my bully mates who play football, basketball, cricket, and the rest will lay off you. I shrug, offhand. When inside, I'm fist-pumping in victory. "Give me a day or two." He stands, dwarfing everything. "Gotta say, Cor, didn't think you had it in you." "Kudos, man." He can shove his kudos. All I want is to get these Neanderthals off my case. I'll have to be careful. There's a big difference between me using one of Mum's prescription pads occasionally to get my supply to ensure I get top grades and needing to obtain higher quantities to supply the entire friggin' football team. I'll have to visit various pharmacies too and space out the filling of scripts. I may want the bullies off my back, but getting booted out of uni for selling prescription drugs isn't how I want to start my career. Is this seat free? I glance up from my notebook and find a girl I don't recognize pointing at the chair that buffhead Jeff just vacated. She's pretty, with shoulder-length blonde hair, long lashed hazel eyes, and wearing a twin set that would impress my mum. She's an intriguing mix of cheerleader and librarian, the kind of girl who's prim on the outside but with a side of sass. She definitely belongs to one of the jocks. "Yeah, it's free," I say, expecting her to pick it up and drag it to another table. Instead, she smiles, hoisting a satchel bulging with books onto the table. "Thanks. I'm starving and didn't want to drag this around with me anymore in case I faint from hunger." "Ever heard of digital text?" I'm trying to sound cutesy. Instead, it comes out snarky and I inwardly groan. It's not every day a pretty girl sits at my lunch table, and I've blown it without trying. Rather than being offended, she laughs, and it's the sweetest sound I've ever heard. Part melodic, part wicked, like she's privy to a dirty joke. "Yeah, but I'm a book lover from way back, and I learn much better with hardback versions of texts rather than staring at a screen for hours at a time." "Me too," I say, instantly fascinated and determined to exploit our tenuous link as book nerds. The weight is comforting, and there's nothing like the smell. Shit, did I just say that out loud? No prizes for guessing why I haven't had a girlfriend at uni. Money can only get you so far, and I've never been as suave as Orion with the ladies. Girls think he's the holy trinity of Chris's, Hemsworth, Evans, and Pratt rolled into one, while I'm the faceless sidekick nobody remembers. Once again, she surprises me by leaning forward slightly, as if she finds me charming rather than gauche. It's rare to find a guy who's a fellow bookworm, let alone admit it. Feeling like I've won the lottery, I hold out my hand. Austin Core. Kate Caruso. Pleased to meet you. The moment she places her hand in mine, an electric shock jolts up my arm. An overactive imagination? Maybe. But she must feel something too, because her eyes widen slightly and her lips part in a little surprised O. Take a seat, Kate, and let's discuss our favourite authors. Not the smoothest line, but it works, and as she sits across from me and we share a conspiratorial smile, I know in my gut that my loner status at uni has just changed for the better.
Chapter 7. Kate. It's unfathomable for me to beg off a party I'm hosting, but that's exactly what I do. It helps that shortly after the boy I kissed flees outside, Austin enters the house and hears me vomiting. He's solicitous, and with a gentle admonition not to drink so much next time, he tucks me into bed, places a glass of water and ibuprofen on the bedside table, and says he'll wind down the gathering. Good. I can't face anyone. Not after what I did. Mortification churns my gut, making me want to puke again. I lie on my back, eyes squeezed shut, and press a hand to my stomach to calm it. I can't believe I'm in this predicament. I've worked hard to get where I am. Being Mrs. Austin Core comes with perks, and I knew that the moment I laid eyes on Austin at university. He never noticed me. But I sure as hell saw him from the first day he switched to a teaching degree. The cut of his clothes caught my eye first, because when you have nothing but hand-me-downs or grubby second-hand op-shop outfits, you notice what expensive garb looks like. He had an air about him too, that indefinable something that signifies class, and I knew he'd be someone worth knowing. It didn't take much subtle questioning of the right people to learn who he was. Second-born of the wealthy Core family based in Sydney, a medical wonder-kind couple and their equally talented eldest son, Orion. While Austin was bucking tradition, he still had to be in his parents' good graces because he didn't work part-time like many of the students, and he lived off-campus in his own apartment. Somewhere I'd live if I played my cards right. So I waited. I bided my time, dyeing my hair, spending every cent I saved from working part-time at a cafe on 3 classic outfits that would impress a guy like him, practicing my elocution, doing everything in my power to rid myself of the Kate Caruso persona I'd been born with and moulding myself into a woman someone like Austin Core would take notice of. It worked. I watched him for months in the library, poring over books, both non-fiction and genre fiction, occasionally picking them up and smelling them. So I borrowed the same books he did after he returned them so we'd have something in common when I eventually made my move. And it worked like a charm. It had been much easier than I expected. Approaching him in the cafeteria, starting a conversation, and we became inseparable since. The thing is, I hadn't expected to fall for him for real so quickly, but Austin treated me with respect, like I was someone who mattered. And that was heady stuff for a girl whose daddy abandoned her not long after she'd been born, a mother who preferred vodka to caring for her only child, and a pseudo-aunt who betrayed me in the worst possible way. Austin loved me for who I was, for the woman I became for him. His parents were less welcoming, but by then, 6 months into our relationship, we were living together and madly in love. Besides, it only took one family dinner for me to garner their dynamics and figure that Austin didn't give a crap about anything they said. His father and brother openly bullied him, and I could never understand why he sat there and took it. Once, I almost lost my cool and opened my mouth to defend him, but he laid a comforting hand on my thigh under the table and gave a warning squeeze, so I backed down. At that stage, I knew I'd marry him. It was inevitable. So even when the rumors started and he transferred universities, I went with him. I let him think it was my idea, but I knew he wanted to. He'd been edgy, nervous, always looking over his shoulder. There was never any doubt in my mind that everything said was untrue. Austin couldn't have done any of the things he was accused of, and when I asked him, he eyeballed me, clasped my hands between his, and declared the truth. He would never do anything to jeopardize what we have, and he was innocent. That's all the reassurance I needed to pledge my life to him. And when he proposed on a warm day at our new uni, in a red-bricked quadrangle with the autumn sun filtering through the ochre leaves, I accepted. Austin's my rock, a devoted dad, a respected teacher, a usually attentive husband until recently. But feeling neglected is no excuse for what I've done. Bad enough when I thought I'd kissed another father, but a teen. The bile rises again, and I push back the doona, my head spinning as I stand and stagger towards the bathroom. I barely make it before I fall to my knees in front of the toilet, holding on to the porcelain, shame intermingling with the bile as I projectile vomit. This isn't alcohol-induced. I'm sick to my stomach at the thought of putting everything I have worked decades for at risk. I can't tell Austin. We're one of those nauseating couples that people envy who still love each other, or pretend to, after years of being together, and our marriage is based on trust. We tell each other everything. Always have. Well, almost everything. He doesn't know about my real past or what I did to claw out of it, but that's irrelevant to who we are now. We're parents, partners, best friends. So how can I tell my best friend, the man who's my world, that I betrayed him?
Chapter 8. Mia. Greg's casual pizza party isn't as intimate as I expect because I have to park 6 houses down, and as I approach his place, I hear music and laughter coming from the backyard, loud for a Sunday night. I pause and glance down at my outfit. Black skinny jeans, navy rib singlet with a shimmer of lurex, and ankle boots, second-guessing it for the 10th time tonight. I want to look dressed down, but like I made an effort. Casual chic. Dad said I look nice and gave his usual warning about not drinking because I'm driving, and Mum barely mustered an approving smile considering how badly hungover she is. Not that I tell them, but it scared me a little earlier today when Mum didn't get up until midday. She's one of those annoying morning people who looks like she bounces out of bed fully dressed with a perfectly made-up face, squeezing in a visit to the gym or a long jog before most of us have risen. She never sleeps in, let alone stays in bed for half a day. And when I saw her, pasty skin, dark circles underlining her eyes, and lank hair, I've been shocked. Dad had pretended like nothing was wrong, but he could barely look at her. And I wonder what happened at the party to make my mum drink too much and my dad appear ashamed of her. Dad needn't have warned me about drinking while driving. A DUI is the last thing I want. I have plans for my life, and that involves attending the University of Melbourne, something I would never screw up. I usually attend a party like this with my friends. But Anna isn't coming, for obvious reasons. She'd been surprised, yet resigned, when I told her I was going to Greg's place tonight. Bet had family visiting from interstate, and Em's got a last-minute migraine, which means I'm on my own. I might need a drink or two to give me courage, but I'd never be stupid enough to get behind the wheel to head home if I drink. I've called Dad once before to pick me up from a party, and he didn't question me or chastise me. He'd picked me up within 15 minutes, then driven me back to my car the next day. Very cool, and it's why I know I can rely on him if I decide to have a drink tonight. Not that my folks approve of drinking, and none of my friends at our barbecue yesterday had any alcohol, but they know parties like this happen, and they trust me enough to make wise choices. I love that about them, how much they respect me. A lot of kids I know get lectured regularly, told how to behave, but my folks aren't like that. Then again, I guess I've never given them any reason not to trust me. We have a good relationship I'm eternally grateful for, even though I don't act like it most of the time. I know Mum and I are going through a rough patch. She wants to hang out like we used to, do mani-pedis and going to the movies and having girls' nights in front of the TV, watching reality shows and eating popcorn. But it's not the same anymore. I'm older, and while I love her, I'd rather be hanging out with my friends when I'm not studying. It makes me feel like a selfish cow sometimes, but she has Dad for company. Besides, I won't be around next year anyway once I'm at Melbourne Uni, and it's better she gets used to me not being around now than it coming as a big shock next year.
Hey, are you going to stand out there all night?
Embarrassed that Greg's caught me standing in his driveway like a dork, I square my shoulders and walk towards him on the front porch, my heart keeping tempo with my steps. He's gorgeous in a white t-shirt and jeans, and he's barefoot. A guy comfortable in his own skin, in his house, not attempting to impress anybody. Not that he needs to do anything other than smile to do that. As if sensing my thoughts, he eases into a lazy grin that makes my pulse race in time with my pounding heart.
Glad you could make it, Mia.
Before I can say anything, he leans down to place a kiss on my cheek, and I stifle a giggle. Me too. Lame, but it's hard to string coherent words together when the guy I've been crushing on for years is finally noticing me.
Come on, let's get you a drink.
By the alcohol on his breath, he doesn't mean a soft drink, and I'm about to say I'm not drinking tonight when he slides an arm around my waist and pulls me close. My lungs seize, and I try not to gasp as he nuzzles my neck, sending heat streaking through me and making my knees wobble a tad.
You're so beautiful,
he murmurs, his lips brushing the tender skin beneath my ear.
I've been wanting to do this for ages.
I don't have a chance to ask, do what, because his lips seek mine and we're kissing, and I'm freaking out. Greg Bronville has his tongue in my mouth, and it's sweet and hot and totally sexy. He groans, and I cling to him, trying to relax and enjoy our first kiss, but too stunned to do anything but go along for the ride. He tastes of whiskey and popcorn, an unlikely combination that works on him. His tongue isn't gross like some of the other guys I've kissed who try to stick it down my throat. Instead, he teases me with it, and it makes me throb. When we come up for air, I stare at him in wonder, not sure what to say other than an underwhelming, "Wow." Sensing my shock, he chuckles and grabs my hand.
Time for that drink.
I'm not protesting. I need to loosen up so our next kiss doesn't have me awkward and stunned. I want to enjoy myself tonight. It's the start of something big with Greg. I can feel it. The rest of the night is a blur. The entire football team is at the party, most of the Year 12 class, and Greg's drunker than I thought when I arrived. But he sticks by my side throughout the night and plies me with drinks. I can't be a party pooper, so I drink them. Tequila shots, beer, and some lethal vodka cranberry punch that makes my head spin. It's stupid to mix drinks, but with Greg glued to me, touching me, a caress on the ass here, a graze of his fingertips against my breast there's no place I'd rather be. We snatch kisses too, making out in doorways, in alcoves, in the basement where some kids are playing foosball. It's heady stuff for me. All my dreams come true. The most gorgeous guy in school who I've crushed on from afar for years is finally with me. I don't protest when he leads me upstairs. I can barely walk, so he's practically carrying me. though a faint warning buzzes in my fuzzy head when we enter a bedroom and he closes the door. I should tell him I'm a virgin, that I'm fine with making out for now, but I don't want to go all the way. At least, not tonight. Not like this, when we're both hammered. He leads me to the bed, and I try to speak, but my tongue's too big and it's glued to the roof of my mouth. I mumble, no, but either he doesn't hear me, understand me, or he chooses not to, because I crumple onto the bed and everything goes dark for a while. I have no idea how long I passed out for, but when I wake I hear voices. Arguing. 2 guys. My eyelids are weighed down, but I force them open. I see Eddie with a phone in his hand. Greg's trying to get it off him. They're wrestling, swearing. Then I fall into blissful sleep.
Chapter 9. Austin. Then. The day I started selling Adderall to Jeff Bloomingdale is the day I started taking shooting lessons. I thought having something Jeff wants would empower me. Instead, his sly jibes about knowing my secret exacerbates my fear, and to wrestle back control, I learn how to shoot. Holding a gun in my hand, testing the weight of it, going through the safety routine, aiming, firing, it takes skill and patience and makes me feel powerful in a way I never have. Kate knows nothing about it. I told her I'm taking golf lessons to have something in common with my dad and brother, and she believed me. Why wouldn't she? Kate adores me and the feeling is mutual. She's everything I could want in a girlfriend, and I know without a doubt she's the girl I'm going to marry. Will she understand the drug selling? How I'll do anything to get the bullies off my back? She might, but then I'll have to explain how Jeff and his cronies are the final straw, that I've been bullied my entire life starting at home, and how will that make me look? I wanted to think I'm a hero, not some weak loser with family issues. So, I keep selling to Jeff. The entire sporting department has become my best buddies because they're staying awake to study rather than falling into bed after training most evenings. I'm careful how much I dish out because I only have 2 of Mum's prescription pads and I can't fill too many scripts too often. I only deal with Jeff, too. I give him the pills. He distributes them. He thinks I'm doing it for the money, idiot. I have more than enough cash because while my folks are devastated that I ditched an illustrious career in medicine, they've accepted my choice now and will never cut me off. Probably because it'll blow back on them and make them look bad in front of their snobby friends. But whatever their rationale, I'm happy. I have it all. A girlfriend I love, a degree that's stimulating, enough money to live comfortably, and a plan for the future. Until the rumours start. There's only one person who can prove what I do, Jeff. Despite swearing him to secrecy and threatening to cut off his supply if he opened his big mouth, he must have told someone where he's getting the Adderall. He's a bigger meathead than I thought, and for 2 weeks I pretend I don't hear the rumours. My name hasn't been mentioned yet, but it's only a matter of time until an investigation begins. And it won't take an Einstein to figure out that a student whose mother is a renowned paediatrician in ADHD who prescribes Adderall every day to her patients might inadvertently give that student, me, access to the drug. I can't let that happen. I sit on top of the bleachers waiting for Jeff. It's dark, the football oval lit by a lone light in the far corner near the locker rooms. I choose this place deliberately, far from prying eyes. We can't be seen together. Not if he's the one who started the rumours. It'll only confirm what people suspect. A shadow appears at the bottom of the oval and Jeff lumbers towards me, climbing up the worn concrete steps until he reaches me. "What are we doing up here, Cor? I hope you don't want to make out with me," Jeff guffaws as he sits next to me, his goofy grin making his teeth gleam in the moonlight. "Shut up," I snap, and his eyebrows shoot high. He's so shocked I'd speak to him like that. He's speechless, and I take advantage of his silence. "Have you been shooting your mouth off about me?" He recovers quickly, but not before I see the look-away glance, a telltale sign he's told someone who's supplying him. "I'm not an idiot. Why would I bite the hand that feeds me?" "I don't know, Jeff. You tell me, because there are rumours floating around, and I don't like it." He puffs up his overinflated pecs, but deflates when I eyeball him to make sure he knows I'm not letting this go. "I haven't mentioned you're my supplier to anyone, but one of the guys noticed I've laid off heaping shit on you, so I guess he might be suspicious." Oh, no, I know what's coming next. He's going to start bullying me again in front of everyone to throw people off my trail, which means I've gone through all this for nothing. He needs to be stopped. Don't even think about starting your old games, I mutter, and stand so I'm towering over him. Stay the hell away from me. He stands almost toe-to-toe with me, and I try not to shrink back in fear. Old habits die hard. Yeah? And what are you going to do if I don't? He sniggers, scorn gleaming in his eyes. Once a loser, always a loser, Core. I react without thinking, shoving him so hard he loses his footing and staggers back a step. Another, flailing, trying to steady himself. But it's too late. His full weight hits the protective fence at the back of the top bleacher. It should stop his fall. It doesn't. There must be some kind of fault because he teeters on the edge for a moment before falling backwards, taking a section of the wire fence with him as he plummets to the ground.
Chapter 10. Kate. With Mia at a friend's house, it's an opportunity for me to approach Austin. I need to know the name of the kid I kissed for my peace of mind, and I have come up with a way to get it that doesn't involve questioning Austin or Mia and raising suspicion. He's in the study as usual. He spends most of his life there these days when he's not at school. I know he has a lot of grading to do, especially with final exams not that far off, but it feels like he's avoiding me. Ridiculous, because we haven't argued about anything big over the last few months, but he's definitely withdrawn from me, and I don't like it. Our lack of intimacy never used to bother me. We both lead busy lives, and the last thing I feel like doing most nights when I fall into bed exhausted is to have sex. But I can't remember the last time Austin initiated any kind of intimacy. 3 months? 4? 6? Longer? I know I'm grasping at anything to excuse my appalling slip-up, and I need to stop. It's not Austin's fault I made out with an 18-year-old, and the sooner I know who it is, I can put this entire mess behind me. Not knowing is haunting me. I need closure. I knock on the study door, and when I open it without waiting, he looks up from his desk, startled, his expression guilty. He's probably watching porn, but that doesn't bother me. Not after what I've done. Hey, honey, got a minute?
As long as it's just a minute, Kate. I've got a stack of exams to mark before tomorrow.
This won't take long. I cross the study and round his desk to perch on the edge. I know the senior yearbook hasn't been released yet, but I need a list of all the kids' names for the party I'm planning when they graduate. Can you access that online?
Of course, but I'm not sure how ethical it is, me giving you access to that information.
I roll my eyes in mock indignation. It's not privileged information. I have a class list of parents' contact emails and phone numbers, but I can't contact them all. I can ask Mia to run through her class list, but what if she misses someone and they don't get the special individualized party favors? That's not a nice way to end their schooling life.
I guess you're right. All parents know who's in Year 12 anyway.
He taps at the keyboard, entering a password for the school website, then navigating swiftly through the links before bringing up exactly what I want. The names and photos of every student in Year 12.
Is this what you're after?
I nod, feigning nonchalance as I scan the photos. I think I know all these kids. Anyone new I don't know?
The only new kid is Edwin Menson. He started last semester. Unfortunately.
Austin hits print to make me a copy of the photos and names.
Got a bad feeling about him right from the start. He's in my psych class. A real smartass. He plays on the football team and a bit of a bully from what I hear.
He shuffles the papers together and hands them to me, stabbing at the third photo on the bottom row, and my heart stalls.
That's him.
It's him, all right. I kissed Edwin Menson. My palms are sweaty as I grip the papers a tad too tight, crinkling the edges. Must be hard being a new kid.
Yeah, and I always try to cut those kids some slack. But this guy?
He shakes his head, disapproval denting his brow.
He's a year older than most of the kids, which means he was held back in a lower year level. Came to us from Brisbane. Troubled background, though his old school won't divulge much.
A small part of me feels sorry for Edwin. He's transferred schools after issues in his past, then gets accosted in a pantry by an older woman. Learning he's 19 hasn't soothed my concern. It's still wrong what I did, and I'll have to live with my sordid secret for the rest of my guilt-ridden life.
Some kids are a lost cause, and Eddie's one of them.
Austin makes a disapproving tisk noise.
Can't stand him, to be honest.
That's not like you. Austin has time for all the kids he teaches, even the recalcitrant ones. He's patient and nurturing, two qualities that ensure his classes love him.
I can't put my finger on it, but he's bad news.
He shakes his head, then pins me with a glance I can't interpret, almost like he sees through me.
Anything else I can do for you, or can I get back to grading?
I bristle at his curt dismissal. Austin, I understand you may be under pressure with final exams coming up next semester, but I don't appreciate being spoken down to. He stiffens for a moment, his glare icy, before he slumps into his ergonomic chair.
Sorry, honey, you're right. I'm a grump when I'm swamped. I promise once this year is over, we'll make the most of our holidays, okay?
Sure. I press a kiss to his forehead, but it's half-hearted, a rote gesture from a wife who's invisible to her husband and has been for a long while. Don't stay up too late.
I'll probably keep grading until Mia gets home.
I soften a little. Austin may not see me most days, but I can't fault his devotion to our daughter. Okay. See you in the morning. After I close the study door, I lean against it, tears stinging my eyes as I glare at Edwin's photo. What happened isn't his fault. With my self-esteem at an all-time low and a few Chardonnays fueling my moroseness, I'd flung myself at him. Mortifying. And no matter how hard I try to forget my momentary lapse of sanity, I wonder if there's a way to paper over the splintering cracks in my previously perfect life.
Chapter 11. Mia. Monday morning classes aren't fun at the best of times, but when you're hungover, it's the pits. I have English first up, followed by biology, but I barely make it to my locker before the snickering starts. Whispers, followed by muffled laughter. Someone's posted a bad selfie or forgotten to hit end record on their latest viral video. But as I flick the wheel on my combination lock, I realize everyone's looking at me. More precisely, they're looking at the phones clutched in their hands, then me. Hey, what's going on? I ask no one in particular, and my palms grow clammy as some girls shoot me a sympathetic glance before turning away. When one of Greg's football teammates, Leighton, winks and licks his lips, a cold sweat breaks out over my body. Surely Eddie didn't take a photo of me when I was passed out on Greg's bed last night and disseminate it to the class. There's no shame in being drunk and out of it. If there was, almost every member of our class would be laughed at on a weekly basis. No, there's something more going on here, and by Leighton's reaction, it's sleazy. I forgot to turn my phone on this morning. That's how lousy I'm feeling, so I slide it out of my pocket and power it up. A moment later it pings, the unique sound a notification for our class chat. Trepidation makes my fingers tremble as I tap the notification button and the app opens. To reveal me sprawled on Greg's bed, my jeans unzipped, one hand positioned inside, my tank top pulled down to reveal most of one boob, and a smug grin on my face like I'm pleasuring myself. Fuck. Heat floods my core. I'm burning up from the inside out. A faint buzzing fills my ears and nausea makes me woozy. I stumble from my locker, ignoring the titters, the laughter, intent on getting to one place only. The gym, where the boys are about to have a class. I need to confront that asshole Eddie right now. Luck is on my side because as I round the athletics area near the gym, I spy Eddie and Greg doing hamstring stretches. Hey! I call out, my bellow echoing across the empty oval, and they look up, both wearing matching expressions of wariness and guilt. As I storm towards them, Eddie takes a backward step as if he's afraid I'll physically harm him, whereas Greg squares his shoulders, confident as usual, grinning the smile that makes my heart race, looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. My fingers curl around my phone as I reach them, and I wave it in Eddie's face. How could you do this? He reddens, and his mouth opens and closes several times before he speaks. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to? I enunciate each word carefully, rage making my vision blur a little. You're a fucking pervert. That's what I said too. Greg drawls, and before I can move, Eddie swings his fist and slugs Greg in the face. Greg crumples to the ground, holding his nose, muttering, You're a dead man, Manson. Blood streaming between his fingers. I glare at Eddie in horror, too stunned to move. Greg's the one who took that picture, Eddie says, wild-eyed. I saw how drunk you were at the party, and when he took you upstairs, I followed to make sure you were okay. When I walked into the bedroom, he was messing with your clothes and he took a pic. I tried to get his phone off him, and I must have accidentally hit send. A fine sweat covers Eddie's face, and he appears genuinely remorseful. I'm really sorry, Mia, but Greg's the prick to blame for this. Greg stands and shoves Eddie aside. Don't believe a word out of this asshole's lying mouth. He was expelled from his old school for being a bullying perv, and now he's up to his old tricks here. He flips Eddie a bloodied finger. Just fuck off and leave us alone, man. My gaze swings between them, unsure who to believe. Eddie seems genuine in his apology, and if what he said is true, that would explain why he punched Greg when he tried to blame him. But if Greg's right and Eddie has done something similar at his old school, there's only one person who can help me now. Whichever one of you pricks are responsible, delete that photo now and remove it from the class chat. I jab my finger in the air. And make sure you fucking apologize publicly, or I swear I'll make your lives a misery. I turn and break into a run, heading for my dad's office. He'll know how to fix this.
Chapter 12. Austin. Then. The university is in shock. Jeff Bloomingdale's the first student death on campus since its inception in 1931. The police question everyone. None of the football team know why Jeff would be on the bleachers at midnight, let alone how he could fall. And that's when they realise it may not have been an accident. There's talk about Jeff's erratic behaviour lately, how he's always hyper, practically bouncing off the walls. He's up all hours yet maintaining a rigid training schedule on the track. Maybe it got to him. Maybe he didn't fall from that bleacher but jumped. The police find a cut in the fence which supports this theory. Even though no wire cutters were found nearby, they assume he made the cut earlier, maybe even days or weeks ago, when first contemplating ending his life. Then it all got too much for him last week and he suicided. I'm relieved by these theories, but it's short-lived when other less savoury rumours start, the ones about Jeff selling uppers to teammates and who his supplier could be. That's when I know I must leave. Being outed would mean disgrace and jail time, My career would be over before it's begun, my family would despise me, and I'd lose Kate. None of that is an option. But I have to be smart. Kate's not stupid, and if I suggest changing universities, she'll wonder why. I need the suggestion to come from her, so I plant the seed. This may sound crazy, but do you think our degrees will be tainted now? That when we apply for jobs and employers see where we studied, we'll always be associated with that uni where the student jumped from the bleachers? We're lying on the grass reading, and Kate rolls onto her side to look at me. I never thought of that. Some kids in my psych class mentioned it, and one said they'd already applied for a transfer to another uni. Interstate. Wow. Her brow crinkles adorably, like it does when she's thinking. I don't think many art gallery owners would pick up on it when I apply, but school principals might when you go for job interviews. She reaches out and cups my cheek with her hand. This might be out of left field, but perhaps we should change universities too. Get away from the stigma if there is any. You do that? Absolutely. If it meant we could be together and our future isn't sullied by this awful mess. She lowers her hand and shudders. I hated being interrogated by the police. I haven't done anything wrong, yet they made me feel guilty. Yeah, me too, I say, unable to meet her eyes. Austin? There's something in the way she says my name, a hint of wariness in that one syllable that makes my stomach solidify into a hard knot. Yeah? I don't know whether or not to tell you this, but I heard one of the football players say you're the one who sold Jeff the drugs. Beads of sweat break out on my top lip and I'm momentarily dizzy, grateful I'm lying on my side. Why on earth would they point the finger at me? I have no idea, but it worried me that those jocks can go around mouthing off and accusing anybody of anything, so I definitely think it's worth considering we change unis. Absolutely. I eyeball her, knowing I have to give the performance of my life to ensure she doesn't doubt me. And I swear to you, all that stuff they're saying about me is lies. You know that, right? Of course. While her gaze is guileless, there's something lurking, a hint of doubt, perhaps. Time to ramp up my devotion and distract her. You're amazing, Katie K. And I can't believe how lucky I am to have you in my life. I broach the short distance between us and press my lips to hers. I love you. It's the first time I've said it, and it has the desired effect in distracting her. Her face lights up as her eyes widen in surprise. Love you more, she says with a smile, her response calming my pounding heart a little. She doesn't suspect. She's merely reiterating what she heard, being a solicitous girlfriend and warning me of a scurrilous rumour. A rumour that means we have to leave here sooner rather than later.
Chapter 13. Kate. I am preparing Austin's favourite dinner, butter chicken with homemade naans, when I hear the front door slam and Mia yell, "Leave me alone!" before her footsteps clomp upstairs. I quickly lay the last flatbread on a tray and wash the flour off my hands as Austin enters the kitchen. "Is Mia okay?" I ask.
No, she's not fucking okay.
I'm so stunned by his response I gape, wondering what's going on with my husband. He grimaces and swipes a hand over his face.
Sorry, honey. Something awful has happened, and I feel so helpless.
If his swearing at me wasn't shocking enough, seeing tears in my husband's eyes makes my heartbeat race. Something's seriously wrong.
I'm going to kill that little prick Eddie.
My bladder loosens as fear courses through me, making me tremble. He knows. How are we going to come back from this? Weak-kneed, I clutch at the island bench at my back before logic cuts through my terror. If he knew about me kissing Eddie, he'd be furious with me, not morose. And how does Mia fit into it? That's when it hits me. Eddie has said something to Mia.
What's going on, Austin? Mia had a lot to drink at the party last night.
When I open my mouth to ask why he hadn't told me when he got back from picking her up, he holds up his hand.
Much more than she usually would. I had to pull over twice for her to vomit, and we had a good chat about it on the way to school this morning.
I hope you gave her a stern lecture.
I did, but that's not the worst of it. Just before the first bell this morning, she bursts into my office, almost incoherent and sobbing, because a photo of her at the party last night had been distributed on her class chat.
I freeze, the blood in my veins turning to ice. I've been attending information sessions and webinars on the dangers of the cyber world and what kids can do on social media since Mia was 10, and I know what kids are capable of, and what certain kinds of photos can do to ruin reputations. How bad is it?
Not as bad as it could have been.
Austin presses his fingertips to his eyes, wiping away the tears.
She wasn't naked, but it's not good. She wouldn't send me a copy so I can show it to the principal, but hopefully she'll give you one and we can take it from there.
I need to talk to her.
You do, but give her some time. At the moment, she's alternating between anger and self-recrimination, and when I asked her again if I could have a copy when we pulled in the driveway, she lost it. So give her a few minutes to cool off, then go up.
She's always so careful with drinking. I shake my head. How did this happen?
She's a good kid, Kate. This isn't her fault.
His fingers curl into fists, the tendons in his neck rigid.
Eddie Menson has to pay for this.
In that split second, I wonder if Eddie has targeted Mia deliberately. Is this some warped way of getting back at me? Or worse, his way of trying to get my attention? If so, I did this. I made my daughter a target, and her shame and my part in it is something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. What are you going to do? A tiny vein pulses beneath Austin's right eye.
I need to be smart about this. Gather proof, not go hurling wild accusations. But from what Mia said, I know it's him.
He thumps the table.
He won't get away with this.
Agree, but you're right. We need to be rational. Austin leaps from the table, his face flushed.
Screw rational! I want to kill the bastard!
I've never seen him like this. My calm husband looks like he's capable of anything. I understand his rage. I'll do everything I can to protect Mia too. But it reinforces my decision to keep that stupid, drunken, impulsive kiss a secret. It meant nothing. It has no bearing on our marriage and would only send Austin off the deep end, especially now. However, secrets have a way of surfacing. If anyone knows that, I do. Which means I must do whatever it takes to protect mine. I think I'll go up and see Mia now. He nods and slumps back into his chair, a defeated man.
I've never felt so helpless.
This parenting gig isn't easy, I say, trying to lighten the mood, and he manages a wan smile as I turn away and head for the stairs. With every step I climb, I silently pray that Eddie hasn't dragged Mia into the mess I created. I knock at Mia's bedroom door, a flutter in the pit of my stomach. "Hey, sweetheart, it's me." "Go away!" she yells. But there's no heat in it, and I wait a few moments before I lift my hand to knock again. Thankfully, before I do, she says, "Come in." Relieved, I open the door, resisting the urge to run across the room and bundle her into my arms like I used to when she was a toddler and took a tumble. She was an adorable 2-year-old, but had inherited my clumsiness, so she fell often. Back then, a kiss on her knee and a strawberry milk would soothe her. If only it were that easy now. She's picking at her cuticles, and though her head is lowered, I see her tear-stained cheeks. I'm swamped by a wave of ferocious protectiveness. I agree with Austen. Whoever did this deserves to be punished. The harsher, the better. You hungry? Food is my panacea for everything. It comforted me as a kid when little else would, which is why I went on a strict diet when I hit my teens to lose weight. Hard enough trying to fit in when everyone at high school knew my home situation. I didn't need to be labelled a lard ass on top of everything else. Anything I can get you? Lamingtons won't fix this, Mum. I understand that, but let me know if you want something later. I cross the room slowly, hesitant, not wanting to startle her. I've always liked coming in here, usually to grab any dirty laundry and change the sheets, because while my daughter is a young lady now, there's still a hint of the girl she was. A pink elephant she won at a local fair aged 8, a photo of her in a school production of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory aged 10, a pair of rollerblades from her obsession at 12. I like that she's held on to these mementos. I have nothing from my childhood. I guess that happens when you'll do everything in your power to forget. When I reach the bed, she finally lifts her head, and my heart breaks at the devastation in her eyes. Keeping my voice calm with effort, I say, "Mind if I sit?" She shrugs, and I sit next to her, leaving enough space between us so she doesn't feel crowded. She's skittish. I see it in her darting glance at the door, like she'll make a run for it if I start interrogating her. Want to talk about it? She scowls and gives me her signature "Are you stupid" look. Not really, but I guess Dad told you what happened? He's worried about you, sweetie, as am I. He said you'd had a lot to drink last night, and Eddie Menson circulated a lewd photo of you to the class online? Arsehole, she mutters, her cheeks flushing crimson. I can't believe he'd do that. I need to be nonchalant when I feel like smashing my fist through the wall behind her. Do you know why? Who knows why dumb boys do anything? There's a hint of her usual dry humour in her response, and it gives me hope she'll recover from this quickly. Can I see the picture? I expect her to refuse, like she did with Austen, but to my relief she slides her phone out of her pocket, unlocks the home screen, and brings up a photo. She winces, barely glancing at it as she turns the phone towards me so I can see it. I clasp my hands together to prevent from reaching for it, panic making me blink rapidly as I stare at the photo, wishing I could look away. A tick starts in the corner of my eye like it always does when I'm anxious, and my gut churns with dread as I try to assimilate the picture of a girl masturbating with my innocent daughter. It's bad. Mia swipes the photo away. If only it were that easy, and shoves the phone back in her pocket. It looks like I'm getting off. I want to ask the obvious question, were you? But it's none of my business what my 18-year-old daughter gets up to with a boy at a party. What is my business is when that stupid boy disseminates a private pic like that with the sole intention of making fun of my child. What happened, Mia? She sighs, wetting her lips before shaking her head. That's the thing. I don't remember. I know I had a fair bit to drink, but the next thing I know, I'm in a bedroom with Greg. Then I must have passed out for a bit and it's hazy, but I saw Eddie and Greg arguing and Eddie had a phone in his hand. This is news to me. Austin hadn't mentioned anything about another boy being there, unless Mia hadn't told him. When did you find out about the photo? She grimaces, rubbing the back of her neck. This morning at the lockers. Everyone was snickering and looking at me. Then I saw it on the class chat. She blows out a breath, the pain in her eyes telling me more than her words ever could. My baby's hurting. I confronted Eddie and Greg. Eddie tried explaining. Greg said Eddie's a perv. Eddie punched him. I ran to Dad's office and told him. I was pretty upset. I don't blame you, sweetie. I reached out to take her hand in mine, and thankfully she lets me. And you stayed in school all day? Mia screws up her nose. Dad thought if I showed it didn't affect me, it would blow over faster. Mrs. Channing addressed the entire Year 12 class and made them delete the photo at the same time. But that doesn't mean much. It's already circulated, and anyone could have taken a screenshot like I did and saved it. Tears fill her eyes. You should have seen the way some boys were looking at me. Oh, baby. I haul her into my arms, and she starts sobbing, breaking my heart all over again. I hold her tight, smoothing her hair, her back, my own tears trickling down my face as I fervently wish I could make this mess disappear. It should be a relief that Eddie didn't mention our kiss to Mia, as I thought he might have. It's not because he could have still targeted her deliberately after what I did. When she eventually stops crying, I release her, and she swipes a hand across her eyes. I'm not going back to school for the rest of the week, Mum. I need some time away. Of course. She clutches at my hand. Dad wants a copy of the photo to give to Mrs. Channing, but I don't want him to have it. If she really needs it, you can come with me and I'll show it to her, okay? Sure, baby. Whatever you want. What I want is for whoever did this to pay, she mutters, a sudden fierceness in her glare. I think it's Eddie, but what? I'm not sure, but he seemed genuinely sorry. Wouldn't you be if you did something horrendous like this? I guess so. Her shoulders sag, and I see exhaustion etched across her face. I'm tired. Think I'll lie down for a while. Sure thing, sweetheart. I'll come up later to check on you. We stand and I pull the covers back, waiting until she's under them before tucking her in nice and tight like I used to when she was young. I bend forward and press a kiss to her forehead, every protective instinct making me want to climb in beside her and hold her until she falls asleep. Mum? Yeah? Love you, she mumbles. And despite the awfulness of this situation, a small part of me is ecstatic that my baby needs me again. I hate feeling redundant and invisible like I have lately. Love you too. I give her shoulder a last squeeze, not surprised to see her eyelids already drooping by the time I make it to her door. When I close it behind me, I lean against it, pressing my palms flat to it, wishing I could infuse her with strength, wishing I could tell her we all have awful things to deal with in our teens, that we get through it. At least Mia has a strong support system in me and Austin. I had nobody.
Chapter 14. Mia. I pretend to sleep until Mum leaves my room because her understanding makes me want to bawl. She'd been so kind when I've been a shitty daughter recently, and I feel even worse for treating her so badly. Not that I've been mean, exactly, more dismissive. Interested in my friends more than her, and I know she feels it. I see it in her eyes when she looks at me, like she's sad and disappointed at the same time. So, to have her unwavering support now, it means a lot. I know she'll come with me to see Mrs. Channing, because the thought of Dad seeing that photo of me, nausea swamps me and I want to puke. Dad had been supportive when I ran to his office this morning at school, but I saw the fury in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to kill someone. I told him what happened with Eddie and Greg, but the weird thing was he focused on Eddie only, asking me a million questions I couldn't answer because I'd been so drunk last night. I wish I could talk to someone about that, because while I'd had a lot to drink, I've drunk that much in the past and haven't been unconscious. A small part of me wonders if one of my drinks had been spiked. But that would mean Greg had done it, because he'd been the one to lead me upstairs. And I hate to think a guy I've lusted after for ages could be a sicko. Eddie's version of events corroborates my suspicion too, but in the heat of the moment when I'd first seen that photo, it had been easier to blame the new kid, to take my anger out on him. But what if I've made a mistake? The girls will know more, and I check my phone for the 100th time, surprised to find our group chat is silent. I'd been coolly sympathetic at school, what with everyone snickering, but I'd had lunch with my dad to avoid the stares, and the girls had said little to me in English, our last class of the day. Their silence is uncharacteristic, and I'm hoping it's because they're giving me space and not that they think I'm a skank like the rest of our class. I type out a quick message. Hey girls, I need to talk about what happened today. Have any of you heard anything? Em's the first to respond, which is surprising because she entered our friendship group last and I'm not as close to her as Bet and Anna. Having that photo distributed sucked. Stupid guys can't keep anything private. Lol. I rear back from the phone like Em has reached through it and poked me in the eye. She's laughing out loud at my pain. And she's made it sound like I wanted that photo to be taken. Before I can respond, Bet's response pops up. Hope you're okay. Thinking of you. Better, but still nothing like our usual chatty selves. I expected the girls to be asking me a billion questions, then to be as equally outraged as me at what happened. Their lackadaisical responses are so out of character, I'm frowning at the screen when Anna finally chimes in. Maybe don't drink so much next time? My mouth drops open at Anna's judgment. She's blaming me? Tears of disappointment burn my eyes as my thumbs tap at the keyboard. WTF? You think this is my fault? My anger is greeted by silence, so I continue. I had no idea that photo was taken. I fell asleep. I assumed my best friends would know I'd never do something like that. Anna's response is quick. You've been after Greg for ages, even when we were together, so who knows how far you'll go to get him? Stunned, I stare at the screen. Anna is definitely victim-shaming, and I'm so livid I could throw the phone across my room. Instead, I take a deep breath, blow it out, and compose a far calmer response than I want to give. I've done nothing wrong, Anna. You and Greg broke up. He asked me to his party, I went. He plied me with drinks, I slept, then I see that photo this morning. How would you like it if that happened to you? Frustrated, I wait for a response. A few minutes later, Anna answers. That wouldn't happen to me because I'd never put myself in that situation. Besides, I've dated Greg for a year and he's never done anything like that before. Meaning, it's my fault. Just like she implied at the start of this chat. Devastated by my friend's lack of support, I type out a final message. If any of you hear anything about why that photo was taken and distributed, can you please let me know? Bet and Em respond with, "Will do," but Anna is maddeningly silent until her message bubble pops up. Be careful what you wish for. Just because Greg and I are on a break doesn't mean we won't get back together. Maybe we wanted to teach you a lesson. I see why am I'm still the one he wants, and you could never be anything more than a temporary distraction. I can't hold the tears back as I reread Anna's message. Is she saying what I think she's saying? Did she put Greg up to this to toy with me? Is she that mad at me for wanting to date him? Fuck. I'd asked her if it was okay and she'd been blasé. But what if my best friend is as sick as her ex? Anna and I have known each other since grade 2. We've had countless sleepovers, been tent buddies on school camps, supported each other through every crush, and covered for each other with our parents on many occasions. She wouldn't do something so heinous to me, would she? So much for getting answers from my friends. There are 2 other people who can clear up this mess, but my gut churns at the thought of confronting Greg and Eddie. Greg had been adamant Eddie is to blame, and I had rebuffed Eddie when he asked me out. If he wanted to get back at me, he'd picked a lousy way to do it, but one that guaranteed my humiliation. But there's something about Eddie's indignation when I accused him, and that vague memory I have of seeing the 2 of them arguing in Greg's bedroom, that makes me more inclined to demand answers from Eddie first. Greg had been too smug, too confident, like he could do no wrong. Anna basically backed that up, because if he was a perv, why would he have done nothing to her? Unless she's put him up to it. I can't bear pondering that awful scenario, so that leaves one person who may give me answers. I need to see Eddie.
Chapter 15. Austin. Then. Turns out transferring universities isn't as hard as I expect. Kate comes with me as promised, and we're happy. I keep my head down for the first month, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. But I needn't have worried because this uni is much larger than the old one, and my psychology lectures have about 800 students. I'm lost in a sea of anonymity. From what I see online, the investigation into Jeff Bloomingdale's death is ongoing, but they have no suspects. The relief is massive. Is this a bad time? A deep voice asks, and I look up from my text on obsessive-compulsive disorder to find a police officer towering over my Carol. I feel the blood drain from my face, and I dart a glance around, not surprised to find most students in the library staring at me. Faking a nonchalance I don't feel, I stand. Is something wrong? Are my parents okay? They're fine, Mr. Yates, but it's best we find somewhere we can talk privately. His formality in using my surname is intimidating, and I nod. There are study rooms we can use to talk? Good. He stands back and folds his arms, waiting while I gather my books and laptop. I'm grateful my hands don't shake as I shove the lot into my backpack. I'm Sergeant Harry Cripps, by the way. Pleased to meet you, I say by rote, years of manners drilled into me by my tyrannical parents when I'm anything but pleased. I'd already been questioned about Jeff's death shortly after it, along with countless other students, so having Sergeant Cripps turn up here 4 weeks later wanting to talk, this can't be good. I choose the nearest empty study room and flick the sign to "In Use" as we enter. Thankfully, Sergeant Cripps sits at the sole rectangular table in the room, so he's not standing over me anymore, and I choose a chair opposite him. How well did you know Jeff Bloomingdale? No small talk, no niceties. He's a man on a mission. I've already been interviewed by police and given my statement. Has something changed? The sergeant's eyes narrow. We're just being thorough, making sure we haven't missed anything. Okay. I stuck to the truth as much as possible when first interviewed by the police, and I'm glad because remembering lies to rehash now would have been tough. Jeff and I crossed paths a few times at uni, mostly in the cafeteria or quadrangle. But we had little in common, what with him being a sporty jock and me being a nerd. I give a self-deprecating laugh, so most of our interactions were confined to him pointing out those differences. Are you saying Jeff was a bully? The sergeant leans forward a little. Did he bully you? Admitting to the truth would give me motive, so I reiterate what I said during my last interview. Bullying has many connotations. In Jeff's case, it was nothing more than the occasional jibe about me always having my nose stuck in a book, which is true. So I didn't take offence. And that was the extent of your interactions? I nod, knowing where his generic interrogation is heading and wanting to be on the front foot. I heard a rumour going around after his death that I'd been supplying Jeff with drugs, which is ludicrous, especially when who started that rumour is Pete Naylor, his best friend, who's known to take steroids and has a direct supplier at the gym he attends. The sergeant's eyebrows rise. That's a serious accusation. I shrug, like it means nothing that I've thrown Pete under the proverbial bus. I'm sure if you look into it, you'll find Pete may have more answers about Jeff than I can give you. Sergeant Cripps stares at me, his scrutiny unnerving before he nods and stands. Thanks. We'll check it out. My smile is bland, relieved, while inside my gut is churning with dread. I know my tip about Pete is accurate. The idiot boasted about his steroid use to his sporting mates, including Jeff, which is how I knew about it. I also know he'd make the perfect scapegoat if the police continued sniffing around me. But I'm not taking anything for granted, and having the police turn up here to question me has rattled me more than I care to admit. My days of using Adderall are over. Lesson learned.
Chapter 16. Kate. With Mia napping, I tell Austin I'm going to the supermarket to pick up ingredients to make her favourite comfort dessert, a caramel slice. He has no reason to doubt me because I've never given him any, and I'm not about to start now. What Austin doesn't know won't hurt him. After checking the class list for the address I need, I drive to Eddie Menson's house. It's a run-down brick veneer cottage on the outskirts of town, with a listing carport and a cracked concrete driveway. The white window trims are peeling and look like they turned beige years ago, and the wooden front door is peppered with pockmarks, like someone's bashed it with an inverted broom handle. Ever since Austin and Mia mentioned Eddie's involvement in my daughter's humiliation, I've itched to confront him. But now I'm here, I second-guess the wisdom of what I'm about to do. Is a kid really going to confess to something so heinous, a cybercrime that can land him in jail? Then again, if he's guilty, that's going to happen regardless, and I need to talk to him, if only to clear my conscience. The thought that he deliberately targeted Mia to get back at me because I kissed him... My face flushes at the thought, and I press my palms to my cheeks to cool them. I take several deep breaths, and when my pounding heart calms enough, I get out of the car and march to the front door. I stab at the doorbell, bracing for a confrontation I'm ill-prepared for. When nobody answers, I poke the doorbell twice, rocking on the balls of my feet, unable to stand still. I cup my hands to the glass panel beside the door and peer inside, but there's no sign of movement. Not surprising the kid has gone into hiding. I'm about to give up when I see a figure enter the hallway and stride towards the front door. I step back and wait, curling and uncurling my fingers so I'm not standing here with fists ready when the door opens. I grit my teeth as I hear a latch being flipped, swallowing a host of accusations I want to fling at a 19-year-old who has ruined my daughter's life. But when the door opens, it's not Eddie I'm confronting. A 40-something woman is staring at me bleary-eyed, like I've just woken her from a nap. Her pixie-cut, mousy hair is spiked in all directions, and her flannel shirt is buttoned wrong, but her expression is benign. "Can I help you?" she asks, staring at my face like she's trying to figure if she knows me. "I hope so. I'd like to speak with Eddie, please." "He's not home. He's at football training." The injustice of Eddie going about his life as normal while his blown-apart Mia's isn't lost on me, but I can't get this woman, who I assume is his mother, offside. "Are you Eddie's mum?" She nods and smiles. "Yeah, sorry. I've just woken up after a night shift, so my manners have deserted me. I'm Georgia. Kate Yates, Mia's mum." There's no recognition in her eyes, so the school hasn't contacted her yet about the incident, and I'm not sure whether to be appalled or relieved. "Is something wrong, Kate?" She opens the door wider. "Would you like to come in?" I shake my head, not wanting to get comfy with what we have to discuss. "Thanks, but I think it's best you and Eddie have a chat when he gets home." Worry clouds George's eyes. "I told him to keep his head down when we got here, but let me guess. He's involved in another incident." Wondering what that means, I say, "Did something happen at his old school?" "You could say that." Georgia scrubs a hand over her face. "There was a case of severe bullying." "That's awful," I say, meaning it. As someone who'd been a victim of high school bullying myself, I know how bad it can get. I'd been a ripe target. Second-hand clothes, worn shoes, alcoholic mother. Easy pickings for kids on the lookout for a weakling. It had been a major problem for me. Until I took care of it, by using whatever means possible to leave that life behind. "Yeah, it got so bad I had to take him out of school. Then I got a transfer to a construction company down here, so we left Brisbane behind and relocated." I'm confused by how blasé Georgia is regarding Eddie being involved in bullying. She makes it sound like it's no big deal that she uprooted them from another state to move here. I also want to ask about Eddie's father, but Georgia would have mentioned if he'd been in the picture, and the fact she hasn't means I can't delve. The interesting thing is, from my warped interaction with Eddie, when I'd kissed him, and afterward, he seems like a nice boy. Clean-cut, polite, caring, considering he saw me crying in the pantry and followed me in to see if I was okay. It wasn't his fault I'd lost my mind and kissed him. How many teens would see a friend's mother falling apart and check on her? Few. And I can't fathom that the kindness Eddie showed me would translate into a vile act of disseminating a lewd photo of Mia. And after meeting his mother, I'm left with more doubts. If Georgia was rough around the edges and rude, I could tar Eddie with the same brush. But she seems like a decent woman. "Kate, what happened with Eddie and your daughter?" I want to tell her. I want her to convince me this has all been a gigantic mistake. And now that I've calmed down, I know I need to find out exactly what happened at that party, and the only person who can tell me the truth is Mia. So I settle for saying, "There was an incident at a party the kids were at last night, and it spilled over at school today. I think you should talk to Eddie about it." "Shall do." The corners of her eyes crinkle with concern. "Is your daughter okay?" "She will be." In that moment, I'm struck by how solicitous this stranger is, whereas Austin had been furious at Eddie rather than worried about Mia. "If there's anything I can do, let me know." Georgia holds out her hand and I shake it. "Nice to meet you." "You too." As I head back to my car, I wonder how solicitous Georgia would be if she knew what I did to her son.
Chapter 17. Mia. I send Eddie a text. Turns out those class lists disseminated by the school are good for something, and he agrees to meet me by the creek at 7. I've chosen a quiet place where we won't be seen together by kids at school, but close enough to the retirement village that backs onto the creek. So, If I get into trouble, a scream should bring inquisitive old people out of their homes. I have no intention of sitting through dinner with Mum and Dad, and thankfully, Mum must sense my need to be alone because she knocks on my bedroom door around 6 and says, "Hey, honey, I've got a cheese and pepperoni toasted sandwich here, if you're hungry." I felt like puking all day, but at that moment my stomach rumbles and I open the door. "Thanks, Mum." "I'll just pop this down," she says, and I see she's added a tub of blueberry yogurt to the tray alongside the sandwich, with a bowl of salted almonds and walnuts and a ginger beer. My favourites. Her thoughtfulness makes my chest tighten, and when she places the tray on my dresser, I fling my arms around her. She smells of tuberose and musk, an expensive perfume blend my grandmother gives her for Christmas every year. I know she wears it to please my dad. She does a lot of things to please my dad, and I sometimes wish she'd stand up to him. Another thing I love about Mum? She doesn't speak unnecessarily. Instead, she tightens her arms around me, and I don't know how long we stand there, hugging each other. It's comforting, having a mother I can depend on, even if I've been a bit of a bitch to her lately. When I release her, I see the sheen of tears in her eyes, but I pretend not to notice, picking up the ginger beer and pulling the tab off before guzzling half of it in one go. The fizz tickles my nose, and I sneeze, making her laugh. "You always sneezed after having soda as a kid," she says, her smile soft with remembrance. "I miss those days." "Me too," I say, meaning it. Life was simpler when the biggest decision I had to make was whether to wear my black or white sneakers to the mall. Her expression is pensive. "We'll see Mrs. Channing together, first thing in the morning, if that suits." The thought of showing the prim and proper principal that photo of me ruins my momentary appetite, but it could be worse. I could be seeing her with Dad. "That's fine," I say, popping an almond into my mouth and chewing so I don't blurt how I'm feeling. "It's so unfair. Why did this happen to me? I don't deserve it." "I just want to let you know, Mia, that you can always rely on me. No matter what happens or how bad you think something is, you can tell me." "I know, Mum." She's gazing out the window and is gnawing on her bottom lip, like she wants to say more but is trying not to. "I hate bullies," she mutters, with a slight shake of her head. "I got bullied in high school, but that was nothing compared to what I copped at home." Stunned, I try not to overreact. Mum never talks about her past, especially her home life. When I asked about my maternal grandparents as a kid, Mum said her father left when she'd been born, and her mother had been a useless alcoholic. They were dead to her, and she implored me never to ask about them again. She'd cut contact many years ago, and this is the first time she's mentioned them since I last asked as a curious 6-year-old. "You never talk about them," I say, stating the obvious. "That's because I hate them." She shakes her head. "A useless mother that ensured our poverty by her drinking and a callous father I never knew. I don't want to waste oxygen talking about them." I remain silent, wondering if she'll say more. She's still staring out the window, her face a stoic mask. "I couldn't bring anyone home because of the toxicity, so kids soon started labeling me weird. I wore second-hand clothes because we had no money, considering most of it got spent on alcohol and tipped down my mother's throat, so once the bullying started from the cool kids, it never stopped." Her lips flatten. "I'm telling you this, Mia, because I don't want you to ignore this photo debacle. We need to get to the bottom of it and teach whoever did it a lesson." Her audible vitriol startles me as much as her thirst for vengeance. Where is this fierce woman when my dad is around? I hate how she defers to him in every discussion and often wish she's more outspoken. I'm on the brink of saying so when she spins away from the window and her expression has returned to its usual benign calmness. "Anyway, I'll let you eat and we'll take steps to sort this in the morning." "Okay." I want to thank her for opening up to me, for trusting me enough to hear some of her truth, for treating me like an adult. But after a fleeting squeeze of my arm, she's gone.
Chapter 18. Austin. Then. The same day that Sergeant Cripps questions me, my mother issues a summons for me to visit. I label it a summons because she doesn't ask if I have time to pop in. She tells me to come by the house at 6. I haven't seen my mother for over 3 weeks, and Kate and I are due to have dinner with my parents on Sunday, so this request is out of character. My relationship with my mother is polite, more than loving. Ellen and Nolan Core don't do love. Orion probably doesn't agree with my assessment of familial bonds because they've doted on him since birth, and he can still do no wrong. Me, on the other hand, am a disappointment. They don't ask how my studies are proceeding. During our fraught monthly family dinners, they feign interest in Kate while simultaneously staring down their snooty noses at her before shifting their fleeting attention to Orion, who's killing it personally and professionally. It's the inadvertent put-downs I hate the most. The subtle insults, bullying at its finest. I've learned over the years to ignore them, that engaging only spurs them on, but I hate having Kate witness my embarrassment. She hasn't asked me about my toxic family yet, but I see her quizzical glances, like she can't understand why I don't explode and tell them to fuck off. I don't want to taint what we have, so I haven't discussed my family with her, but I will because Kate's a keeper. I'm in it for the long term with her, another thing to piss off my family. Nolan and Ellen Core don't approve of Kate because of her background. She doesn't have money, class, or breeding, according to my father, who I overheard talking to my mother after they first met Kate. Needless to say, I avoid them as much as possible and only attend dinner every 4 weeks so they don't cut me off financially. As I turn into the circular drive of my childhood home, my shoulders instantly bunch. Tension makes my fingers clench the steering wheel, and I know I won't relax until I'm at my apartment with Kate. She's good for me. Her calming presence is one of the things I love about her. We may not agree on everything, but she doesn't argue. Instead, she'll discuss, then agree to disagree with a soft smile. For someone like me who's used to Nolan and Ellen taking passive-aggressive jibes at each other until Nolan explodes and Ellen retreats with disdain rather than dignity, Kate's serene personality is a balm to my weary soul. I plan on proposing soon. My parents will hate it, but I don't care. They'll never cut me off financially because it will reflect badly on them, so I'm in an enviable position of being able to flip them the middle finger, and they'll do little but chastise. The ivory French provincial mansion I grew up in glows in the dusk. The arched windows must have been cleaned today because they reflect the gold and mauve setting sun in crystal clarity. And the gardener has been hard at work, with the plush emerald lawn resembling a bowling green, manicured hedges, topiaries and symmetrical rows of flowers looking immaculate. The mansion has a timeless quality and exudes elegance, just like my mother, who opens the double front doors as I pull up to the house. She raises her hand in a sedate wave as I step from the car. As I walk towards her and see her expression, I'm on instant alert. She's not happy to see me. "Hello, Mother." I move in to place the obligatory kiss on her cheek and I swear she flinches. "We need to talk, Austin." She frowns, her brow barely moving courtesy of years of Botox. "In private." Foreboding makes me break into a sweat as I follow her into the study. If she has discovered what I've been doing. But that's impossible. I filled prescriptions all over Sydney, as far as Bankstown and Parramatta. I space them out so not to raise any red flags, and my signature impersonating her is perfect. I doubt even she could tell the difference. "Take a seat." It's an order from Helen, not a request, and I sit on one of the Chippendale leather sofas opposite my father's monstrous mahogany desk, while my mother chooses a stuffy armchair nearby. Not much riles my mother. She's the queen of apathy, stifling her feelings for the sake of appearing poised. So when I see her clasp her hands in her lap so tight that her knuckles stand out, I know she's struggling to maintain control. "I had a visit at my practice this morning," she says, her tone frigid, "from a police officer." I freeze, ice trickling through my veins. But I'm my mother's son and I can feign nonchalance too. "Is everything okay, Dad? Orion?" "Don't play games, Austin. It doesn't suit you," she snaps, finally fixing her gaze on me, and the banked fury I glimpse makes me swallow. "Apparently Sergeant Cripps had already paid you a visit at the university. Then he came directly to me." Thrusting my hands in my pockets so she can't see the giveaway, trembling, I say, "He questioned me about the guy's death at my old uni. I told him everything I know, that one of the guy's friends abuses steroids, so—" "Shut up!" she yells, and I'm not sure what stuns me more, her uncharacteristic loss of temper or the tears I glimpse in her eyes as her shoulders slump. "I know what you did." I feel the blood drain from my face. But this is salvageable. I'll lie my way out of it. She has no proof. There's no way she'd miss a few prescription pads when she has so many here at home and at her consulting suites. "I'm not sure what you think you know. Do you think I'm stupid?" She shakes her head, her mouth a thin line of disapproval. "The moment the sergeant mentioned that boy who died had been buying Adderall from someone on campus, I knew it had to be you." I force a sneer. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "The police obviously drew the same conclusion. I mean, how likely is it that a student whose mother is a renowned pediatrician specializing in ADHD and prescribes Adderall all the time could have access to that same drug?" "I don't have access. How could I—" "Stop!" She holds up her hand, her expression resigned. "Don't worry, Austin. I lied to the police for you. I told them I keep strict records for dispensing scripts and nothing untoward has occurred. I also said that you had ADHD, diagnosed by me, and I prescribe your medication regularly in case they trace where you've had those scripts filled." She pauses and eyeballs me. "I also told them they can have access to my records at any time, but considering the amount of money your father and I donate to the police department annually, I don't think they'll be pursuing that option." If she notices me sag with relief, she doesn't say, but her glare is formidable. "Whatever you've been doing, Austin, you need to stop." She jabs a finger in my direction. "Don't you ever put me in that position again. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, Mother. I don't thank her for defending me to the cops. It's the least she can do after the hostile home in which she raised me."
Chapter 19. Mia. I sneak out of my bedroom window to go meet Eddie because I can't face an interrogation of mammoth proportions I'd get from my folks if I told them I'm going out. They'd freak if they knew I'm meeting Eddie, but I need answers, especially after the way the girls treated me. Hours later, I'm still in shock that they slut-shamed me. Anna's probably been bad-mouthing me to Bet and Em, but I thought those girls had my back. We've been a tight-knit foursome for years, and I can't believe they aren't being supportive. Anna's probably jealous and not cool with Greg asking me out, so I can kind of excuse her behaviour. But Bet and Em siding with her really hurts. That photo of me distributed is horrendous. Even if I'd been a willing participant with a guy I liked, it would be wrong to disseminate it. But to have it done against my will? And when I hadn't been pleasuring myself, but someone had made it look that way? It sucks. And if Eddie confesses to doing it shortly, I'm probably going to deck him. When I reach the creek, he's already there, sitting on a bench. He's wearing a dark hoodie and black denim, like a ninja trying to hide his identity. Or someone who's done something bad and doesn't want to be recognized. I slide my hand into my pocket, the feel of my pocket knife keyring reassuring. Dad had given it to me when I turned 16. He'd said it had been gifted to him at the same age from his folks, but I know my grandparents, and they are far from sentimental. I wanted to ask him about it, but I know my dad. He's closed off and only imparts information when he wants to. But I've never been gladder to have some kind of protection, because while a scream might raise the alarm at the retirement village within sight, by the time any of the oldies mobilize, I could be dead. Not that I think Eddie is violent, but if he's behind what happened with that photo, who knows what he's capable of? He's staring at his phone when I get closer, a deep frown grooving his brow. "You better not be doing any more weird shit on there," I say, and he jumps, his expression guilty as he slides his phone into his pocket. "How are you?" he asks, his gaze a tad too proprietary as it slides over me. "Don't do that," I snap, jabbing my finger at him. "Don't what?" "Don't look at me like you know me, like we're friends." I fold my arms and glare at him. Because we're so far from friends, it's not funny. Stricken, he stares at me like I've sprouted horns. I'm not your enemy, Mia. No, you're just the sicko creep who sent that photo to everyone in our class. He flushes an angry crimson. I already told you what happened. That was an accident. Was it also an accident when you posed me? I didn't do that, he mutters through gritted teeth, shaking his head. I know we don't know each other well, but I'm not like that. His hands ball into fists. I would never do something like that. He sounds disgusted, and I can't help but think he's telling the truth. But I'm not a complete imbecile and want to question him further. Why should I believe you? He hesitates before his shoulders slump. Because I'm the guy who protects girls, not abuses them. What's that supposed to mean? He eyeballs me. If I tell you, you have to promise you'll keep this between us. I don't have to promise you anything. He's annoying me with all this cryptic bullshit, but he has a story to tell and I want to hear it. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. I mean it, Mia. I'm done with complicated school shit. That's why I left my last school and we moved here, so I don't want you talking about me behind my back. I owe him nothing, but either he's sincere or a great actor. Already told you I won't say anything. I make a zipping motion across my lips. Tell me why you protect girls. He searches my face for reassurance and must be satisfied with what he sees. At my school in Brisbane, there was an incident. A slight chill tiptoes across the back of my neck at the way he says incident. What happened? There was a girl in my year level, Mandy. Nice. Super smart. Good friends. Didn't date. His eyes turned steely. A bunch of the sporty guys took that as a personal challenge. Mates I played footy with. They teased her, made lewd comments, that kind of stuff. Then it escalated. He shakes his head. Mandy had been studying in the library, and the guys had just finished footy training. She was walking out when they surrounded her. He grits his teeth so hard I'm surprised I don't hear a crack. I came out of the dressing room in time to see one of them grab her breast, another lick her ear, and a third slide his hand up her dress. She screamed, and I lost it. He pauses, his gaze meeting mine, imploring me to understand. It was like I blacked out because I could barely see as I ran at them and started swinging. I caught them off guard, so I broke one guy's jaw, the other's nose, and shoved the other so hard into the wall he lost his front teeth. I gape. Whether it is chivalry or violence, I'm not sure, and he holds his hands up like he's done nothing wrong. I got hauled into the principal's office. My mum got called in, and despite Mandy backing me up, we were basically told to leave the school. My eyebrows raise. You were expelled? Technically no, but if I'd stayed, I would have been. But those guys sexually assaulted Mandy. You probably prevented something worse from happening to her. He nods. The principal understood that, but Mandy's parents were withdrawing her from the school, and the only reason those other parents didn't press charges was because the principal assured them I was leaving and moving interstate. He shrugs. My mum got a job offer down here, so it seemed like the perfect time. We lapse into silence as I digest his startling revelations, and I can't help but think Eddie is right. A guy who would go to those lengths to protect a girl doesn't seem like the type to turn around and commit a cybercrime. And his reaction to Greg blaming him by punching him matches his indignant reaction with Mandy. I swear I didn't take that photo of you, Mia. His mouth thins in disgust. Greg's a douche. The way he talked about Anna to the boys, it's gross. So when I saw him plying you with alcohol at the party, then take you upstairs, I was worried. He blushes a faint pink. In case you hadn't noticed by me asking you out, I kinda like you, so that's why I went upstairs. I banged on the door, but it was locked, so I kept pounding at it until Greg opened it. That's when I saw you, posed on the bed, and he had his phone in his hand. I didn't want to lose my cool like I did back in Brisbane because Mum would fume if I got kicked out of Fair Falls High. So I pretended to want to know what he was up to, and he showed me the photo he took of you. I was livid, grabbed the phone out of his hand to delete it, but we started jostling, and that's when I must have accidentally hit send. His eyes are wide and filled with sadness. I'm so sorry, Mia. I was trying to protect you. I want to believe him. But Eddie's hiding something. I see it in the way his gaze slides away from mine, in the way he plucks at the skin at the corner of his mouth. I know the tells because my dad is a master at keeping things from us, and I'm used to picking up on evasive cues. So, are we cool? Eddie asks, sounding hopeful, and I nod. I have to meet with Mrs. Channing tomorrow, and I'll tell her what I think happened. Stricken, he says. What's that? Your version. His mouth eases into a smile, and for a moment he's a cute boy who's potentially saved me from something worse happening. But if Greg's the jerk that Eddie has made him out to be, who knows if he would have stopped at taking a lewd photo. Is there anything else you want to tell me, Eddie? His eyes widen, and for a moment, I think he's going to tell me whatever else he's hiding. But he shakes his head. I'm just glad you're okay, Mia. Me too. I guess I should thank you. No worries. See you at school. I raise my hand in a wave, and as I walk away, I feel his stare like a laser beam in the middle of my back.
Chapter 20. Kate. Austin slept on the fold-out sofa in his study last night. It didn't bother me the first few times he did it, citing student assignments he had to grade late. I thought he'd been sweet, not wanting to wake me. But then it became more often and, combined with our ongoing lack of intimacy, I understand his alternative sleeping arrangements for what it is. Either my husband is having an affair, doesn't find me attractive anymore, or both. The kicker is, I don't care. I enjoy having the bed to myself, no one to hog the doona, no relentless snoring, no farting under the covers. I can read as late as I want and listen to my favourite podcasts on true crime. As long as I present the image of a picture-perfect wife to our neighbours, friends and colleagues, Austin doesn't care. He's affectionate, always kissing me goodbye when he leaves for school in the morning, but I know it's rote. Does he even see me anymore? Maybe I'm exaggerating our marital issues because of the relentless guilt since I kissed Eddie, but I don't think so. Perhaps the reason I kissed a stranger in our dark pantry was because of our lifeless marriage. I'm not a cheater, though. I won't risk losing the life I've so carefully built for the sake of quick, meaningless gratification. Besides, sex has never been important to me. I used it as a means to an end, namely, to trap Austin into marrying me. He never suspected that I got pregnant deliberately so soon after he proposed, just in case he got cold feet at the last minute and didn't want to go through with the marriage, or his snobbish parents blocked our nuptials. Instead, he'd been overjoyed and used it as an excuse to move to Victoria, leaving Sydney behind not long after the ink had dried on signing our marriage certificate. I'd been elated. My plan had worked. Score a rich husband, bind him to me by having his child, leave my sordid past behind. Now, 19 years later, I wonder if the gloss has worn off my perfect life.
Are you taking Mia to school this morning?
Austin asks as he enters the kitchen. So much for pleasantries. Yes, I'm seeing Violet Channing with her. Good. He grabs an apple and banana from the fruit bowl and pops them into his satchel that's laden with student papers.
Make sure Mia tells her everything, including what that creep Eddie did.
I can't fathom my husband's vendetta against a kid he barely knows, especially when Mia seems to think he's not behind the photo. But I'm not in the mood to argue, not with my upcoming meeting with the principal making me edgy. We'll be fine, I say, wondering if he even knows he hasn't asked how our daughter is, whether she slept, and why she isn't in the kitchen yet. I checked in on Mia late last night and she'd been fast asleep, like she didn't have a care in the world. I'd been relieved and hopeful that she'll put this whole mess behind her. The last thing she needs with final exams looming next semester is to be distracted. She's worked too hard and is too good a student to screw up now.
See you later.
Austin presses an absent-minded kiss to my forehead and heads towards the front door, oblivious to my glower. The fact I didn't respond is lost on him. What's going on with my husband? He's barely out the door when Mia trudges into the kitchen, the dark shadows under her eyes making a mockery of my assumption that she slept well last night.
How are you, sweetie?
Okay, she shrugs. Has Dad left? I nod, and when she says, good, I'm surprised. I want to tell you something, Mum, and you have to promise me not to freak out. Hell, what now? I don't want to make a promise I can't keep, but having Mia confide in me, trust me, is a far cry from our strained relationship lately, so I nod. I promise. She slumps onto a stool at the breakfast bar and tugs her uniform down. I saw Eddie last night. Stunned, I take a breath to ensure I don't overreact. When? After we spoke and you thought I was sleeping? I mentally count to 10, reining in my temper. This foolish girl deliberately put herself in harm's way? What the hell is she thinking? Why did you do that? She studies her cuticles, picking at one of them. Because the girls are being bitches and I wanted to hear Eddie's version of the story. I'll deal with the issue regarding her friends later. For now, I want to hear whatever Eddie had to say. And what's his version? She picks so hard at a cuticle on her thumb it starts to bleed, and she raises it to her mouth, sucking to stem it, leaving me to curb my anxiety and wait. When she finally lowers her thumb and raises her eyes to meet mine, I see surprising clarity. I don't think he did it. Really? He was looking out for me. She flushes a delicate pink. He asked me out at the barbecue we had here, so I know he likes me. He said Greg and some of the other guys on the footy team are disrespectful to women, and he was concerned when he saw me so drunk at the party and being led to Greg's bedroom. When he got there, Greg had already taken the picture, and they struggled over the phone. That's when Eddie accidentally hit send to the class chat. I'm glad my daughter seems calmer, but I'm not. If he's taken a shining to Mia, of course he'd say anything to paint himself in a good light and disparage Greg, a boy she's crushed on forever. But I don't want to disparage him, considering this is the first time in a long time Mia has confided in me. Maybe if we had a closer relationship, none of this would have happened. Silly, I know, because I can't prevent my daughter from drinking too much at a party and being taken advantage of. But I feel so damn helpless, not being able to protect her like I could when she was little. At least I'm off the hook, because if what she says is true, then Eddie didn't target her at some warped payback at me. Though this all hinges on Eddie telling the truth, and despite Mia's confidence in a guy she barely knows, I'm not so sure. I'm glad you told me, honey, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here and say, what if Eddie's lying? Anger sparks in her eyes. He's not. He told me something in confidence about what happened at his old school, so I know he's telling the truth. I refrained from adding he could be lying about that too. Hell, he could have invented an entire scenario, making him the good guy. Okay. I hesitate, knowing she won't take kindly to my next suggestion. Don't you think it's fair to hear Greg's side of the story too? Her nose crinkles. Not if he's a misogynistic creep. She shakes her head. I can't believe he would do something like that to me. I won't push the issue, but when I see the principal shortly, I'm going to ask her to interrogate both boys separately and see if there are any flaws in Eddie's story. What happened to you is despicable, and nobody should ever have to go through a violation like that. But please don't let this define you, honey. Kids will talk for a while, but you've got your final exams coming up and then you're finished with school. And out of fur falls forever, she mutters, making my heart stall. I know she'll leave small-town Victoria for the city lights of Melbourne or beyond. It's that addendum she tacked on, forever, that makes my chest ache. I have a feeling Mia is the glue holding my marriage to Austin together, and once she's gone... Anyway, I just thought you should know before we see Mrs. Channing, she says, sliding off the stool and standing. I'll be ready to leave in a second, but you know I'm not staying at school afterwards, right? I nod. I'm okay with you staying home this week, as long as you keep up with your schoolwork. She rolls her eyes. Duh, Mum. I haven't spent 13 years in an educational prison to flunk out now. I smile, relieved to see some of her usual spunk return. What's Mrs. Channing like? Pretty cool. She's been principal for this year only, and I have had little to do with her, but I get the feeling she watches everyone. Sounds creepy. I mock shudder. Want me to make you some scrambled eggs before we go? No thanks. I'd rather get this over and done with, then eat later. Okay. As I watch my lithe, beautiful daughter stroll out of the kitchen, I hope I'm right, and that this incident blows over and doesn't haunt her for the rest of her life. Even if kids deleted that photo as instructed, anyone could have saved it or taken a screenshot. As I lectured Mia 1,000,000 times, once on the internet, always on the internet. Social media is the bane of kids' existence, setting unrealistic expectations, giving them FOMO, recording mistakes for posterity, or, in Mia's case, taking advantage of a drunk girl and ensuring humiliation. I hate to think it, but a small part of me still wonders if Mia has made up this entire scenario because she's been caught in an intimate situation and, courtesy of a snapped photo, all her friends know about it. Would my sweet daughter implicate 2 boys to cover up her embarrassment? No, I refuse to believe it. She'd been distraught yesterday, and I know my child. She couldn't fake that level of pain. Then again, she's my daughter, and I do it every day.
Chapter 21. Austin. Then. A few days later, I'm still reeling from my mother knowing the truth about me selling Adderall and protecting me when I get the feeling I'm being followed. Stupid, because I'm not the type to jump at shadows, but as I walk between lecture theatres on campus, I see someone ducking behind a tree out of the corner of my eye. I stop, wait, and stare, but there's no movement for 2 minutes, and because I'm running late, I head to class. Ironically, the lecture is about Piaget's theory and stages of cognitive development, particularly object permanence, which means knowing an object exists, even if it's hidden, kind of like my stalker, if I'm being followed. As the lecturer drones on about object permanence requiring the ability to form a mental representation, a schema of the object. I wonder if I'm projecting my guilt over what happened to Jeff onto some faceless person dogging me. The lecturer says schemas are mental frameworks that help us organize and interpret information, and I'm thinking my schema regarding Jeff's death is going to haunt me. I'm supposed to be meeting Kate for a study date after my lecture, but she texts me and cites a headache, wanting to reschedule. I tell her I'll see her later, and as I slip my phone into my pocket, the back of my neck prickles with the sensation of being watched, and I spin around in time to see a figure in jeans and a hoodie sprinting down the street. On the upside, this means I'm not paranoid, and someone is following me. The downside? Why? I think I've gotten away with selling drugs to Jeff, and worse, but there's no reason for anyone to be following me other than connected to his death. Probably one of his deadbeat friends, though I can't fathom why they would. Only one way to find out. Kate pulling out of our date couldn't have come at a better time because it gives me the opportunity to do a little investigating, and I know just the person to help. Sherry Harrigan has a not-so-secret crush on me at Sydney Uni. She's been in most of my lecturers and, despite hundreds of students, would somehow find a way to sit next to me or near me in each one. We'd make small talk, mostly acquaintances more than friends, but she never hid the fact she'd like to be more. She'd press up against me, using the excuse to copy my notes, or would flash a coy smile every time we made eye contact. She asked me out for coffee once, but I'd just met Kate and didn't want to get a reputation as a sleaze, so I let her down gently. When I told Sherry I was transferring universities, I swear she had tears in her eyes. She'd wanted to swap phone numbers to keep in touch, but I ignored her first 2 texts, hoping she'd get the hint. Now, as I scroll through my phone to pull up her number, I'm glad I have a way to contact her. I send her a text. Hey, are you free for a coffee now? The 3 dots indicating a response appear almost immediately, and for a moment I feel bad for getting her hopes up. Sure. My share house isn't far from uni. Could see you there in 30. The last place I want to be is a share house where roommates can overhear our conversation, or worse, the presence of others, meaning we have to talk in her bedroom. So I respond with, I've got a family thing on later, so can you meet me at the Opera House steps in 45? I'm a bad person because I know she'll assume I'm going to ask her to accompany me to the fictitious family thing, and her quick response, see you then, confirms it. I've deliberately chosen the Quay as our meeting place because we can grab a coffee from one of the many cafes at Circular Quay and sit outside, enabling a quick getaway. I'm not a callous prick, but I need information from Sherry, and this is the easiest way to get it without giving her false hope. It takes half an hour to make it to the Quay, and I assume I'll be the first one to arrive. But as I half jog toward the steps, I see Sherry glancing at her watch and scanning the crowds, mostly tourists, milling around. Her crimson coat dwarfs her petite frame, almost reaching the ground, and I wonder if she's worn it because I mentioned in passing one day that I liked the brightness of it. Her black hair is pulled into a high ponytail. Her lips are glossed in the same shade as the coat, and as I get nearer and she sees me, she waves with so much enthusiasm I'm immediately swamped by guilt. "Austin, I've missed you," she says, flinging her arms around me before I can say hello. Our hug is awkward. Her arms are vice-like, mine ineffectually limp until I return a half-hearted embrace, and I hold my breath against the overwhelming scent of roses from her body spray. My relief is immense when she releases me and I force a smile. "How are you, Sherry?" "Better for seeing you," she gives a nervous laugh. "Lectures haven't been the same without you around." She's provided me with the perfect segue into asking about our mutual acquaintances at Sydney Uni, but if I rush into it, she might get suspicious, so I say, "What would you like to drink?" "Skinny cappuccino, please." She points to a bench overlooking the harbour. "I'll be over there." I nod and place our order at the cafe underneath the steps of the Opera House, trying to ignore how intensely Sherry is watching me from the bench. It's the same feeling I got earlier today, and for an insane second, I wonder if she's my stalker. Get over yourself, I think. She's not that obsessed with me, and other than being overtly flirtatious in a few lectures, she's not the crazy type. But someone else followed me today, and I'm hoping Sherry can shed some light on who that may be. Once the coffees are ready, I head towards the bench, grateful it's big enough that I don't have to sit too close to her. Here you go. Thanks. She takes one of the cups out of my hand and smiles. I've got a paper due end of this week, so I'll probably be pulling an all-nighter. Another good segue, and this time I take it.
So how's the studying going? Anything interesting happening at uni?
She screws up her nose. People are still talking about Jeff's death. It's morbid. Do the police know what happened yet? She shakes her head. Some think he jumped, but his friends are adamant that's not the case, and his poor girlfriend is distraught. I didn't know Jeff had a girlfriend. Then again, I knew little about him bar the fact he was a bullying asshole who had been about to rat me out before he died. If he mentioned me to his girlfriend, she might be the one following me. But why now? And why not just confront me? Must be tough on her. Yeah, I don't know Daisy personally, but she seems nice from what I've heard. She makes circles at her temple with her forefinger. Students are saying she's gone loopy. Grief can do that to a person, I guess. She shrugs. Apparently they were high school sweethearts and she attended the same uni so they wouldn't be apart. That's nice. Or obsessive. But I wisely keep that gem to myself. Her smile wanes as she looks at me, and I get the feeling she knows something I won't like to hear. What's wrong, Sherry? She screws up her nose. I'm not sure I should tell you this.
I force a blinding smile, guaranteed to make her reveal whatever she knows. You can tell me anything.
She hesitates before giving a brief nod. You know Pete, Jeff's best mate? Everyone knows Pete. I square my shoulders and flex my biceps in a poor imitation of the steroid abuser. When Sherry doesn't laugh, I know whatever she has to say is bad. Pete's been saying you had something to do with Jeff's death, and he's going to hunt you down. I feign surprise while my gut gripes. Sounds like I've discovered my stalker, but knowing it's an enraged Pete following me isn't good. That's shocking. I know, right? She nods so vigorously, her jaunty ponytail whips her cheek. I told him to stop it. That rumour spreading isn't helping Daisy, but that gang is grieving and not thinking logically. Thanks for telling me, I say, hoping the fear flooding me doesn't show on my face. You've been a good friend. She blushes and gnaws on her bottom lip before blurting. I could be more than a friend if you're interested. Hell, time to extricate quickly. You're a lovely girl, Sherry, but I'm still seeing Kate. Really? I don't like the slight narrowing of her eyes, the faintest derisive curl of her lip. She doesn't get to judge me. Yes, really. Too bad. Any semblance of friendliness has vanished. She's a tryhard who deliberately targeted you, she snorts. She used to watch you, didn't you notice? I stand, annoyed by her character assassination of a sweet girl who's done nothing but stand by me since we met. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Sherry. And obtuseness doesn't suit you, she snickers. But hey, it's your loss, or should I say it will be if you allow yourself to be tied to Kate Caruso. In that moment, Sherry reminds me of my snobbish mother, and I can't help but pity her. What would it be like to go through life judging everyone by the cut of their clothes and the value of the watch on their wrist? I swear at times I'm adopted because I'm nothing like my parents and Ryan, who are driven by prestige, social standing and money, not necessarily in that order. Then again, I can't judge my mother too harshly. She lied to the police for me and is protecting me. I just hope she doesn't lord it over me and use the truth as a weapon to blackmail me into doing her bidding. See you around, Sherry. Anger tightens her mouth as I stand and lob my coffee into the trash. So what was this coffee date about, Austin? I subdue the momentary flicker of guilt for using her to gain information. Just thought it'd be nice to see a friendly face, Sherry. That's it. I hold up my hands like I've got nothing to hide, and she glares at me. Want to know what I think? Absolutely not. And I take a step away from her as she stands too. I think you're one of those guys who likes to hedge his bets. She jabs her finger in my direction. Keep me sweet in case things with Kate don't work out. That's not true, I say, wishing I could make a run for it to avoid any more awkwardness. I think it is, she cocks her head, studying me. So screw you, Austin. Don't contact me again.
Okay. I appear suitably chastised, hiding my relief.
She shakes her head and mutters, prick. under her breath as she stomps away, her red coat billowing behind her, an appropriate symbol for her anger. While I don't like how things ended, I'd imagined ghosting her like most civilized people. At least she's given me more information than I'd hoped for. So that meathead Pete wants to hunt me down. Considering the size of him and the side effects of steroid abuse, if he's intent on harming me, I don't stand a chance.
Maybe it's time I take up martial arts.
Or better yet, put my shooting lessons to good use. Join a club and get a gun.
Chapter 22. Mia. Mum wants to meet with Mrs. Channing first, so I wait in the car. I'm wearing a grey hoodie I can pull up to hide if needed, and I slide down in my seat on the off chance someone sees me. I assume Eddie and Greg won't be at school until the photo incident is investigated. I thought wrong. As I see something so shocking, I sit up too fast and clunk my head on the car's roof. Greg is strolling through the school gates, with his arm draped across Anna's shoulders. What the fuck? Not only does my best friend say she doesn't care if I date Greg, then flips when I attend the party and victim blames me, she's back together with him the day after he potentially posted that incriminating photo of me online. I can't fathom it, and my blood boils as I watch her kiss him on the lips before skipping up the steps and into school. I'm out of the car before I can think and barge towards Greg, who stops to tie his shoelace. I want to shove him and see him topple over, but that's childish, and I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, or at least a chance to explain, and getting him riled won't achieve that. Hey, Greg. He straightens and stares at me like he's seen a ghost. Hey, Mia. That's it? No, how are you? No, are you okay? I grit my teeth and mentally count to 5 before speaking so I won't say something I'll regret. What happened that night at your party? There's a flicker of fear in his eyes before he blinks, and when he looks at me, I see the familiar cockiness from the star centre half-forward of the footy team. From what I saw, looked like you had a good time, he says, his teasing wink making my fingers curl into my palms. I can't slug him, no matter how much I want to. What did I ever see in this jerk? Cut the crap, Greg. Did you spike my drink? Whoa. He holds up his hands as if warding me off. Do I look like the kind of guy who needs to spike a girl's drink to have a good time with her? You look like the kind of guy who'd do anything to get what he wants. Babe, if I wanted you, I could have you. He snaps his fingers. Just like that. You wish, asshole. His confidence slips for a second and I glimpse anger in his glare. What can I say? You were a momentary distraction before Anna came to her senses. Anna's a dumbass for dating this jerk in the first place and coming back for seconds. So you were the one who posed to me and took that photo? No fucking way. The photo was on your phone. That's because Eddie thought he'd play a prank on me, the dickhead. He's the one you should be interrogating, not me. I don't tell him I've already talked to Eddie and I believe his version of events over Greg's. I can't believe I've had a crush on him forever, and when I finally think he's noticed me, this happens. Don't you think it's weird? Eddie having a completely different version of events to you? Of course he would, the pervert. He reaches for me and I backpedal, not wanting his hands on me. Not after what I think he did, no matter what he says. Come on, Mia. You know me. We've been friends for years. Our parents hang out. I hate that he's instilling doubts in my head. We don't know anything about Eddie, apart from the fact that some shit went down at his old school and he ended up here. And you choose to believe him over me. He clutches at his heart. You wound me. Not half as much as I'd like to wound him, preferably with a stake through his heart. You believe me, right? His amiable smile had made my heart beat faster for years through high school. I love Anna like a sister, but I've been so jealous when she started dating Greg last year. And I didn't know whether to be happy or sad when they'd invite Bet, Em, and me to hang out with them sometimes, giving me plenty of opportunity to secretly drool over Greg while wondering why he hadn't picked me. Now, I'm glad I didn't, because someone spiked my drink, posed me in an intimate way and took a photo, whether to disseminate or not. And one of those someones could be Greg. I'm not the one you have to convince, I say with a diffident shrug. Mrs. Channing will grill you over this. I've got this. He laughs, and I want to punch him again. She loves me. She'd be one of few, I mutter, annoyed when he grins at me. Jealous, Mia. Because you don't have to be. He takes a step closer, and I grip my teeth as he lowers his head to whisper in my ear. There's plenty of me to go around. I inhale sharply, and his body spray, a potent mix of citrus, catapults me back to the night at his place when he'd been all over me. Greg had plied me with drinks at his party, and his attention and constant touches had flattered me. He'd made me feel like the only girl in the world. But he'd been proprietary too, never letting me out of his sight. He's like that with Anna too, and I've been envious of the way he dotes on her. But maybe Greg's possessiveness isn't a good thing. Despite Anna hurting me with her behaviour last night, this is the first time I'm worried about her. If Greg took that photo of me, which is increasingly likely despite his excuses, has he done the same to Anna? Could he have a stash of pics on his phone that he's obtained without her knowledge? If I'm right and he's done it to his girlfriend, how many other girls has he photographed without their consent? You've got a weird look on your face, he says, tapping me on the nose like I'm a kid, and I jerk back. Don't you touch me, I hiss, and he recoils like I've slapped him. His upper lip curls in derision before he stalks away, and I hear him mutter, psycho bitch, under his breath. I flip him the finger and stalk back to the car to wait for Mum. While Greg is right and I barely know Eddie, after speaking to both of them, I'm inclined to believe the new kid, which means Greg is a lying prick, and I'm hoping Anna can corroborate that.
Chapter 23. Kate. As I sit outside Violet Channing's office and wait to speak to the principal, I know the slight queasiness in my gut must be a common occurrence for anyone who awaits a face-to-face meeting with her. Ridiculous for me to be feeling this nervous, but I'd always been the awkward girl at school, the one who'd been looked down on because of my home life, the one who kids gossiped about behind my back. And I'd been called to the principal's office regularly for Miss Darby to do welfare checks on me. It had been humiliating. What could I say? That my mother preferred pouring bourbon down her throat than buying groceries to feed us? That she'd be passed out on the couch most nights and had no idea how many times I snuck out? That the only reason we could afford rent, electricity and gas was due to the kindness of our rich neighbour Maxine, who pitied me and said I was the daughter she never had. The thing is, I never knew if Maxine genuinely cared about me or if she'd been grooming me all along for her business once I turned 18. Turns out, Maxine's wealth came from running a string of massage parlours, and the 1 week I'd spent working there was the worst of my life. What I did? What Maxine helped me cover up? I live in constant fear of exposure, even now, all these years later. I didn't tell Miss Darby anything, because as bad as things were at home, being put into the foster system would have been worse. So I lied. I told the principal that I liked growing stuff, so we ate organic vegetables every day. I said that money was tight for us and I was tired of second-hand clothes. The truth. But I had plans to study hard and get a scholarship to Sydney University. Also true. I emphasised that Maxine, my aunt, I embellished, looked after me really well. I don't know if Miss Darby believed me, but she'd stare at me over her bifocals with a half-pitying, half-dubious glint in her beady eyes, before doing it all again in a month's time. I'm assuming she had to check in on me as part of the Education Board's rules, but whatever her rationale, those meetings always left me uncomfortable. The door next to me swung open, and Violet Channing stepped out, her smile warm and welcoming.
Kate Core, nice to meet you officially.
The 40-something woman wearing a stylish fitted jacket and skirt in deep purple, with a pale pink silk shirt and trendy black boots with a sizable heel, looked way too glam for a principal of a country town in Western Victoria. She held out her hand, and I shook it, feeling underdressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, with my hair snagged in a ponytail.
Come in.
She gestures for me to precede her into the office, and I try not to slouch like a recalcitrant child.
I can't believe we haven't met properly. I feel like I know you, thanks to Austin.
Don't believe everything he says about me. I deadpan, and she laughs.
Call me Vi,
she says as I sit, and to my surprise she doesn't move behind her desk, but takes the seat next to mine.
I just wish we were meeting under better circumstances.
Agreed. I grimace. Austin's furious about what happened to Mia. We both are. How much did he tell you yesterday?
He barged into my office like a madman, ranting about one of our new students taking a lewd photo of Mia and distributing it to the class chat.
Her expression is somber.
We take cybercrime very seriously in this school, but I haven't reported it to the authorities because I need to speak with Mia first.
I nod. Understood. She's waiting in the car, but I wanted to chat first. Her eyebrows rise.
Is there a problem?
Beyond the obvious? The corners of her mouth twitch.
Sorry, that was a silly question. Please, go on.
The photo that was disseminated humiliated Mia, but she is unsure which of the two boys, Greg Bronville or Eddie Menson, is responsible. Confusion creases Violet's brow.
Austin seemed certain Eddie was the perpetrator. It's why he isn't at school today. I told him to remain at home until I interview Mia and get the full picture, then figure out appropriate action to be taken.
While this woman appears mild-mannered and stylish, I can see a hint of steel beneath her friendliness. I'm glad. Whoever did this needs to be punished. What about Greg?
He's here today. I had a quick chat with him yesterday, and he seemed genuinely remorseful for not preventing that photo from being distributed, and suitably guilty because it happened in his bedroom at his party.
It sounds like you've made your mind up regarding the guilty party. I almost feel sorry for Eddie. Almost. Being a new kid is hard enough without being the brunt of misdemeanors, especially when the school's golden boy is the other possible culprit. I know that feeling. Been there, done that, have the scar from a rich princess who'd slashed me with a champagne glass to prove it. While I've watched Greg grow up alongside Mia, first in primary school, then high school, I've never liked the kid. He's too slick, too polished, like he has all the answers. An only child doted on by his wealthy landowner parents, he gets good grades and is the star of the football and cricket teams. Every teen girl has a crush on him, including Mia. She's never said anything, but I've seen the way she follows him with her eyes, and he knows it. Cocky doesn't begin to describe Greg, and it looks like he has the principal fooled too. Violet shakes her head.
I haven't jumped to any conclusions, but Greg was very convincing, which is why I'm eager to talk to Mia.
She wanted me to show you the photo, I say, slipping my phone out of my handbag, holding it up to my face to unlock the screen, and tapping on the photos icon to bring up the damaging picture. Here it is. Violet glances at my screen and grimaces. Poor girl. Even if a photo like that is taken with a girl's consent, the photographer has no right to post it for others to see. Exactly. Violet's nose scrunches. Thank goodness not every kid had a phone when I was young. She gives a self-deprecating laugh. Let's just say I wasn't always the upstanding citizen you see before you. I smile, liking this woman more by the minute. She's down to earth, and I bet the kids relate to her. You and me both, I say, and we laugh together, something I didn't envisage happening when I entered her office. I really appreciate you trusting me to take care of Mia in this situation, Kate. She hesitates, a faint blush staining her cheeks. I know this probably sounds crazy and is totally from left field, but do you want to catch up for a coffee sometime? I've only been in town 9 months and I don't know many people. I've tried to see other parents socially, but... She trails off and shrugs, endearingly embarrassed. I don't seem to have a lot in common with them. And with Austin teaching here, and from the way we've got on today, I thought I'd ask. If anyone knows what it feels like to be lonely and a fish out of water, I do. So I nod. Sure, that sounds nice. Violet beams. Great! Your number will be on the school records, so I'll text you? Yeah. Shall I send Mia in now? Yes, please. Relieved that the meeting went better than expected, I'm almost at the door when Violet says, Is everything all right with Austin? A sliver of unease pierces my premature relief. Why do you ask? He just seems stressed, she says, a frown creasing her brow. And that's before this incident yesterday. As much as I like how we've clicked, it's often difficult for women to make new friends at our age. I'm not about to confirm my husband's boss's suspicions. Yeah, Austin is stressed about something, but he's not letting me in. Something I've been all too happy about considering what happened in the pantry with Eddie, because if my husband confides in me about his problems, I might do the same and all hell will break loose. Austin's a perfectionist, especially with work, I say, sounding suitably blasé. If one of the kids' marks slips, he takes it personally. I wish all my teachers were so dedicated, she says, but there's a hint of doubt in her voice, like she doesn't quite believe me. Anyway, just thought I'd mention it. Thanks, I appreciate it. But I don't. If anyone's going to get to the bottom of what's troubling my husband, it will be me.
Chapter 24. Austin. Then. When I get home after my rendezvous with Sherry, Kate is sitting at the dining table and reading a textbook. She glances up when I close the door and her smile is breathtaking. Hey you, she stands and opens her arms to me, and when I step into her embrace, I swear it feels like I'm home. I never had that growing up, a sense of belonging, of love, despite having the best of everything. Turns out, Nolan and Ellen may have financially supported me, sent me to the best private school in Sydney, paid for my first car, but what I craved most, recognition, acknowledgement, affection, they weren't so good at. I squeeze her a tad tight and she yelps, Sorry, Katie. I ease away and there's a frown grooving her brow as she looks at me. What's wrong? She asks, scanning my face, and I swear she knows me better than I know myself. It's probably nothing, but I think I was being followed today. Followed? The groove between her brows deepens. Why would someone want to follow you? Maybe it's an old girlfriend who's still pining? She rolls her eyes. And how many of those should I be worried about? None. I drop a kiss on the end of her nose. What do you want me to cook for dinner? Singapore noodles or Thai green curry with veggies? Stop trying to distract me with your culinary prowess. She playfully slaps me on the chest. If you really think someone's following you, maybe you should contact the police. The police are the last people I want to contact about anything, but I can't tell her why, no matter how badly I want to unburden myself sometimes. Besides, I don't trust my mother. What if she lords our secret over Kate at some stage and that drives a wedge between us? I may have to confide in Kate, but today isn't the day. It was more a feeling than me seeing anyone, ducking behind cars or hiding in shop fronts, I say, injecting the right amount of calm into my voice. But if I see anything untoward, I promise I'll report it. A promise I have no intention of keeping, unless Psychotic Pete comes after me with a crowbar. I'm about to tell her about meeting up with Sherry because I don't want to have too many secrets between us when there's a knock at the door. More a pounding, and I instantly stiffen with fear that Pete has discovered my home address. Someone's impatient, she says, and takes a step toward the door, and I grab her arm. I'll get it. If it is Pete, I don't want Kate potentially getting in the way of an altercation, or worse, hurt. However, when I open the door, it's someone worse than Pete. Sergeant Cripps, is everything okay? Are my parents and brother all right? I manage to sound insanely calm while my gut twists with dread. Yes, he says. Can I come in? Of course. I open the door wider and wait until he steps inside before closing it. Kate's wide-eyed and I cross the room to take a hold of her hand. Kate, this is Sergeant Cripps who asked me a few questions about Jeff Bloomingdale's death. I squeeze her hand in reassurance. Sergeant Cripps, this is my girlfriend Kate Caruso. Nice to meet you, Kate says, sounding like it's anything but, and the sergeant merely nods. Actually, I'm glad you're here, Kate, he says, crossing his arms and looking even more intimidating. I may have some questions for you. I didn't know Jeff. She shoots me a nervous look. That's not what I want to ask. Sergeant Cripps pins me with a stare that would frighten a lesser man, but I'm used to hiding secrets. The last time we spoke, you implied that Pete Naylor, Jeff's best friend, might have something to do with his death. The sergeant pauses before saying, The thing is, Pete Naylor came to see me of his own accord, said that he's convinced you had something to do with Jeff's death. He eyeballs me, and the lump of fear lodged in my throat grows. He implied, You pushed Jeff Bloomingdale to his death. Before I can respond, Kate says, That's impossible, Sergeant, because on the night of Jeff's death, Austin was with me the entire evening. We were studying together for hours, then Austin cooked a sensational vegetarian lasagna and we ended up reading on the couch until about 11 before we went to bed. I'm stunned by Kate's lie. She has just provided me with a complete alibi for the night Jeff died, effectively removing me from suspicion. But why? Does she love me that much, or is there more to it? I hate that I can't trust easily, courtesy of my diabolical parents, and that when the woman I love does something so monumental for me, I doubt her. You remember what your boyfriend cooked on a specific night last month? Sergeant Cripps arches a brow as his skeptical gaze swings between Kate and me. That's the thing about lies. They catch up with you. This time Kate squeezes my hand. The only reason I remember is because I'd been cooking for 2 weeks straight and Austin came home that night, opened a bottle of red, and told me to put my feet up. Her laugh is soft. That really happens, so yes, I remember what my boyfriend cooked on what turned out to be a pretty romantic night. Clever. She wants Sergeant Cripps to get the drift and feel uncomfortable, but his stoic expression is unreadable. And you're sure of the timeline, Miss Caruso, that Austin Core was with you the entire evening? Absolutely. Her answer is swift and convincing, and I inadvertently hold my breath to see if the cop has bought it. After what seems like an eternity, Sergeant Cripps nods. Thanks for your time. You're welcome, Kate says, and for a fleeting second I think, if she's this good an actress to make a cop believe anything, is she acting when she's with me? The sergeant moves toward the front door and pauses. One more thing. Will you be willing to testify in court under oath, Miss Caruso, that Austin Core was with you all evening? Without missing a beat, she says, "Of course." Sergeant Cripps shoots us a final, narrow-eyed glance before leaving. When the door closes, I turn towards Kate. "You lied for me? Why?" "Because I love you." "But shh." She presses her fingertip to my lips. "I know you, Austin. You're incapable of hurting anyone, let alone murder. This way the police won't bother us anymore." Embarrassingly, tears spring to my eyes. "I can't believe you'd do that for me." "I did it for us." She brushes her lips against mine. "We're a team, Austin Core, and don't you forget it." As I bundle her into my arms, I know what I have to do to ensure I can put this whole Jeff mess behind me. I need to never give Kate any reason to reveal her lie, and that means binding her to me for life. I have to propose.
Chapter 25. Mia. After I confront Greg, I sit in the car for 10 minutes, fuming. I want to barge into English and bail up Anna, demanding answers. But I'm not a complete idiot, so I seethe until Mum texts me to come to the principal's office. I've had little to do with Mrs. Channing since she arrived at school at the start of this year. She seems friendly enough, and Dad likes her, and he's a pretty good judge of character. Then again, Dad thinks the sun shines out of Greg's butt, and he has a hang-up with Eddie who he barely knows, so maybe his radar is off. When I enter the principal's office waiting area, the school secretary flashes me a sympathetic smile. Great. Do I have to tolerate everyone's pity until the photo disaster blows over? Thankfully, I don't have to wait, as the door to Mrs. Channing's office opens and Mum comes out. "Hey, sweetie, she's ready for you." Mum slides an arm around my waist and hugs me close. "She's really nice, and I showed her the photo, like you asked me to." "Thanks." I lean my head against Mum's shoulder for a moment, wishing she could fight all my battles for me. She's always been my fiercest protector. When I got pushed by Fraser Scholl in the kindergarten sandpit, she'd made one teacher cry by yelling at her for downplaying the incident. And when Nan had forgotten to send money for my 8th birthday, Mum had frozen her out for a year. More recently, when Bet and I had a minor falling out over a guy in Year 10, Mum had invited her over, said something to her I don't know to this day, and made her sit down and talk it out. She always has my back, and it makes me feel worse for treating her so badly lately. Once I get over the humiliation of the photo and final exams are done, I'll make time to hang out with her. I know she loves it when we do that. Stuff like manis and petties and girls' nights at the movies. Mrs. Channing appears in the doorway and smiles when she sees Mum and me so close. "Mia, great to see you. Please, come in." Mum presses a kiss to my head like she used to when I was little, and I want a bawl. But I take a deep breath and follow Mrs. Channing into her office, hoping this won't be as embarrassing as I think it will be. "Have a seat, Mia." She gestures at the sofa in front of the bookcase opposite her desk, and I'm not sure whether to be relieved or appalled when she sits next to me. I don't want this to be an informal buddy-buddy chat. I hate when adults do that, thinking they can get on side a teen by being a tryhard. But her smile is genuine as she clasps her hands in her lap. "I know this is awkward for you, Mia, and I'm probably the last person you want to talk to about what happened, but whoever did this needs to be punished." "How?" I blurt, only just realizing that if expulsion is a possible punishment, whoever did this won't get to sit final exams, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, even that lowlife Greg if he's the culprit. I won't go into that now, but once I have all the facts, and if the person responsible admits they're at fault, I'll take it all into consideration before doling out a suitable sanction. She sounds so formal. Exactly how a principal should, I guess. And rather than putting me off, I feel vindicated that an adult in a position of power is on my side. "I didn't pose for that photo," I say, my cheeks heating with embarrassment. "I went to a party at Greg Bronville's house. He was all over me for the night, plying me with drinks. Then we went up to his room and I must have passed out because when I came to, he was arguing with Eddie and was holding a phone overhead, and I passed out again. It all comes out in a rush, even though she hadn't asked me what happened. But all I see is sympathy, not judgment, in her steady gaze. "That must have been scary," she says. "From what your father said, Eddie disseminated that photo to the class chat?" I shake my head. "I think it was an accident." Her eyebrows rise. "What makes you say that?" "Because Eddie told me what happened, that Greg took the photo and he was trying to get the phone off him to delete it and accidentally sent it. And when I confronted them, he punched Greg when he denied it and tried to frame Eddie." She frowns. "Violence isn't the solution, ever." Oops, maybe I should have left that part out, but I'm sure Greg will dob on Eddie regardless. I get the feeling he'll say anything to preserve his golden boy image. I can't believe I ever liked him. I'm not sure if I should tell her I talked with Eddie last night. Will that help or hinder him when he faces her? "Thanks for confiding in me. What happened, Mia? I will call both boys in separately and get their version of events." She pauses, and her expression turns serious. "I want to reassure you that whatever we discuss in here is confidential, and what I say next may be uncomfortable to hear." Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good. Though considering what I've been through the last 2 days, what can be worse? "I'm your father's colleague, technically his boss, but anything you tell me here won't be passed on, okay?" "Okay." "Is there anything you want to tell me about your home life?" Her expression is somber as I try to assimilate this change of topic. "Sometimes kids can't confide in their parents about personal stuff. So if there's anything I should know that you're not comfortable discussing with your parents, I'm here for you." Puzzled, I ask. "Like what?" "Like things happen that night at the party beyond what's in the photo, and you're embarrassed by it coming out." Incredulous, I leap to my feet. "You think I'm making this up? That I'm doing it for attention?" "Not at all. But I'd be remiss in my duties as principal if I didn't cover all bases before Greg and Eddie face accusations." She pats the spot I've just vacated, and I bite back my first response. "Screw you, lady." "Please, Mia, I'm on your side." "Are you?" I sound more cocky than I feel because I'm exhausted and want this entire episode to be over. She nods. "I am." So I sit, but scoot away from her and fold my arms. "Your mother is very supportive of you. What about your dad? He was furious yesterday." "Mum's great. Dad too." "So, no problems at home?" "Nope." If you discount Mum as a bored stay-at-home parent and Dad's more stressed than I've ever seen him. They barely talk anymore, when that used to be their thing. I'd hear them chatting in the living room every night when I was in my room. They'd have a glass of wine and talk, rather than sitting like zombies in front of the TV like my friends' parents. I secretly wish to find a guy like my dad, but now I'm not so sure. He's withdrawn and surly lately, and the only time I've seen him remotely smile in the last few weeks is at the barbecue at our place on Saturday. Though even then he'd been edgy, especially when I saw him watching Eddie. I forgot to ask Eddie about that. Then again, is he really going to tell me if he has a problem with my dad, who's one of his teachers? "You've gone quiet, Mia. Are you sure everything's okay at home?" I want to yell, "Back the hell off!" Instead, I say, "Just the usual. Dad stressed about work, Mum doing her best to make sure everything goes smoothly at home." Saying it out loud makes me feel disloyal, so I rush on. "My folks are great. We're close." "I'm glad to hear it." Though there's the oddest glint in Mrs. Channing's eyes, like she doesn't believe me. "If there's anything you want to tell me at any time, Mia, I'm always here. Or even if you just want to offload with someone impartial who'll listen and won't judge. Same." She glances at her watch and stands. "I want to thank you for trusting me to deal with this. Once again, I'm sorry for what you went through, but I'm going to get answers. I stand. Thanks. Overall, this chat has been relatively painless, but as I head towards the door, she says, "One more thing, Mia." "Yes?" "I want to commend you on your bravery in coming forward with this." She shakes her head. Too many young girls are intimidated by males who count on them remaining silent, so they go unpunished. The glint in her eyes is scary as she adds, "That won't happen in this case. The perpetrator will get what's coming to them." As I leave, I'm glad Greg or Eddie won't get away with what they did to me. That maniacal gleam in the principal's eyes implies they'll wish they never messed with me in the first place.
Chapter 26. Kate. School policy doesn't allow adults to wander the corridors, but Violet's question about Austin being stressed is worrying, and I need to find him. I know he has a free period at this time every Tuesday, so he's probably in the staff room and hopefully won't mind me popping in to give him an update about Mia. My excuse. I'm sticking to it. Besides, if his boss has noticed he's tightly wound, it could prove diabolical. His employment contract is up for renewal at the end of this year, so Austin only has a few months to get his head back in the game and deal with whatever is bugging him. Not for the first time, I wonder if he's having an affair. The late nights in his study, the evasiveness when I unexpectedly enter, the perpetual short temper. It's possible. But with who? Fir Falls isn't exactly a thriving metropolis, though for a country town we're large enough that secrets get kept. Or buried. This isn't the first time I'm suspicious of Austin. I've lied to protect him before, and this time, whatever he's up to, with Mia in the picture, I'll probably do the same. I'll do anything to protect my baby girl. The corridor is empty as I reach the staff room and peer through the glass window. It's deserted, giving me a good view of Austin's desk by the window. He's not grading papers or preparing for his next lesson. He's slumped, elbows propped on the desk, his head resting in his hands like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. I've never seen him so dejected, and my heart gives a pang of pity before I realize my husband wouldn't look like that unless he has secrets to hide. I rap on the glass and his head snaps up, his expression a mix of wariness and guilt, and I think, "Oh, Austin, what have you done this time?" I force a smile and wave, and I watch my husband's familiar mask slide into place, that of a pleasant man without a care in the world. He returns my wave and crosses the staff room to open the door. "Hey, honey, what are you doing here?" He really must be under stress if he's forgotten my meeting with the principal this morning. "I met with Violet Channing. Then Mia did too." He grimaces. "Hell, I've been so snowed under here I forgot. How did it go?" "Good. She's nice." "Yeah, we're lucky to have her. How's Mia?" "As well as can be expected after what happened." My smile is soft as I try to engage my husband. "We raised her right." "She's a good kid," he says under his breath, almost absent-mindedly, and I wish I could get through to him. I have to try. "Austin, you looked stressed a moment ago. You know you can talk to me, yeah?" I touch his arm. "I'm here for you. Always." He hesitates, as if wanting to say more, before giving a slight shake of his head. "Thanks, Katie, but it's just work stuff." It's not, and we both know it. But school isn't the place to push him for answers, so I fake another smile. "Okay, we'll see you at home." It's not lost on me that Austin didn't kiss me in greeting and doesn't kiss me now as I'm about to leave. He used to be affectionate all the time, but not so much lately. Another reason I suspect he might be having an affair. I take 2 steps when he says,
"You're the best thing to ever happen to me. You know that, right?"
It's not exactly a declaration of love, but I do what I always do. I take it at face value, ignoring my gut instinct that Austin's words hide a lot more than they convey. I blow him a kiss and walk away, hoping I don't run into anyone so they see the tears in my eyes. Thankfully, teachers and students are in class, and I make it down the corridor and out the doors unscathed. By the time I reach the car, I've pulled myself together. As I slide behind the steering wheel, I glance at Mia, who's staring stony-faced out the windshield. "How did it go with Mrs. Channing?" "Good." Her monosyllabic answer sounds like she means it, and she manages a small smile. "She's nice," I say, relieved that someone like Violet Channing is handling this. The old principal, Derek Kett, had been a 60-something grump who believed in ruling with an iron fist. Austin had hated him. Most of the kids had too. "Yeah, she is," Mia says, before pulling up her hoodie and settling into the seat, which I take as a sign to leave her alone. She's silent for the trip home, and I'm okay with that. We all need to be left alone with our thoughts at times. For me, I'm left mulling how can I discover my husband's secrets without making our perfect life implode in the process.
Chapter 27. Austin. Then. My parents are going to freak when they discover my plan to marry Kate, which is why I owe it to my mother to tell her face to face. I don't give a shit what my dad or Orion think, but after what Mum did for me, not ratting me out to the police, it's the least I can do. My family has never hid the fact they look down on Kate. Whenever we've shared a meal, few and far between if I have any say in it, I see the slight curl of their upper lips, I hear the snide comments, I sense their judgment in what they don't say more than what they do. Kate pretends she doesn't notice, though she must, but not once has she badmouthed my family. In fact, she's more protective of me around them. I can tell my family's incessant bullying of me gets to her. The less than subtle jibes that I'm a loser in a family of winners. She's so sweet and supportive, she's worth 10 of my family, and now that she's lied for me, I owe her. Not the most romantic reason for a proposal, but some marriages are based on far less. This way, I never have to worry about Kate's affection for me changing and giving her reason to reveal that she covered for me. Though I've thought this through. Even if she told anyone the truth, I should be okay. If the cops had proof I'm involved in Jeff's death, they would have arrested me already. But I'm not willing to take the risk. Locking Kate away as my wife means that's one loose end I don't have to dwell on. Visiting Mum at work isn't the smartest, considering the whole stealing and forging her scripts thing. Not that I think the cops are following me. Kate took care of that by providing a solid alibi. But showing up here hot on the heels of Cripp's interrogation last night makes me nervous. So, rather than enter the consulting suite, I wait at the cafe opposite, knowing Mum can't resist a caffeine pick-me-up around 2. Like clockwork, she exits the building at 5 minutes to 2 and crosses the road. A stylish woman in a navy power suit that cost more than most Sydney-siders' monthly rent, her blonde bob sleek, her makeup flawless. Any other son would be proud of a mother like Ellen, successful, intelligent, beautiful. But all I see is a woman who doesn't give a shit about her youngest son. She lied to the police to protect herself and her lifestyle, not out of any great love for me, and that irks. If it had been Orion's misdemeanor, she would have donated $500,000 to the police retirement fund. She's almost at the cafe door when she catches sight of me sitting at a table outside, and her first reaction is unguarded, a frown and narrowing of her eyes, indicating she isn't happy to see me. Ellen Core wouldn't win any Mother of the Year contests. "What are you doing here, Austin?" She casts a glance over her shoulder as if she doesn't want to be seen with me. Man, what did I do to deserve parents like this? I came to give you the good news in person. I stand and open my arms. Aren't you going to congratulate me? I'm getting married. Her jaw drops and she stares at me like I've grown an extra head. Don't be ridiculous, she snaps, obnoxiously dismissive. You can't marry that woman. You mean Kate, my fiancée? You've already proposed. I'm about to. With no hug forthcoming, not that there ever was, I just did it to rile her. I lower my arms. She's sweet and supportive and stands by me. Which is more than I can say for you, I almost add, though that's not entirely true. Mum has stood by me, regardless of her motivation. I wonder if she'll blackmail me into not marrying Kate, threatening me with exposure to the police if I do, but that will reflect badly on her, Dad, and Orion, and she'll never tarnish the core name in the medical profession. You're making a mistake. Her lips compress into a thin line and she shakes her head. She's not from the same class as us. Class isn't everything. My mother never rolls her eyes, but there's a first time for everything. Is she pregnant? Because there are options you can... Stop, Mother. I hold my hand. Kate isn't pregnant and she isn't pressuring me into this. She doesn't even know I'm going to propose. But this is right and I'm going to do it. I told you first as a courtesy. She cocks her head slightly, studying me. Austin, I may not have been around for your first step or your first day of kindergarten, but I know you better than the nanny you professed to love more than me. Not my finest moment, flinging that in the face, but the truth hurts. You don't do anything unless it benefits you, so my question is, what does this woman have over you? Her glare bores into me. What aren't you telling me? Nothing, I answer too quickly, virtually confirming her suspicion. But the last thing I want is for my mother to know about Jeff Bloomingdale's death and my involvement. Her putting two and two together about the Adderall being sold on campus is bad enough. Fine, don't tell me. She shrugs. If you're determined to go through with this farcical marriage, I will support you and ensure your father and brother do as well. But that woman will be signing an ironclad prenup. I expect as much, and I won't fight my family on this. They may come from old money, but my parents work hard to build their fortune, and I respect that. And I'm not a complete moron. I know their money gifts me a lifestyle I wouldn't otherwise have, a comfortable apartment, a nice car, a generous allowance, and the freedom to study a degree in education rather than being railroaded into medicine. I need to show them some modicum of respect because I'm well aware they can take it all away if inclined. I understand the importance of a prenup, I say, sounding suitably chastised. Do you want me to tell Dad the good news, or will you? Leave it to me, she says quickly, as expected. If Dad had a fit when I chose a study path in education rather than medicine, he's going to be apoplectic when he hears about my upcoming nuptials. Okay, thanks. On impulse, I press a kiss to her cheek and she stiffens at the unexpected contact before giving me an awkward pat on the back. I hope you know what you're doing, Austin. I do, Mum. Trust me. Her dubious stare implies she doesn't trust me one bit.
Chapter 28. Mia. I debate whether I should text Anna to let her know of my impending visit, but decide against it. She'll make an excuse or won't be home on purpose. It's better if I surprise her so she can't back out of a confrontation. And that's exactly what we're going to have. She gets home at 4 after school, and her house is a 5-minute drive from mine. There's no chance of running into Greg, because her mum, Shanika, has a strict homework after school for 2 hours policy that's been enforced even more this year, our final. Not that Anna needs to do much study. She's a brainiac, and we're always competing to see who gets the best grades, particularly in English and biology, the 2 subjects we share. Considering what's happened with Greg, looks like grades aren't the only thing we've competed in. Mum's in the kitchen dicing capsicum and carrots when I enter and grab my keys from the hook near the back door. You going out? She asks at the same time I say. I'm going to Anna's. She smiles. That's fine, honey. I'm glad you've sorted out your differences. Just be home by 6. We'll have dinner at 6:30. It's been a while since the 3 of us have sat down to a family dinner. Because of my study load, Mum lets me eat at my desk most nights, oblivious to the fact I watch YouTube videos to unwind while eating or group chat with my friends. Dad is usually inundated with marking at this time of year, so he eats in the study, leaving Mum to have dinner alone in front of the TV. She doesn't seem to mind, but I know she'd prefer if we all sat together at the table. If we have dinner together tonight, I hope Dad isn't going to interrogate me about what I said to Mrs. Channing. Mum and I have handled it. Though it wouldn't hurt to probe a little and see why he's so against Eddie. I still haven't forgotten that weird look at the barbecue, almost like Dad was afraid of Eddie. Bizarre. No worries, Mum. I'll be home by 6. I blow her a kiss, and the way her face lights up shows up in a shitty daughter lately if a simple action makes her look like I've walked on water. September is notoriously gusty in Fair Falls, and gum nuts ping off my windshield as I drive to Anna's between swaying eucalypts. Getting my license the week after I turned 18 is the best thing I've ever done, and having Nan and Pop gift me a new hatchback is the best. I know I'm lucky to have rich grandparents, even if we rarely see them, and while I plan on studying in Melbourne next year, it's a short flight to visit them in Sydney. I've always been curious about the relationship between my dad and his folks. From what I've observed over the years, Nan and Pop are high-achieving snobs, and Dad is their complete opposite. He cares about the kids he teaches, and his parents look down on him because of it. They're patronizing, whereas they think the sun shines out of Uncle Orion's butt and anyone can see he's a smart-ass prick. The thing that intrigues me is the way Dad never fights back. He takes everything his family dishes out and more. It's Mum who gets irate, but she hides it well, but I can tell. Our annual trips to Sydney are brief and obligatory, but once I'm away from Fair Falls, I'm interested in learning more about my extended family. As Anna's house comes into sight, my stomach clenches. Crazy because Anna is my best friend and I should be able to trust her. But the way she's behaved towards me over the last 24 hours, I know this confrontation has the potential to turn ugly. She hasn't got her license yet and rides to school, and as I turn into the driveway, I see her bike propped next to her mum's SUV in the garage. My palms are clammy as I park, and I swipe them down my jeans several times, second-guessing the wisdom of turning up unannounced. I'd been mentally rehearsing what I'll say to Anna all afternoon, but when I see her barge out of the front door and jog towards me, her expression thunderous, I can't think of one damn thing to say. I get out of the car as she reaches me, and for an insane second, I think she's going to hit me. She's that furious. "What are you doing here?" she yells, her face an angry crimson. I'm so shocked I take a step back. I thought we could talk. "Why? So you can tell me how you came onto Greg? How you badmouthed me to him? How you took that picture for him to jerk off to?" Bile rises in my throat and I turn away and dry retch, my chest heaving and my eyes streaming until I can barely breathe. Greg's lies are appalling, but my best friend believing them is worse. My stomach aches as I straighten and I wrap my arms around my middle, but I can't stop shaking. Anna notices and some of her anger deflates. "Are you okay?" "No." Tears burn my eyes, and I don't want to appear weak, but I can't stop them from leaking out and trickling down my cheeks. "Fuck," Anna mutters and shakes her head. "This is a mess." I can't speak because my throat is tight with suppressed sobs, and I breathe deeply, trying to get a grip on my emotions. I'm in a no-win situation. If I accuse Greg of being the liar he is, she won't believe me. So I have to play this smarter, appeal to her as my friend, and try to figure this out logically. "Why did you do it, Mia?" "Do what?" "Go after Greg." "I asked you if it was okay if I went to his party. I told you he asked me specifically, and you've been broken up for a month, so I thought..." "What? That I'd be okay with my best friend coming onto my boyfriend?" I'm about to say he's not your boyfriend, but from what I saw this morning, he is. Greg was all over me at the party. He was single. Unless you lied to me about breaking up with him? The crimson staining her cheeks deepens. Mum's been on my case about spending too much time with him, so I had to make it convincing that we'd broken up so she'd cut me some slack. Stunned, I say, "Why didn't you tell me? I would never have hung out with Greg if I'd known. And why didn't that jerk say something?" Then again, considering what Greg's done, lying is the least of his crimes. Honestly, it's been kind of nice taking a break from him. He can be intense. So I went along with the fake breakup, telling him we had to stay away from each other. "My head hurts," I say, pressing my fingertips to my temples, and I see a glimmer of amusement in Anna's eyes. "Did you take that photo for Craig?" she asks, her voice small and uncertain. "No way!" I eyeball her. "You know me, I would never do that. But I know how much you like him. You've always liked him. I've teased you about it. I didn't take that photo, Anna." My conviction must get through to her because she deflates before my eyes. "Then who did?" I tell her everything I know, and thankfully she listens. "So that means either Eddie or Greg deliberately spiked your drink, then posed you and took the photo?" Her pallor is startling. "But Greg said, what he implied about you..." She stares at me, stricken. "We're back together. He gave me a sub-story about being victimized, that Eddie has it in for him, and he said a lot of nasty stuff about you. That you believed," I can't help but say, still hurting. I need my friends more than ever now, otherwise I'd tell Anna where she can stick her friendship. If she says Greg said nasty stuff about me, it must be horrendous, and she's downplaying it for my sake. Hell, accusing me of taking that pic for him to have as his spank bank? It's inexcusable. And just proves what I already know. That it's looking like Greg targeted me and Eddie's version of events is right. I don't care about him missing final exams. I hope the prick gets expelled. "I'm sorry, Mia." Tears glisten in her eyes. "I feel like my life is imploding. It's not long until final exams, and Mum's pushing me all the time, and hanging out with Greg is the only bright spot in my life." I want to call her out on her bullshit. Instead, I say, "What about Bet Em and me? We were solid before this. We've always had each other's backs." "I guess." Her shrug doesn't inspire me with confidence. "I just don't want to go through a big breakup with Greg now, It'll mess with my head, and if I screw up my exams, I'll be stuck in this town forever." She shudders. "I'm not going to let that happen." "So you're going to stay with Greg for convenience, even though you know that he's lied and probably done worse?" Her mouth compresses in a mutinous line. "It could have been Eddie." Eddie admitted to accidentally sending the photo to the class chat, but only because he was trying to wrestle Greg's phone off him to delete it. When she remains stubbornly silent, I want to grab her shoulders and shake some sense into her. So I'm unprepared when she launches herself at me and hugs me so tight I can hardly breathe. "I'm sorry, Mia, for everything." I return her hug, but I can't help but think that in staying with Greg, my best friend's apology is empty. Deep down, she must know Greg is guilty, and who'd want a creep like that anywhere near her? But I bury my resentment because I have my best friend back on my side. Now, to figure out how to prove Greg's behind everything.
Chapter 29. Kate. I finish chopping vegetables for a salad when my phone rings. I don't recognize the number and would usually let the call go. I figure if it's not a telemarketer, they'll leave a message. But since Mia started driving, any time the phone rings while she's out in her car, I have visions of her being in a twisted metal wreckage and my chest constricts with anxiety. I snatch up the phone. "Hello?" There's the barest pause before, "Kate, it's Vi Channing here. Are you okay?" Just what I need. Mia's principal and Austin's boss thinking I'm losing the plot. I force a laugh. "Hey, yes, I'm fine. Just cut my finger while making dinner." The lie slides easily from my lips. I've done that a lot over my lifetime. Nothing too nasty, I hope. Do you need to tend to it? No, it's fine. I've just applied antiseptic. That's the thing about lies. Once you tell one, it snowballs. I should know. My entire life is one giant lie and nobody knows. Mia said your meeting went well, I say, to avoid having to tell further untruths. Yes, we had a good chat. She's a lovely young woman, Kate. You've done a great job raising her. Coming from a school principal who's probably dealt with thousands of kids over time, her compliment means a lot. Thanks, though Austen had some input. She laughs. I'm hoping this doesn't come across as too desperate after we only just met today, but there's a best-selling author doing a talk at the library tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd like to go. Considering how long it has been since I've gone out anywhere, I find myself nodding before I speak. That sounds great. Maybe we can have a drink afterwards at that new bar in town? Perfect. I'll meet you at the library just before 7. See you then. Before I can thank her for the invite, she hangs up, and I'm left mulling the wisdom of spending time with Austen's boss socially. I'll mention it to him and hope he's not too annoyed. Then again, it's not like we'll be discussing him. It's hard making friends in this town, and hanging out with fellow parents gets tiring after a while. I know what they say behind my back, that I'm a trophy wife, that Austen's rich and doesn't have to work, so isn't it admirable that he does, that I'd be a nobody without him, that I'm lucky to have him. What they don't know is that he's lucky to have me. Without me, Austen may have ended up in a very dark place. We're in a weird, codependent relationship that's glossy on the surface, but scarred beneath. Our friends, I use the term loosely because not one of those people has called me today to see how Mia is, gush over Austen and I'm an afterthought. At the barbecues we host, the men cluster around Austen at the grill and the women hover on the fringes, drinking chilled Chardonnay and gossiping, leaving me to flit between everyone, offering canapés I've slaved over to impress. How many times have I heard, "Oh, Kate, you're the hostess with the mostess," from envious wives who mean it as a catty comment rather than a compliment? Too many. And it's sad that I'm looking forward to a night out with Mia's principal because I'm that desperate for a friend. The closest thing I've got to a best buddy is Julie Bronville, Greg's mother. Our kids have grown up together and we share a love of horror movies, thriller novels, and nachos with the lot. As far as I know, she's never said a nasty word about me and makes it a point to detach herself from groups of gossiping women at mutual parties. She hasn't called me either, but I'm guessing she's feeling guilty for Greg throwing a party when she'd been out of town. Julie and Ron, her hubby, had been in Adelaide on Sunday night, but according to social media, Julie posts daily, even innocuous stuff like her morning smoothie, they've returned. Surely they've heard about what happened at their place? Unless Violet hasn't contacted them yet, in which case Julie will think it strange if she doesn't hear about the incident from me. Sighing, I rinse my hands under the kitchen tap and dry them on a hand towel before reaching for my phone. Considering that Mia thinks Greg is the perpetrator of what happened to her, this isn't going to be a pleasant conversation. I tap on my contacts list and do a quick scroll until Julie's name pops up. Stealing my nerve, I call, hoping she picks up and I don't have to leave a vague message. Unless she's already heard what happened and thinks Mia is wrongly accusing her golden boy son and will screen my calls. Hey, Kate, how are you? Julie's tone is chirpy as ever after she picks up on the second ring. Sorry we missed your barbecue on the weekend, but I had to see a client in Adelaide. Thanks for hosting Greg, though. She doesn't know, and my heart sinks at being the one who has to break it to her. I'm okay. There's a brief pause before she says, "You don't sound it. What's up?" Grimacing, I say, "Have you heard from the school?" "No. Has something happened? Are the kids okay?" "They're fine." It's a rote response because Mia is anything but. "Did Greg tell you he had a party on Sunday night?" "No. That little shit." She laughs. "Though I thought he must have felt guilty about something because the house was clean when we got back." That little shit is guilty, all right, but I take a deep breath and blow it out before continuing. "So you don't know about the photo of Mia?" "What photo?" She sounds wary now. "Kate, if you've got something to say, just say it." I scrunch up my face, then force myself to relax. There was an incident at Greg's party. Someone spiked Mia's drink, Greg took her up to his room, then she passed out. A photo was taken and distributed to the class chat of Mia in a compromising position. The school are involved. I spoke with Violet Channing this morning, so you'll be getting a call. Are you saying Greg took advantage of Mia? Because that's ridiculous. They've been friends since they were toddlers. He wouldn't do something like that. As a mother, I know where her instant defensiveness comes from. I'd be the same if someone accused Mia of anything untoward. But Greg isn't the great guy she thinks he is. I know, because ever since he hit puberty, he's given off lecherous vibes. "Is there anyone else involved?" she asks, looking to pass the blame. "Yes, there's another boy, and both him and Greg will be thoroughly investigated." "Investigated?" Julie's voice is a high-pitched squeak. "What the fuck, Kate?" I've looked up the ramifications of a photo like this being disseminated on purpose, and it definitely falls under cybercrime, and the perpetrator can be prosecuted. But it sounds like Eddie sent it accidentally while trying to protect Mia, so I doubt Violet Channing will report it. I don't want to talk about the kids when we catch up tomorrow night, but in a way, I'm glad we've connected. Having her on side can only be good for Mia. Look, Julie, it's school procedure. That's why we were called in today, to give the principal the full picture. That includes framing my son for something this horrendous? Her breath hitches. I thought we were friends, Kate. I roll my eyes, as if her son's actions have anything to do with our friendship. We are, Jules, which is why I'm giving you a heads up. I didn't want you to be blindsided. Okay, thanks for that. But Kate, this is my son we're talking about. He wouldn't do anything to me, I'm sure of it. I want to say, maybe you don't know your son as well as you think you do. Instead, I say, how you deal with Greg is none of my business, Jules. You're a good mum. But I want to let you know that Mia has been devastated by this, and she did nothing to deserve it. Julie pauses and I hear a sniffle. You're right. She's a lovely kid. I'll talk to Greg and sort this out. I'm sorry this happened, Kate. I don't need her apology. I want answers. Me too, Jules. Let me know if you get to the bottom of it, okay? Sure, she says. But I know she won't. Because Greg will spin her a lot of BS, putting the blame on Eddie, and she'll believe her rotten, lying son. I have a feeling that my initial hope, that we'll all be able to put this behind us sooner rather than later, may be futile.
Chapter 30. Austin. Then. 3 days passed since I thought I was being followed, and nothing has happened. So I let my guard down. I stopped looking over my shoulder on the way to my favourite cafe in the morning to grab a coffee. I sit in the uni quadrangle without glancing up from my laptop screen every few minutes, and I resume my evening jogs. I'm almost home, sweat dripping from every pore of my body, when it happens. 1 minute, I'm slowing to a walk and about to start my hamstring stretches. The next, I'm shoved from behind so hard I sprawl on the footpath. Thankfully, I've always had quick reflexes, so I roll to one side to avoid being pinned face down and use a nearby picket fence to haul myself to my feet. You weak piece of shit. The laugh is maniacal, and if I didn't already recognize the voice, I'd know that laugh. It had taunted me countless times in the first few months at Sydney University. I turn, bracing myself for an incoming punch, to find Pete Naylor with his fists raised, as if daring me to fight back. What's your problem, Naylor? I sound way more confident than I feel because somehow Pete seems larger than I remember. And that's huge, considering the steroids he'd been pumping into his body a few months ago had made him look like a caricature of a muscle-bound superhero. Impossibly broad shoulders, massive pecs, bulging biceps, tapered lats, and big thighs. His red hair is cut close to his scalp, and the new buzz cut makes him look more menacing, if that's possible. You had something to do with Jeff's death, I know it. He jabs a thick sausage finger in my direction, and I flinch. Tell me what happened, and I'll leave you alone. Yeah, right. This Neanderthal is spoiling for a fight, and if I say the wrong thing, he'll pulverize me. I need to appeal to his rational side, if he has one. I'm really sorry about Jeff. I know you guys were best mates, and it must be really rough on you, but Jeff and I had a good thing going. Why would I jeopardize that? His forehead crinkles as he processes, so I take advantage of his thinking time. The only reason I left was because my girlfriend got spooked by Jeff's death. So I'm not guilty of anything other than wanting to be with her. For fuck's sake, cry me a river. Pete fake knuckles his eyes, mimicking crying. Do you know the cops are sniffing around? His mouth flattens into an angry line. Those dickheads think I had something to do with Jeff's death. That's ridiculous. My quick response mollifies him somewhat. I know, but when you look like this, he gestures at his overinflated body, they automatically assume steroids are involved, and with the rumours about Jeff supplying the sporting body with uppers, I'm in the gun. He makes a shooting sign with his thumb and forefinger and points it at me. When we both know I had nothing to do with that little side hustle you had going on with Jeff. Did you say anything to the police? Are you insane? Jeff's parents and sister are going through a rough time. Why would I drag them into a drug scandal on top of his apparent suicide? His flinty eyes narrow. No way in hell he killed himself, which is why my bet's on you. You're placing a losing bet? Besides, I was with my girlfriend the entire night that Jeff died. Doubt flickers across his face. I was so sure you were involved. He trails off, sad and uncertain. Because if you weren't, then Jeff really did jump, and I didn't know my best mate as well as I thought I did. I'm really sorry you're going through this, I say, not sorry in the slightest. Bullies like Jeff and Pete deserve each other. So we cool? No more stalking me? Sheepish, he shrugs. You saw me following you the other day? I nod. Let's just say you make a lousy spy. I wanted to confront you, but wanted to catch you off guard. Like tonight, you mean? Ambushing me and scaring the living daylights out of me? Wuss? I want to say prick in return, but we've established some kind of wary truce. No use antagonizing him. Look, man, guess I'm not dealing with any of this and I took it out on you. Pete thrusts his meaty hands into his pockets. And while I respect that your girlfriend vouched for you, if I ever get the faintest whiff that you had anything to do with Jeff topping himself, I'll find you. He steps into my personal space, towering over me, and I gulp in fear. And when I find you, I'll kill you. Before I can respond, he spins around and jogs away, leaving me with a distinct urge to use the toilet. I run the last 100 metres to home and fumble the key twice before letting myself in. When I close the door, I lean against it, breathing in and out, willing the terror, making my legs tremble, to dissipate. I hate Pete, referenced Kate vouching for me. It has put her in his crosshairs, and I'm an idiot for using her to get rid of him. What if he decides to follow her, interrogate her? He looks like a thug, and I don't want him anywhere near my girlfriend. My mind is racing with the implications of asking Kate to marry me, but maybe that isn't enough. Binding her to me ensures her loyalty, but if we stay in Sydney, I'll be forever looking over my shoulder. Which only leaves one option. We need to leave. Hey, how was your jog? Kate trails off as she sees me leaning against the door. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Nothing. I straighten and walk towards her. Can I ask you something? Anything. She captures my face between her hands and kisses me on the mouth. Salty. You like me sweaty, huh? I like you, period. Good. Because here's the thing. I clasp one of her hands and kneel in front of her. I love you, Kate Caruso. Will you be my wife? She gapes, her mouth opening and closing several times before she kneels too. Are you sure, Austin? We're from different worlds and your folks won't approve and... Are you in or out, Caruso? Simple question. Yes or no? Yes! She yells so loudly I startle and tumble, taking her with me. Then we're laughing and crying and staring into each other's eyes, and I've never known relief like this. Kate is in this for the long haul with me, loyal to the end. Do you have time to go ring shopping tomorrow? I'll make time, she says, as we embrace. I hug her tight, breathing in the scent of her apple-scented shampoo, allowing its familiarity to calm me. When we release each other, I slide my phone out of my shorts pocket. There's something else, I say, bringing up a map of Victoria in the search engine and enlarging it. I don't want to wait long to get married. We finish our degrees in a few months, then we get hitched, and I want to leave Sydney behind. Rather than appearing appalled at the thought, there's a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. A fresh start far from here. I'm in. Good. I was thinking somewhere in Victoria. I hold the phone out to her. Here, close your eyes and point where your finger lands, that's where we're going. She laughs. It's kind of random. Let's call it fate. Okay. Her smile is soft as her eyes close, and I guide her hand towards the phone. She waves her finger around before landing on a spot. Let's live here. She opens her eyes, and I enlarge the map further so I can read the town she pointed to. Fir Falls, I say. Has a nice ring to it. It does. We're going to have the best life there, Austin. I just know it. As she rests her head on my shoulder, I hope she's right.
Chapter 31. Mia. I feel so much better after seeing Anna. And a little sorry for her. She's lost if she's clinging to Greg like he's some kind of security blanket. Especially now, when I hope I've opened her eyes to who he really is. For him to tell those lies about me, it's unconscionable. I'm more convinced than ever that Eddie's version of events is correct, and that means my best friend is dating a pervert. When I get home, I see Dad's car in the driveway, and I'm not sure whether to be relieved or worried. Amazingly, Dad hasn't checked in on me once today. I thought he'd call or text after my meeting with Mrs. Channing, but nothing. He's never been a helicopter parent. That honour belongs to Mum. But he'd been so angry yesterday, I thought he'd want to know what was going on. As I enter the back door and head to the kitchen, I hear muted voices. And when I enter, Mum and Dad immediately stop talking. There's an awkward pause before Mum says, "Hey, honey, how was your visit with Anna?" "Good." Dad's smile is tight. "You okay, sweetheart?" "I'm fine, Dad." I glance at the table, where Mum has laid out diced capsicum and carrot, shredded lettuce, corn from a can, store-bought oven-baked chicken tenders, grated cheese, salsa and sour cream with taco shells. It's her cheat meal, the dinner she prepares when she's in a bad mood, is tired, or doesn't give a damn, which isn't often. And I wonder what's behind this. "Need a hand, Mum?" "All good. Just take a seat and we can eat." Dad is silent as he constructs his taco, foregoing his usual mountain of cheese and sour cream, meaning something's seriously wrong. I shoot Mum a glance, and she's studiously avoiding looking at my father, which means they're probably having an argument of some sort. Maybe about me, considering they stopped talking when I entered the kitchen. "How was school today, Dad?" "Fine." By his somber tone, it was anything but. Did anyone say anything in your class about the photo?
Of course not.
His brows draw together.
They wouldn't dare.
This time when I glance at Mum, she shakes her head, a subtle warning for me to change the subject. As if I don't have enough to deal with, my parents have issues too. And just like Anna, I feel a tad sorry for Mum too. Either she's oblivious to Dad's problems, something is definitely going on with him, or she doesn't want to know. I wonder if she's heard the rumour floating around school about him, and that's why their relationship is fraught at the moment. Then again, how would she know? Only one person in Year 12 has told me, a guy I've known since primary school, so he's not being malicious. He laughed off the rumour, but thought I needed to know. I laughed with him, but as I've seen my dad change over the last 6 weeks, I can't help but wonder if there's an element of truth behind it, and if so, what that's going to mean for all of us. I've contemplated confronting him about it for ages, and with his silent treatment tonight, plus his lack of regard for me today, I think it's time we had a chat after dinner. We eat in silence, so I force down 2 tacos even though I've lost my appetite at the thought of talking with Dad after dinner. Mum must be less hungry than me because she barely eats 1. Dad has 3, but his heart's not in it. He's filling the hard shells by rote, lettuce, chicken, salsa, and chewing like it's a chore. I start clearing the table before he's finished his last taco, and even then he says nothing, when he'd usually reprimand me for being a hurry to escape their presence. Mum joins me at the sink and I whisper, "What's going on with Dad?" Sadness makes the corners of her mouth droop. "I don't know, honey, but whatever it is, I wish you'd tell me." "You and me both." I scrape lettuce and cheese scraps off my plate into the trash before rinsing my plate. "Do you think it's because of what happened to me?" I wince. "Is this my fault?" "Of course not." She squeezes my arm. "From what I gather, he's under a lot of stress at work." I'm not surprised with that rumour circulating about him. "I might have a chat with him tonight." "You're sweet for caring," she says, and presses a kiss to my temple like she used to do when I was little.
What are you 2 whispering about over there?
Dad asks, without a hint of amusement in his tone. Hell, what has happened to my fun-loving, teasing father? "Just girl talk," Mum says, and receives a grunt of acknowledgement. Dad helps clear the table, and once dishes are rinsed and the dishwasher stacked, he says,
"I'll be working in my study."
I barely hear Mum's. So what's new? As I follow him. He doesn't have time to close the door, and when I lay a hand on his shoulder, he jumps.
"Mia, what the hell?"
"Sorry, Dad. Just thought we could have a chat." He wants to fob me off. I can see it in his eyes, and my heart sinks. I've always been able to count on Dad. He's my go-to person when my relationship with Mum has been dodgy thanks to hormones. We both get PMS, and it's not pretty.
"I'm busy, Mia."
He trails off when he sees my crestfallen expression, and as I expect, he relents.
"I'm swamped, sweetheart, but I'm here for you."
He gestures me into his study, and we sit next to each other on the worn fold-out sofa he refuses to get rid of, no matter how many times Mum bugs him about it.
"I haven't had a chance to speak with Violet Channing yet, so I don't know where things are at with the investigation into what happened to you, but your mother said your meeting with her went well?"
I nod. She's cool for a principal, and she's planning on interviewing Eddie and Greg.
"Good. I saw Greg at school today, but Eddie stayed away."
He snorts.
"I'm not surprised. The guilty always flee."
He's given me the perfect segue to broach his animosity towards Eddie before my photo incident. Why are you so sure Eddie is guilty?
"Because he sent that photo to the class chat. You said so."
I know, but there are extenuating circumstances.
"Bull."
His mouth is set in an obstinate line.
"There's no excuse for what he did, and he'll be punished accordingly."
I don't tell him I've spoken to Eddie. No point antagonizing him before I get the answers I'm after, so I say, "I've spoken to Anna, Dad, and it sounds like Greg told her a lot of lies about me." Heat creeps into my cheeks. He told her I posed for that photo deliberately so he'd remember me even when I'm not around. My dad's a smart guy, and he'll read between the lines of what I'm not saying, much to my mortification. I see his eyes widen when realization dawns and he scowls.
Why would he lie about you?
Why indeed? Maybe because he's the guilty party and he's trying to cast blame on me and Eddie. Anyone but him? Dad looks appalled as he shakes his head.
I've known Greg since he was a kid. Hell, his mother is your mum's best friend, and we socialize all the time. Why would he do something like that to you? It's disgusting.
I agree, but for all those reasons you just said, I think Greg's going to get away with this.
Or Eddie is,
he mutters, anger tightening his features.
That kid is trouble, I just know it.
I have to ask him. What's your hang-up with him, Dad? I saw the way you looked at him at our barbecue. What's going on?
Nothing.
His rebuttal comes too quickly, and his eyes slide away, unable to meet mine. I want to ask him if he's heard the rumor, but he's so still, like he's drawn into himself that I know now's not the time. I haven't been able to find the source of the rumor. Who'd want to tell the daughter of the teacher at the center of a potential scandal the person who started it? That's when I realized that me staying home for the rest of the week because of my problems means I won't hear if the rumor escalates. Or worse, if there's a hint of truth to it. But I refuse to believe my father is doing what they're saying. The sooner I can clear his name, the better.
Chapter 32. Kate. After the silent family dinner last night, with Austen absent-mindedly eating and Mia casting concerned glances at her father every few bites, I'm glad to escape the house tonight. Mia's fine. She's been in her room most of the day doing homework and exam revision, and encouraged me to go out, even if she cringed when I said I was going to a library talk with Violet. "You're hanging out with the principal?" "Oh, Mum." There was so much embarrassment tinged with disappointment that I laughed hard for the first time in ages. She rolled her eyes at my kookiness but had joined in my laughter. We needed it, considering she told me she'd had little luck getting anything out of Austen when they talked last night. He'd stayed in his study until midnight, and when he came to bed, he lay on the edge of his side, ensuring we didn't touch. So what's new? I haven't had a chance to mention I'm catching up with Violet tonight, and I'm almost out the door when he arrives home. "Where are you off to?" he asks, probably out of vague curiosity than any genuine interest in my movements these days. "A local author is doing a talk at the library. Violet invited me, and we'll probably have a drink afterwards." His eyebrows rise. "You're socializing with my boss?" "Why not? It's not like you spend time with me anymore. We hit it off yesterday, and she admitted she's lonely and would I mind catching up occasionally. Where's the harm in it?" A dent grooves his brow. "I don't like it. Women gossip, and what if you let something private slip?" "Don't be a misogynistic prick, Austen. I'm not going to tell her about our sex life, or lack thereof, if that's what you're worried about." I rarely talk back to Austen, and he flushes puce at my insolence. "Don't be crass, Kate. It doesn't suit you. And being an absentee husband and father doesn't suit you. Now isn't the time to get into our problems, but I'm over tiptoeing whatever is bugging him. What's happening to us, Austen? We used to be a team, and these days you can barely look at me." I will him to tell me the truth, to confide in me like he once used to. Then again, did he? Austen never told me what really happened with Jeff Bloomingdale. He didn't confirm if the rumors about him dealing drugs at uni were true. He didn't tell me about the time he met with Sherry Harrigan. She did, after a chance encounter at the Boxing Day sales. Austen kept secrets, And I hadn't pried because my number one focus was to be the best girlfriend I could be, so I became his wife. Back then, I was willing to do whatever it took to escape the sins of my past. I lied for Austin without compunction when the police questioned him about Jeff's death, and a small part of me has always wondered if my show of unswerving loyalty is the reason behind our marriage. Did he feel compelled to keep me by his side, or did he truly love me? At the time, I didn't care. I'd achieved my objective, to get as far away from my grubby past as possible and marry money. Targeting Austin Core had been the best thing I ever did, and I don't regret it. But at times like now, I'm wondering what else I may have to cover up if my husband's secrets ever come to light.
I'm tired and stressed, Kate. Nothing more.
Yet another lie. But I let it slide because I'll be late if I don't leave now, and I value punctuality almost as much as the life I've built for myself. One day soon you'll have to confide in me, Austin. I place a peck on his cheek. And whenever that day is, I'm here for you. He looks like he's about to bawl, and I hurry away before guilt compels me to call Violet and cancel. Because Austin isn't the only one hiding secrets, and if mine come to light, I have little doubt our marriage and my cushy life will disintegrate. 15 minutes later, I'm outside the library and see Violet striding toward me, dressed in a trendy leopard print maxi dress, black ankle boots, her hair and makeup immaculate. I'm known for my style in this town, but boy, this woman makes me look dowdy. Sorry I'm late. She glances at her watch and grimaces. I pride myself on punctuality, but I got caught up in an online meeting. No worries, I only just got here. You look great, she says, admiration in her eyes as she looks me up and down, and ridiculously, I blush. I like women who compliment other women. It shows they're comfortable in their own skin and don't see every other female as competition. Thanks, you do too. Though my sedate navy shift and patent strappy sandals are no match for her wow dress. Shall we go in? I can't fathom her sheepish expression. Actually, do you mind terribly if we give the author talk a miss? I'm starving and could really do with a drink. I laugh. I haven't read her latest, so I'd rather not hear potential spoilers. Let's go get that drink. You're the best, Kate. She points at the restaurant across the road, which is part pub, part diner, a favourite of Mia's. That okay? Perfect. As we enter the track, no idea where the name came from, as there's nothing in the place tied to horse racing or running, the only links to a track I can think of, I see a few familiar faces. In a town this size, I bump into parents from school most days. There's usually a casual greeting, a nod, a smile, unless it's someone I know well, and then I'll stop for a quick chat. Not today. As I wait for the hostess to approach us, the chatter dies down until the restaurant is silent and every gaze is trained on me. No smiles, eyes narrowed, judging me. In an instant, I'm catapulted back to every day at school, where kids would turn their noses up at my second-hand, threadbare uniform and worn shoes with holes in the soles. I've been pointed at, sneered at, laughed at, more times than I can count, and grew a thick skin a long time ago. But this is different. I've never been looked down on in Fir Falls because I'm Kate Core, who exudes class and has money, far removed from poor, skanky Kate Caruso who'd do anything for money. What's wrong, Kate? Violet is studying me with concern. Nothing. A quick response that sounds hollow. She gnaws on her bottom lip. Do you think those parents are staring at you because you're hanging out with me? Because we can leave and grab a drink or coffee another time. No, it's fine, I say, even though it's not. My skin is prickling and I resist the urge to itch. I hate being the centre of attention. I have no idea what their problem is, so let's ignore them and enjoy our meal. Thankfully, the hostess approaches and guides us to a table for two in the corner near the bar, as if she senses we need privacy. Violet thanks her, and as the hostess leaves, she mimics tipping a drink down her throat. What would you like? Shall we share a bottle of something? Bubbles okay? Perfect. I see Nora Farnham, the mother of Mia's friend Bet, staring at me from a few tables down, and I know I have to confront this head-on. She's the perfect person to tell me what's going on. I'll just pop to the loo. Violet smiles and nods as I head to the toilet, which means I strategically have to pass Nora's table. She's on her own, obviously waiting for someone by the way she's drumming the table and picking up her phone to glance at the time on the screen. When she's not shooting me death glares, that is. As I near Nora's table, she pretends to search through her handbag so she doesn't have to make eye contact, and I grit my teeth against the urge to slam my palm on the table to get her attention. Instead, I slip onto the seat next to her without an invitation and muster my best perkiness. Hey, Nora, how are you? Left with no option but to talk to me, she raises her head, her smile as fake as her veneers. I'm good, Kate. You? Hunky-dory. I feign confusion. Though I'm not sure why you were staring at me so oddly a few moments ago. Was I? Her laugh is a fake tinkle. Guess I'm surprised to see you with the principal, that's all, especially after what happened. Are you talking about that photo of Mia being circulated? Well, yes. She screws up her nose. You think our young people understand the dangers of social media these days? Then something like this happens. She lowers her voice and leans closer to me. I mean, Mia, of all people, taking a photo like that for Greg? Especially when he's always been smitten with Anna. She trails off, staring at my face, which must reflect every horrendous thought I have. One of Mia's best friend's mother is blaming my daughter? Blood pounds so loudly in my ears I can't hear a thing. I'm livid, and I curl my fingers into my palms under the table. Are you victim-shaming Mia? I speak with deadly precision, enunciating every word so there's no misconceiving my anger. Is that what everyone thinks? Nora blushes and grips her handbag, like she'll need to use it as protection against me. Well, that's what Anna and Bet said, so I'm assuming other parents know. Like a vulture seeking a feast, her beady eyes glow. And I spoke with Julia earlier, and she confirmed that's Greg's version too. Never in my worst nightmares did I contemplate Mia would be subjected to this. I've read about victim blaming so many times and been suitably outraged every time. But now my daughter's at the centre of it, I can't feel anything beyond mind-numbing rage. Like I could kill someone. Well, in case you speak to any other parents and your daughter, it's best you know Mia didn't take that photo. Someone at Greg's party spiked her drink and he took her up to his bedroom where she passed out, only to discover at school the next day that a creep, most likely Greg, had posed her and photographed her without her consent. I stand, so I'm towering over Nora, enjoying the way she cowers a little. I would appreciate if you didn't spread lies about my daughter and that you set the record straight with whoever else is prone to malicious gossip. I shake my head. I would have expected better from one of Mia's friends. Pity you haven't raised her right. Nora gapes as I walk away, and I don't care if I've caused problems for Mia and her friendship group. Hell, if Nora's version is what people are believing, my poor daughter is going to be more maligned than initially thought. Tears of outrage sting my eyes, and I barely make it to the bathroom before they spill over. I rummage blindly through my handbag for tissues when a hand appears in my periphery to hand me one. Here. I glance up, and Violet's kindness almost undoes me. Whatever Nora Phantom said to you, she's not worth your tears. Violet's bristling with indignation, and I could hug her for being so understanding. Let's head back out there and give them something to really talk about by getting rip-roaring drunk on expensive champagne. I manage a wan smile. I'm driving, aren't you? We'll pace ourselves. She winks, and I like this forthright woman more by the minute. Or walk home. I can just imagine Austin's horror if I stagger into the house drunk after being out with his boss. We're already rocky enough without adding to our troubles. Then again, in the mood I'm in, screw Austin. He's not the only one hiding secrets, but at least I don't let them affect my family. We could just leave, I shrug, but Violet's glare is fierce. And give those judgmental jerks the upper hand? No way! She shakes her head. Let's go out there and show them exactly how irrelevant they are. As she opens the bathroom door, I say, Thanks for the support, Violet. Anytime, she winks, and my friends call me Vi. It's bizarre to think I only met this woman yesterday, yet it feels like we've been friends forever. I haven't clicked with anyone like this since Julie, and even then, our friendship developed over time because of being forced together at school and social functions. Austin and Ron were good mates, so it seemed natural that Julie and I hung out socially too. Considering our phone call earlier, I doubt we'll ever recapture any kind of closeness. From what Nora said, Julie is sticking up for Greg and buying into his lies, which means the town will either be on Greg's side or Mia's. And if his lies are believed and we fight back, the school community could be torn apart. Hey, you've got this. Violet squeezes my arm, her smile kind, so I square my shoulders and march back to our table. Nora has vanished, thank goodness, and the rest of the faces I know have returned to eating and drinking. There's a bottle of champagne and 2 flutes on our table, and Violet claps her hands like an excited child. Time to obliterate the day I've had, she says, reaching for the open bottle and pouring champagne into our glasses. Not that I'm an alcoholic, but bubbles chase away the blues. Ain't that the truth? I take the glass she holds out to me and hold it up. Here's to us eradicating today. Heck, let's make it the last week. If only it were that easy.
Chapter 33. Austin. Now. I can't believe the horror is starting all over again, like a recurring nightmare I can't wake from. I'm a mess, and people are starting to notice. I can't eat, I can't sleep, I can barely function to teach my classes, and I know who's to blame. Eddie Menson. He has to be behind this. The rumours started after he arrived at school, and an intimidation tactic known to man, keeping him after class consistently to nitpick his work, threatening him with detention for talking during class, giving him the evil eye constantly. If anything, they've escalated. Worse, he's now using Mia to target me. I can't believe he would do something so horrendous to my daughter. I want to make him pay. I even opened my gun safe last night, something I haven't done in months. I picked up my gun and savoured the weight of it in my hand. I raised it, aimed it, and imagined shooting Eddie straight between the eyes. Those lessons I took years ago when I first started selling Adderall to Jeff, have made me feel safe in a way I never expected over the years. I'm not a violent person unless provoked, but just knowing I have a gun, regularly using at a local sporting shooters club, makes me walk taller. Not that anything came of the police investigation into Jeff's death. They ruled it a suicide because of lack of any other compelling evidence. Pete never bothered me again, and my mother didn't lord her knowledge over me. The few times I'd caught her off guard, staring at me like she'd brought a monster into this world, I would look her in the eye and smile. Closing my eyes to blot out my messy desk in the staff room, I channeled the feeling of empowerment holding the gun gave me. It's in an excellent shape. I clean it monthly, after every use. It pays to have it in great shape because if Eddie keeps pushing me... The worrying thing is, Eddie's not the only one I'm concerned about. Ryan McNabb, who teaches biology and chemistry, and who I consider my closest friend, has been looking at me funny for the last few days. Like he knows. Would Eddie have confided in another teacher? And if so, what did he tell him? I can't fathom how Eddie knows my secret. The only people who knew what happened back then are myself and Mum, and Kate to a certain extent. So who is Eddie connected to that he knows what I did? I've researched him thoroughly online. His social media presence is limited to Snapchat and Instagram with 0 posts. According to the transcript from his school in Brisbane, he'd been a decent student and a good athlete. He left after an incident where he stood up for a girl being sexually assaulted. An upstanding student, indeed. So what's his beef with me? An all too familiar headache builds across my brow and I press the pads of my fingers to my eyelids, willing it away. But until I get some answers about who's deliberately targeting me and why, my insomnia and migraines will continue. I can't confront Eddie directly, not until I know more, but I can sound out Ryan. Opening my eyes, I link my hands and stretch overhead, knowing I have to be cautious, because if Ryan doesn't know anything and I've been reading too much into his loaded looks, I might pique his curiosity. So I need a subtle approach, and as my gaze lands on the stack of papers in front of me, I have it. I sort through the pile until I come to Eddie's. It's an analysis piece on the effects of childhood trauma on adult mental health. It's below par, a C-, compared to his work all term, so it stands out. And the perfect thing I need to approach Ryan with. He's one of those teachers who prefers to work in an empty classroom rather than in the staff room, and that's where I find him, tidying up beakers and test tubes. I knock on the door and enter. "Hey Ryan, got a minute?" I don't imagine his hesitation before he says, "Sure, Austin." He shrugs out of his lab coat and hangs it on the back of his chair as I cross the room, not surprised to see every workbench spotless. Ryan is a hard taskmaster and his students know it. If I'm the good cop kind of teacher, he's the bad, but he gets results, so the parents don't complain even if the kids do. He perches on the edge of his desk. "What's up?" "I want to discuss a student with you." I rattle the paper in my hand. "Eddie Menson?" I see the slightest flinch, the widening of his eyes, the look-away glance. Ryan knows. I'm screwed. "Eddie's a good kid," he says, "hard worker." I agree, which makes this assignment an anomaly. I flip the paper around so he can see. His grades have been hovering between a B+ and an A- since he came to us mid-year, so this latest C- is a considerable drop-off, and I'm concerned. Have you noticed anything similar in his biology or chemistry grades? No. Ryan clears his throat like he wants to say more, but is unsure how to say it. Though he has been distracted in class, like he has a lot on his mind. Do you know what's bugging him? Before that incident with your daughter, you mean? Violet's sorting that out, so yes, I mean before that. Ryan glances at the door like he wishes I'd walk out of it before he points to a chair. "I think you better sit down, Austin." I force a laugh. "That bad, huh?" He doesn't crack a smile. "You sure you don't want to sit? I'm fine." "Yeah, right." Ryan pinches the bridge of his nose, buying time to tell me what I already suspect. Eddie came to me a while ago. We get on well. He says I'm his favourite teacher and he wanted to run something by me, said it was important. He pauses, and I resist the urge to yell at him to hurry the hell up. He told me he'd heard a rumour about another teacher here at school. His stare is pointed. "That teacher is you." "Me?" I feign shock.
Jaw drops a tad, rear back a little, as Ryan nods. You haven't heard anything? No, this is news to me, but it might explain why Eddie's grades are slipping in my class. If he's heard something and doesn't want to tell me, I grimace. Is it bad? Again, that hesitation before he nods. Yeah, but you have to promise that if I tell you, Austin, this stays between us. I've been putting feelers out, seeing who might be behind it, and you getting involved will jeopardise that. How stupid is he? It's obvious who's behind the rumour, Eddie.
He didn't want to tell Ryan that, so he fed him some BS about hearing a rumour circulating.
I won't tell anyone, Ryan, I promise. I've made a lot of promises in my lifetime, and I stick to them, mostly. We've been friends a long time, Austin, and worked alongside each other for, 10 years? Almost 11, but who's counting? Once again, Ryan doesn't return my smile. That's why I know this rumour is a load of crap, but if a kid is concerned enough to approach me about it, I have to investigate. Of course. So what's the rumour? That you sold Adderall to students in the past and you're planning on starting up again here? That's ridiculous. I know. He holds up his hands as if trying to placate me. This is your first teaching job, so that's how I know someone is trying to malign you on purpose. He's testing me. I see it in the way he's studying my face for the slightest reaction. Yes, this is my first and only teaching job, but Ryan figures I've had access to other students in the past. At university. Eddie's heard students here talking about me selling drugs. That's what he said. Have you told anyone else? No. His vehemence is reassuring. I don't spread gossip, and until I know what I'm dealing with. I don't know who to trust. That's why I'm doing a little digging on my own. I want to ask if he's digging into the rumours here or digging into my past, because if it's the latter, Eddie's lying. He's spreading the rumours, which means as of now, only 3 of us know the truth. Eddie, me, and Ryan. And if Ryan digs deep enough, my life, as I know it, is over. Regardless of proof, my name will be dragged through the mud, and in a country town this size, I'll lose my job and my standing in the community. I can't let that happen. Thanks for telling me, mate. I really appreciate it. I hold up my hand and I can see Ryan shakes it with reluctance, which means his digging has probably unearthed more than either of us bargained for. Rest assured, I'm not Fur Falls High resident drug dealer. Never have been, never will be. If he notes I don't say I've never done it elsewhere in the past, he pretends otherwise. Leave it with me, Austin, okay? I'll get to the bottom of it. I appreciate it. I head towards the door and I hear his sigh of relief. Austin? I pause and look over my shoulder. Yeah? Go easy on Eddie. New kid at a new school is bound to have trouble fitting in. Of course, I say, having no intention of going easy on Eddie. Or his new best buddy Ryan.
Chapter 34. Mia. Dad isn't home by 4, and Mum's got a beef casserole in the slow cooker so she could go to yoga in town, giving me the perfect opportunity to visit Eddie. I spent another mindless day doing homework and revision, and I hate to admit it, but I miss school. Not the workload, obviously, but the interaction with my peers. The class chat is annoyingly silent since my photo scandal, so I'm not sure if Mrs. Channing has warned them not to post anything for a while or if there's something more nefarious at play. Like I've been ostracized and they've started a new chat. Though that's my overactive imagination at play. Anna texted me today to check in, and after our recent falling out, she would have told me. Bet and Em texted me too, so Anna must have let them know we talked. I miss my friends, but in a way, I'm glad for the solitude this week while I deal with my crap. Namely, what's going on with my dad? Our conversation last night exacerbated my worry. I'm sure he's heard the rumour and that's why he's edgy. But his hang-up with Eddie is unusual because he's usually fair with all his students, so I know there's more to it. If my dad won't tell me what's going on, maybe Eddie will. Courtesy of the class list, I know where he lives, so I send him a quick text letting him know I'm coming over, and he responds with a thumbs-up emoji. It's strange how I've changed towards him. At the barbecue at my place, I wanted to avoid him and thought things would be super awkward between us after he asked me out and I rebuffed him. Then the incident at the party happened and I wanted to kill him. Now, I feel like he's the only person who can give me answers. There's a tie between my dad and Eddie. I just know it. And if Dad won't let me in, hopefully Eddie is more forthcoming. His place is a 10-minute drive from mine. Like us, he lives on the outskirts of town, but on the other side, the less affluent side. I try not to take our wealth for granted, but when I see Eddie's house, old, run down, unkempt, I'm a tad guilty for the socio-economic gap between us. Even though Dad is fiercely independent and won't take money from Nan and Pop, we all know they're our safety net, so if anything were to happen, they would bail us out. They give extravagant gifts, and I wouldn't have a car without them. I've saved most of the money they send me for birthdays and Christmas, and my bank account is over 10 grand. So yeah, I'm luckier than most kids in this town, and seeing Eddie's house reinforces it. He must hear my car and doesn't want me to come in, because he comes out of his front door and jogs towards me. By the time I pull up, he's reached my car. When I get out, he says, "Hey." His smile is warm but wary, as if he doesn't trust me. Ironic, as it should be the other way around. "Hey, how are you?" "Okay." He shrugs. "I saw Mrs. Channing today. Told her my side of the story." "How was she?" "Pretty cool, actually. She said I should come back to school tomorrow." "So does that mean she believes us?" The corners of his mouth kick up. "Us. So you believe me too?" "Yeah, I do." I don't want to tell him about what Greg said to Anna because I can't risk Eddie going all protective on me and punching Greg again. Greg's a lying creep, and I wish it hadn't taken me this long to figure out. Eddie lowers his eyes to stare at his scuffed sneakers. "I have to tell you something." Uh-oh. There's more? Then again, this might have something to do with my dad, and Eddie's volunteering the information before I have to drag it out of him. "Yeah, what is it?" He kicks at a small rock before raising his eyes to meet mine. "I arrived at Greg's party about an hour after you did. He was all over you, and I thought you looked happy. I was getting a beer when he was topping up your drink, and he said something." Eddie trails off, his expression pained. "He said you were gagging for it, but you were an uptight princess, so he'd get you nice and drunk." I break into a cold sweat at the thought of Greg deliberately targeting me, but before I can say anything, Eddie continues. "I told him to leave you alone. He called me a cockblock and to piss off." He shakes his head. "I know, I should have told you, but you were already pretty tipsy and really into him that I didn't think you'd believe me. But I monitored you, and that's why I followed you upstairs when Greg took you to his room, because I wasn't going to let him do anything to you if you weren't able to consent." Wow, thanks. Heat creeps into my cheeks at the thought of what Greg may have done to me if Eddie hadn't been around. I know I put myself in harm's way by drinking too much, but I'm convinced Greg must have spiked one of my drinks for me to pass out. "Did you see him put anything in my drink?" He shakes his head. "No, but I reckon he did, because you went from standing upright and having fun to barely being able to walk. He had to practically drag you upstairs." Anger tightens his mouth. "I didn't mention any of that to Mrs. Channing because I wanted to tell you first about what he said, but if he's done this to you, he may target other girls." "Bastard," I mutter. "I spoke to Anna. I won't tell you what we talked about, but Greg basically lied to her about me in that photo, and they're still together." Eddie screws up his nose. "I know she's your friend, but man, she has shitty taste in guys." I do too, considering how much I've drooled over Greg, but Eddie doesn't embarrass me by mentioning it. "Did Mrs. Channing say what she's going to do?" "She hadn't spoken to Greg yet, so I assume when she has, she'll decide." Wonder if he'll get suspended. He should be expelled, Eddie spits out. "But I'm assuming that's a big deal in a country town like this, with only a few months left in his final year of school." "Yeah, nobody's ever been expelled. A few bad kids have left to do long-distance learning at home, but I assume their parents were given the choice, either withdraw them or face expulsion." I sigh and fold my arms. I've grown up with Greg. Our parents are best friends. It's going to suck having to see him at school, but worse to see him outside of it. His eyebrows rise. Surely your folks won't want to hang around him after this. Probably not, but the whole thing is just icky. At least one good thing came out of it. What's that? He waves his hand between us. We're sort of friends now. We are, and I meant what I said earlier. Thanks for looking out for me at his party. I shudder. I hate to think what could have happened if you weren't around. His lips compress into a mutinous line. That's why the arsehole has to be stopped. Honestly, I think you should avoid him. He's already tried to get you in trouble once. That's going to be difficult. We have geography together and play in the same footy team. Yeah, but footy season's almost finished, and so is school. Are you staying in town once you finish final exams? He shrugs. I don't want to stick around, but I feel kind of guilty because my mum moved here for me. I thought she got a job here. Yeah, but we never would have moved to country Victoria unless I had to leave school in Brisbane. I can't wait to leave. I make a plane flying into the air sign with my hand, even though I'll be driving to Melbourne without looking back. I want to study a Bachelor of Commerce at Melbourne Uni if I get the marks. That's great. I might do an electrical apprenticeship if I stick around. My mum's a plumber, so who knows, it might be okay and we'll end up working together. He sounds less than enthused. Is that what you really want to do, though? What I want is to never have arrived in this town, he murmurs, before blinking and forcing a smile. But then I wouldn't have met you. Yeah, because that's such a privilege. I roll my eyes. If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't be in trouble. But you would be. He eyeballs me, and I'm reminded of how much I owe this guy. Accidentally distributing that photo of me might have been humiliating, but I hate to think about what Greg would have done if he'd posed me suggestively and taken that pic in the first place. It could have been so much worse. If Eddie is protective, he's the perfect person to come clean if he knows anything about the rumour dogging my dad at school. We're friends, yeah? I ask. He nods. Of course. Good, because I have to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Okay. Have you heard the rumour about my dad at school? His eyes immediately slide away, and I have my answer before he speaks. Yeah, but I haven't told anyone, apart from Mr. McNabb. I'm not sure whether to be panicked he's told another teacher, or relieved he's confided in an adult and not another kid. Why him? Because he's a good guy. He's looked out for me ever since I started school here, and I trust him. He grimaces. I've got a pretty good relationship with my mum, but after what happened at my last school, I don't want to drag her into anything here. Too late for that, considering what happened at Greg's party. Has Mrs. Channing spoken to her about the photo? He nods. I told her what happened because I figured Mrs. Channing would call any time. She thinks I was sick the last few days. That's why I've stayed home. Until your mum popped over and said something had happened and that we should talk. She was understanding and wanted to talk to Mrs. Channing before I got dragged in there for an interrogation. You're lucky, I sigh. I've got a supportive mum too, and I'm close with my dad. At least I used to be, but lately he's distracted and he's hiding something, which is actually why I wanted to see you today. He smirks. And here I was thinking you came over for my scintillating company. You sound like you're a 50-year-old. Mum says I'm an old soul. His face relaxes when he talks about his mother, and it's sweet. She's cool. Wish I could say the same about Dad, because if there's the slightest truth to the rumour, what the hell is my father doing? Who first told you about the rumour? I can't remember. He's lying. The corner of his right eye twitches, a nervous tick. Eddie, this is my dad we're talking about. I need to know what's going on. I pause, wondering if I should give away too much. And I saw the way he looked at you at our place when we had the barbecue. It was really weird, but he looked scared, like you had something over him. He holds up his hands like he has nothing to hide. I don't, I swear. The corner of his eye twitches again, and I'm disappointed. I barely know this guy, so why did I think he'd trust me enough with the truth? Well, if you hear anything, can you let me know, please? Sure thing, he says. Mr. McNabb says he's going to investigate who started the rumour and put a stop to it, and I trust him to do it. Okay. Though it isn't, because rather than reassuring me, Eddie has made me question what else he is hiding. I better go. Are you coming back to school? No, I'm staying home for the week. He looks like he wants to say more, but gives a slight shake of his head instead. I'm here if you want to talk, anytime. Or text me. Shall do. I give a dorky salute, glad he told me what Greg said at his party, but frustrated that he didn't reveal everything he knows about my dad. By his evasive behaviour, I'm more convinced than ever Eddie knows something about my father that he's not telling me.
Chapter 35. Kate. Mia thinks I'm at a yoga class in town, and Austin won't care where I am whenever he gets home. I lied because I don't want an interrogation about why I'm hanging out with Violet again so soon after our catch-up last night. I'm tired of my family keeping me in the dark about their lives, yet expecting transparency from me. In a way, I'm over my family, period. I know it's petty and harsh, but a small part of me suspects Mia's only being nice to me because of the trauma she's been through, and I expect that soon she'll revert to treating me how she has for the last few months, like an inconvenience, someone to be tolerated. As for Austin, I'm out of patience. I'm meeting Violet this evening because I'm spoiling for a fight, and if I'm home when Austin arrives after work, I'll end up confronting him and saying things I regret. Easier to take time out, how I used to when I was younger and Mum had one of her episodes. Back then, I'd hide in the dilapidated garden shed in our overgrown backyard. The musty smell of moss ended up comforting me because I'd sit on the dirt floor and run my palm over the velvety green fungus repeatedly, focusing on anything other than the noise of my mother breaking things inside the house. She'd been a mean drunk, and I knew to get out of her way when she had too much alcohol. A lesson learned the hard way when she cracked one of my ribs at 13 with a wayward throw of the bottle. Luckily, her aim had been lousy, and she missed my head. I hadn't expected to hear from Violet so soon. While we didn't drink too much last night, the 2 glasses of champagne each had loosened us up enough to chat about our respective pasts. I hadn't revealed much beyond the basics. I never do. But she'd confided in me about her ex, who'd died on a hike years ago. She hadn't gone into details, but I could see by the way she teared up and her voice broke that she still grieved. He'd been the love of her life, a snippet she divulged after the second champagne, and I'd been tempted to say that I didn't believe in it. I believe in love being a convenience. I made myself love Austin because he'd been my way out of a shoddy life. My physical transformation had been easy. It had been the mental one that had taken its toll. Because I soon discovered early in our relationship that Austin is a self-entitled, shallow, narcissistic liar. I knew it from the first time he denied having anything to do with selling drugs at university. That's the thing about liars. They think they're good at it, that they're fooling everyone, when in reality, those of us who've grown up tough and looking for the slightest sign the people we supposedly trust are being deceptive, we know. My mother had been an expert at deception. Carmen Caruso had lying down pat. Kate, I promise I haven't had a drop of vodka today. I promise I'll be at your school play. I promise I'll make this birthday your best yet, including baking your favourite chocolate cake. Lies. All of them. The only time my mother had told the truth was when I confronted her about needing money for a school excursion to the Blue Mountains, and she admitted to spending the last of her government allowance on a bottle of bourbon. Growing up as Carmen's daughter meant I became a human lie detector from an early age, a skill well honed once I started dating Austin. Marrying him had been easy. I achieved my goal, and I have grown to love him over the years because once we moved to Fir Falls, Austin didn't lie so much. He didn't need to. We have a good life. He loves his job, he loves his daughter, and he loves me. Until recently. Austin is lying again. I know better than anyone. When Violet contacted me to catch up again, I suggested I pop around to her place for a coffee, but she'd been oddly evasive and said we should meet at the fish and chip shop because she'd been having cravings for something salty and fried all day. I'm careful with what I eat, never allowing my persona as Mrs. Core to slip, and can't remember the last time I ate anything deep-fried. I salivate at the thought, knowing I'll only allow myself a chip or two. If Austin's already pulling away from our marriage, I can't afford to give him any reason to dump me. The fish and chip shop, Sharky's, is located at the end of a dirt road leading to the river. Locals love it, and tourists seek it out because of the melt-in-the-mouth fish and perfectly seasoned crisp chips. Austin and I used to bring Mia down here a lot. I'd have a piece of grilled flake with a squeeze of lemon, while Austin and Mia stuffed themselves with potato cakes, chips, and fried barramundi. We'd sit by the river, the fake newspaper wrapping covered in food between us, and talk about our respective days. It's been a long time since we've been so comfortable with each other. When I pull into the makeshift parking lot, I spy Violet at an outdoor table, sipping a cola. She must have a great metabolism to enjoy sodas and fried food at her age. Then again, not all women in their early 40s like me are compelled to keep up a charade by ensuring their body is in tip-top shape. As I get out of the car, the tempting aroma of hot chips makes me salivate and I swallow, striding towards Violet, who's waving. As I reach the table, she stands and envelops me in a quick hug, which is equal parts sweet and disconcerting. We barely know each other, and while I'd enjoyed last night, I'm not one to make friends quickly or easily. Hope you're not sick of me, seeing me so soon again, but I wanted to give you an update on the situation with Mia and thought we could do it here rather than at school. She smiles, and I immediately feel churlish for doubting that hug. She wants to put me at ease before discussing a fraught subject, and she's right. I'd rather meet here than at school. Here's fine, and I'm not sick of you. I pause and wink. Yet? She laughs and slides her legs over the bench and under the table, and I do the same opposite. I had a great time last night. It was so refreshing to meet someone I can chill with, especially as I've been in town 9 months and it hasn't happened yet. It was fun, I say, keeping it simple, because despite Violet's overt enthusiasm, a part of me is still wary. I know it's crazy, but I wonder if she's cozying up to me in an effort to overcompensate because she feels guilty of what she's doing with my husband. The suspicion Austin's having an affair is a niggling burr I can't get rid of. And who would be a better candidate than a colleague who's attractive, successful, and powerful? What's wrong? Violet reaches across the table to touch my arm. You've got a funny look on your face. Nothing, I say quickly, knowing I'd be better off getting close to this woman to see if she slips up and reveals something she shouldn't rather than alienating her. Just thinking about Mia. Thankfully, she buys my fib. How is she? Okay. Going a little stir-crazy at home. Wants to get back to school, I think. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. But before she can elaborate, an employee I don't recognise brings over a wrapped parcel and deposits it on our table. The kid, about 15, looks at me and asks, "Do you want a drink?" "No thanks, I'm fine." He slouches back to the kiosk as Violet casts me a quizzical glance before tearing open the paper and liberating the mouth-watering aromas. "I ordered a share pack," she says. "Hope you're hungry." My stomach rumbles as I look at the crispy, golden goodness of fried scallops, fish, potato cakes, and chips. Actually, I've got dinner in the slow cooker at home, but I can't resist these. I snaffle a chip and pop it into my mouth, the tart burst of vinegar making my taste buds zing. "No worries. Eat as much as you can. I'll wrap up the rest and take it home." Soggy fish and chips don't make for good leftovers. I should know. Mum had tried to serve me some as a treat on my 11th birthday. "I'm starving," Violet says, brandishing a piece of fish in her right hand and a potato cake in the other, before taking massive bites out of both simultaneously. She sees me watching her goggle-eyed and finishes chewing before grinning. "I know. I'm a pig when I'm hungry." While I nibble on another chip, she devours the fish and the potato cake, only pausing to take a sip of her cola. I'm dying to know where things are at with Mia, but I let her finish, hiding my impatience by mentally reciting my to-do list for tomorrow. After another slug of cola, she grabs a serviette from the dispenser on the table and wipes her hands. "Okay, now that I've had brain food, I can discuss Mia's situation." I nod and pop the rest of the chip into my mouth. If she's noticed I've barely eaten, she doesn't say. "I've spoken with both Greg and Eddie and listened to their version of events." Her expression turns somber. "Unfortunately, the boys gave different accounts of what happened at Greg's party, though Eddie's version is close to what Mia recalls." "Then Greg will be punished?" She grimaces. "It's not that simple. Because out of the two boys, I'm inclined to believe Greg." My mouth drops open. "Why?" "Because of an incident that happened at Eddie's old school. He explained that to Mia, said he stepped in to save a girl from being sexually assaulted." Violet's eyebrows shoot up as she eyes me with pity for being so gullible. "That's not true. Eddie was one of the boys who assaulted that girl."
Chapter 36. Austin. Now. Eddie met with Violet Channing after school. I know because she told me after lunch, when we'd been the only two in the staff room. I like Vi. She's one of those quiet extroverts, a contradiction. Subdued until you get to know her, then she goes off like a firecracker. I have no idea why she's cozying up to Kate, though. I don't like it. My worlds colliding, work and personal. But I'm not going to broach the subject because I have more important things to worry about at the moment. Like ensuring Eddie and Ryan remain silent. I'd planned on confronting Eddie after his meeting with Vi, but I never had the opportunity, because as soon as he stepped out of her office, he headed straight for Ryan's classroom. I followed, of course, intent on eavesdropping if I could, but they'd closed the door. From what I could see through the glass panel in the door, their discussion was heated. Eddie appeared upset. Ryan had seemed shocked. What else is that little creep saying about me now? After their little tete-a-tete, I wanted to talk to Eddie, intimidate him into revealing the truth to me. But seeing him confiding in Ryan made me realise something. Targeting Eddie is foolish. He'll run to Ryan, and having a good friend raise concerns about me to the principal and the education board will result in my reputation being tarnished, even if I refute the allegations. No, there's a smarter option. One that will ensure Ryan can't reveal what he knows and effectively remove Eddie's confidant. Ryan's predictable, and I know he makes a cup of tea at 4:15 every day in the staff room before heading back to his classroom to grade papers or prep for class the next day. Eddie leaves Ryan's classroom at 3:50, giving me plenty of time to second-guess my decision. I can back out of my plan, change my mind, let this saga run its course. But I can't, because there's not just me to worry about anymore. My name being besmirched will affect Mia, and I can't let that happen. I won't. So I head to the staff room after 4, put the kettle on and make Ryan's tea, strong black with 1 sugar. I could add anything to it and he wouldn't taste it. My hands shake as I squeeze an excessive number of eye drops into the tea and stir vigorously. I slip the bottle, an exact match for the brand Ryan uses because he has about 3 of them lying on his desk in various stages of use, into my pocket, as the door to the staff room opens and Ryan walks in. "Hey mate, you're in luck. Made you a cuppa because I'm having one too." I hand him the stupid mug with a dorky cat reading that he favours and pick up my milky tea. "Busy day, I've been dying for this." "Me too," he says, taking the tea with a grateful smile, unaware of my unintentional pun, and that's exactly what he'll be doing shortly. Cheers. We clink mugs, and my fingers convulse around the handle of mine as I watch him drink his tea fast, despite the boiling water, tipping the mug up to get the last drops. I wonder if he'll say anything about his meeting with Eddie, that the kid has confided in him yet again, that he wants to ask me if there's any truth to what the kid is saying. When he doesn't, I know I've done the right thing. Removing threats to the life I've carefully built is what I do best. The eye drops will work quickly because of the huge dosage. I'll never forget researching a case in psychology at uni where a wife used them to murder her husband. The tetrahydrozoline is absorbed through the gastrointestinal tract and into the main bloodstream easily. From there it travels to the heart and central nervous system, where it lowers blood pressure, slows heart rate, drops body temperature, eventuating in a coma and death. The effects of the eye drops can mimic a heart attack, and that's what I'm counting on. An overworked, perpetually stressed teacher is a prime candidate for a cardiac arrest, and if they perform an autopsy, which is highly unlikely, suspicion may fall on any number of students considering the open bottles of eye drops on Ryan's desk. I see Ryan's lips turn blue, and he blinks rapidly. "Long day," he says, his pallor sickly. "My eyes are blurry. Probably too addicted to those damn eye drops." "Why don't you have a seat?" I say, a second before he staggers and clutches at the back of the nearest chair. "I don't feel so good." Ryan slumps to the floor in slow motion. His breathing raspy as his eyes roll back before closing. "You okay?" A stupid, redundant question born of instinct as I kneel beside him and press my fingertips to the pulse in his neck. It's faint, racing initially before slowing. I continue checking until it becomes an intermittent, thready thud before stopping altogether. Only then do I stand, my relief immense. I've got rid of one problem, with one to go.
Chapter 37. Mia. I'm going crazy confined to the house. Eddie's meeting with Mrs. Channing must have gone well if she said he can go back to school tomorrow, and I think it's time I should too. The shock of the photo has worn off. The class chat is still silent, meaning whatever Mrs. Channing said to them has sunk in and they're laying off me. Besides, seeing Eddie a while ago didn't reassure me. He knows something about my dad and he's not telling me. Stuck here, I'm not going to discover what that is. When Mum gets back from yoga, she's contemplative and casts me the occasional worried glance. What now? Mum, I don't think your downward dog pose helped because you're looking tense. Is something wrong? She hesitates before shaking her head. Just some stuff I need to figure out. I refrain from rolling my eyes. I'm 18 and technically an adult, but being a grown-up looks like more trouble than it's worth. Mum's constantly stressed, Dad's always on edge, and they're one of the lucky couples. No financial constraints, married forever, still like to hang out together, and they've got me. I grab an apple from the fruit bowl, and I know something's seriously wrong with her when she doesn't chastise me for eating before dinner. Just to let you know, I'm going back to school tomorrow. Rather than looking relieved I've suitably recovered to rejoin my classmates, I glimpse a flicker of fear in her eyes. I thought you were taking the entire week off. That was the plan, but I'm okay. You sure, honey? I nod. Positive, I'm going nuts staying home.
Just stay away from Eddie. My teeth are about to sink into the apple, and I pause, surprised by her warning. Why? I told you what he said. He may be lying. Mum's evasiveness is obvious as she pretends to fiddle with the slow cooker rather than look at me. What do you mean? With a sigh, she straightens and folds her arms. The situation is complicated, sweetheart. You've known Greg your entire life, and Eddie for a semester. It seems rash to believe one boy over the other. I stare at her, incredulous. I spoke to Anna, Mum. She pretty much confirmed Greg isn't a good guy, and Eddie said the same. Eddie would tarnish Greg, especially if he's guilty. You think Eddie is responsible for everything? I shake my head, which is beginning to ache. I don't understand. We talked about this. I told you what Eddie said. That's just it, Mia. Your version of events is what Eddie said, and he can say anything to protect his reputation. I mean, what do we really know about this boy? I want to say I know enough, but I hate that Mum's right. From the beginning, I've got a weird vibe from Eddie. And even after our chat earlier, I still think he's hiding something. I don't want to get into a big argument with Mum, so I say, I'll be careful. Promise? I hold up my pinky and wiggle it like I used to when I was a kid. Promise. Mum's shoulders relax. Trust me when I say that you'll be safer if you stay away from that boy. Again with the warning. Mum knows something she's not telling me. Something's changed. I scrutinize her face for the slightest hint she's lying. You know something you're not telling me. She hesitates before giving the briefest nod. Eddie was involved in an unpleasant incident at his old school. I know, he told me. Her eyebrows shoot up. He did? When? Have you been texting? We message these days, Mum. I refrain from rolling my eyes. And before you ask if he'd been sliding into my DMs, I reached out to him. Why would you do that? Because my father might be a drug dealer, but I wisely keep that to myself until I know more. When I remain silent, Mum says, if he told you about assaulting that girl at his old school, why would you want to have anything to do with him? What are you talking about? Her lips compress and she blushes. I've said too much. Just stay away from him, please. You're starting to sound like a nag, Mum. Eddie trusted me with the information of what happened at his old school, and I don't want to betray his confidence. I have no idea where Mum got the idea that he was the perpetrator, but I'm done discussing this. I trust my gut, and I'm inclined to believe Eddie. If only he would tell me everything about my dad. Mum crosses the kitchen to lay her hands on my shoulders. Mia, please, be careful. I will. After scanning my face for reassurance, she releases me and I bolt from the kitchen, more determined than ever to get answers.
Chapter 38. Kate. Mia didn't believe me when I revealed Eddie had assaulted a girl at his old school. I saw it in the slight curl of her upper lip, a derisive, pitying hint of a sneer that her poor old mother is being overdramatic. I'm not, but I couldn't reveal my source. Violet had told me about Eddie in confidence, and if I told Mia that her principal had leaked confidential information to a parent, Violet could get in serious trouble. That wouldn't be right, considering she did me a big favour in telling me about Eddie. If he's got Mia fooled, he's more dangerous than I thought. The thing is, if Mia doesn't take my warning seriously and won't stay away from Eddie, I need to take a different approach. Warn Eddie to stay away from Mia. Mia's phone is lying on the bench top, and I wish I knew her passcode. Sending a text from her phone asking Eddie to meet here would ensure he'd come, because he'd think Mia sent the message. But having access to my daughter's phone is a huge invasion of privacy, and I've never been that kind of parent. I trust Mia, always have. Besides, She'd just said they never text, preferring messaging in app chats, which are probably password protected anyway. That doesn't mean I can't fool Eddie into thinking Mia is trying to contact him. I slide my phone out of my handbag and pull up the class list from the school website. It lists parent and student emails, addresses, and phone numbers. Convenient. Eddie may be used to conversing with Mia via messaging, but I'm sure I can convince him it's my daughter texting him. I type his number into my phone and add a brief message. Hey, having problems with my phone, so using this old one with a new SIM until it's fixed. Could you come over? Need to chat. I tap the send icon and it makes a comforting whooshing sound. No turning back now. 3 dots flicker to life, indicating he's responding immediately, and I inadvertently hold my breath. Hope you're okay. Be there in an hour. I release the breath I've been holding. 60 minutes is perfect. I'll waylay him outside the house and threaten him to stay away from Mia, or I'll tell everyone that he came on to me at the barbecue. It's a lie I'm prepared to tell to protect my daughter. And who is everyone going to believe? Me, an upstanding citizen of Fir Falls, or some new-to-town 19-year-old who was virtually expelled from his last school and is currently embroiled in another unsavoury incident? I'm confident warning Eddie to stay away from Mia will work. It has to.
Chapter 39. Austin. Now. It won't be long until the cleaners find Ryan's body. They start at the front of the school every evening and work their way towards the back, meaning they'll reach the staff room around 5:30, giving me plenty of time to leave. I'm counting on our fellow teachers being creatures of habit, and one of them won't pop in unexpectedly. They haven't for months, with Ryan and me being the only ones who stay beyond 4:15. I know why I've been avoiding going home all this time. What's his excuse?
Ryan's married with no kids. Fran, his wife, works at the art gallery in town, and they're well-suited, quiet, respectable folk in their 50s who love their jobs and each other. No mean feat in middle age when many couples drift apart without the glue of kids to bind them together.
Ryan welcomed me to this town when I first arrived. He's been a good friend and co-worker, but I don't have time for remorse. I need to get out of here. The corridor is empty as I peek out the door, and I clutch my laptop bag tighter as I flick the switch, plunging the staff room into darkness before I close the door. Ryan's body isn't visible from the door, and I'm glad. My gut's churning with recrimination, and I don't need a last glimpse of the evil I've perpetuated. That's the thing. I have a conscience despite how far I've gone to protect myself and my family. I know the difference between good and bad. I'm just not averse to doing bad for the sake of the good of my family. I force my feet to walk at a sedate pace down the corridor towards the back door when I feel like sprinting. There's nobody around, thank goodness, and when I push through the door, the car park is deserted. Ryan's car is parked in its usual spot next to a derelict shed we house old, disused sporting equipment in, and there's a white van and a navy sedan belonging to the cleaners. My relief is immense as I slide behind the wheel of my car, start the engine, and drive out of the car park. I can't head home directly because I'm too tense, so I head into the heart of town and stop outside the bakery, grateful it shuts at 5. I want to maintain normalcy as much as possible, and I occasionally stop in to buy the homemade tiramisu they're famous for, or one of the apple pies Mia loves. Tonight I get both, and after exchanging jovial greetings with the usual employees, 2 girls I taught who finished school last year but stuck around town, and making small talk, I leave. The apple pie is just out of the oven and warming my hands, and I place the pie and tiramisu carefully in the footwell on the passenger side. Nancy from the supermarket next door gives me a wave as I get in my car, and I return it, glad that this seems like just any other day after work. I should head home, but I'm still on edge, so I head to the river, where I park and take a stroll. Not unusual because I come here to clear my head now and then, but not even the soothing, steady flow of water eases my anxiety today. I walk for 40 minutes, trying to erase the memory of Ryan crumpling to the floor, of his blue lips. Then again, I might never forget killing my best friend, so I return to the car and head home. At least I'm calmer now. until I turn into our drive and see a police car.
Chapter 40. Kate. This isn't the first time I've answered the door to find the police on my front step. I'm hoping it will be the last. I'm not panicked because Mia is home, so this has something to do with Austin. And my first thought is, what has he done this time? The officers, junior constables I recognise as past students of Austin's from a few years ago, peer over my shoulder in unison as if I'm harbouring a fugitive. "Can I help you?" I ask, my tone even and confident. I've had practice at this. I'll never forget Sergeant Harry Cripps staring at me like he could see right through my lies, and if I held it together in front of him 19 years ago, handling these young cops will be easy. The younger of the two, a woman wearing minimal makeup and her red hair pulled back in a severe bun at the nape of her neck, says, "I'm Constable Mayer, and this is Constable Petro. May we come in?" "Of course." I open the door wider and step aside. The living room is through there. I point to my left and wait until they're inside before closing the door. They don't sit. "Is your husband home?" Constable Mayer asks. "Not yet, but he should be at any moment." As if on cue, I hear the back door open. Wanting to give Austin a heads up, I call out, "Austin, I'm in the living room. The police are here."
"Be there in a second,"
he says, and I hear running water, wondering if he's washing his hands or gulping a drink before facing the police. My husband has been here before too, and back then I watched in awe as he lied like a pro, convincing Sergeant Cripps he had nothing to do with the death of a fellow student. All these years later, I'm still unsure whether Jeff's death was deliberate or an accident, but what I do know, my husband was somehow involved. I watch the faces of the police as Austin enters the room and both straighten their shoulders, as if about to impart important news. They don't acknowledge knowing him as a past teacher, and he doesn't greet them with familiarity. I brace for what's coming, thrusting my hands into my jacket pockets in case they tremble and give away my nerves. "Mr. Corr, you should take a seat," Constable Mayer says, and I wonder why the other police officer hasn't said a word since they arrived, unless this is some kind of good cop, bad cop routine, and Mayer is the gentler of the two before Petro delivers a knockout blow. Austin's gaze flies to mine.
"Mia's okay?"
I nod. "Yes, she's upstairs, earbuds in, doing homework." He slumps in relief and sits. I take the armchair next to him, and the police finally sit on the sofa opposite us. For his mind to instantly focus on Mia, maybe I've misjudged him and he hasn't done anything wrong. But I've always had a good gut instinct when it comes to Austin, and I know that whatever the police are about to say, he's involved somehow. "Mr. Corr, what time did you leave school today?" Constable Mayer asks, slipping a small black notebook out of her pocket and taking a pen from the other. Austin screws up his eyes, pretending to think.
"About 4:30-ish. I stopped at the bakery on the way home to pick up dessert for my girls, then went by the river to take a walk. Something I do at times at the end of a long day. Why?"
Austin's alibi flows off his tongue like he's rehearsed it, which he probably has.
"When did you last see Ryan McNabb?"
Constable Petro finally speaks, and he doesn't sound impressed, his voice a flat, accusatory monotone.
"In the staff room about 10 minutes before I left, I think. We had a quick cuppa, then I got ready to leave."
Austin's eyes widen.
"Has something happened to Ryan?"
The police exchange a quick glance before Constable Mayer says, "Ryan McNabb is dead. Suspected heart attack." He was found by a cleaner around 5 in the staff room. Austin pales and shakes his head.
But I just saw him. I mean, he was fine. We're good friends.
He trails off and I glimpse a shimmer in his eyes.
I can't believe this. So you think I was the last person to see him alive? It's looking that way.
Constable Petro leans forward and braces his elbows on his knees.
Are you sure there's nothing else you can tell us? Like what?
Austin holds his hands out like he has nothing to hide.
You've just told me my best friend has died, that I'm probably the last to see him. What else is there?
We're just covering all bases, Constable Mayer says. Following protocol. Austin deflates again and nods.
I get it. I'm just in shock.
Understandable, Constable Mayer says, while Petro doesn't look so convinced. I'm guessing Austin wasn't his favourite teacher, or he has good instincts, like me. The police stand in unison and Constable Mayer hands Austin her business card. If you think of anything else, please contact me. Austin takes it, his expression puzzled.
Anything else? You just said it was a heart attack. How can I possibly explain that when I wasn't there?
That's when I see it. Austin's tell. The pulsing of a vein between his jaw and his ear. He's lying. And I'm terrified. Because if Austin is guilty of having some involvement in Ryan's death, though I can't imagine why, we have a lot more to lose now.
Chapter 41. Mia. I lie on the floor in the middle of my bedroom and stare at the ceiling, numb. Can this week get any worse? Hours ago, I'd been doing homework, oblivious to the police downstairs, telling my parents the bad news. Mr. McNabb is dead. I know heart attacks are random and unpredictable, but why him? He was my favourite teacher, the kind of guy who took a genuine interest in his students and was firm yet funny. Everyone liked him. I had him for biology in Year 10, and he had this way of making boring facts come alive. He told the lamest jokes too, but we laughed because he was nice. It's going to be really tough on my friends who had him for biology this year, with final exams coming up next semester. He's going to be missed. He'd been Dad's best friend too, and I'm not surprised Dad skipped dinner and went to bed early. We all did, though I can't sleep. 10:30 is way too early for me, but I needed the solitude of my room. Lying on the floor makes me feel grounded, and I practice the deep breathing they taught us in health ed years ago. It calms me a little, but I feel so untethered lately that my head is spinning. I feel bad because one of the first thoughts I had when my folks told me the news was that the entire school would be focused on Mr. McNabb's death and might forget about me. Awful and selfish, I know, but it's true. It would have been bad for him to die at home, but the fact it happened at school will mean it's all anyone talks about for ages, relegating my photo to a distant memory, hopefully. I've checked the class chat several times and nobody has mentioned Mr. McNabb's death, so that means they don't know, and I'm not going to be the one to tell them. The less attention I draw to myself, the better. But I'm tempted to contact Anna so I can offload to someone. Then again, considering what's happened this week, a small part of me still wonders if I can count on her completely. We may have sorted out our differences, but I'm not sure if we're back in the same place where we'd call or message each other anytime, day or night, to talk about anything and everything. I sit up and grab my phone, checking the class chat again. Nothing. I scroll social media aimlessly when I hear it. The creak of our back door. Mum's been harping at Dad for ages to oil the hinges, but like everything else lately, he's let it slide. It's weird that one of my parents would go outside at this time. It's probably Dad because he'd been seriously rattled about Mr. McNabb's death. And in that moment, I feel sorry for him. Dad has been so distant lately. Then there's that weird rumor about him dealing drugs. Maybe I should have been more supportive earlier. As he's withdrawn from Mum and me, I've done the same. Self-preservation probably, because I get the feeling our family will implode once I finish school this year and leave for uni. We're not as close as we once were, and I shoulder the blame for a lot of that. It's not a priority to hang out with my folks anymore. But there's more to it. A feeling that we're all tiptoeing around each other, a fragility that may shatter at any moment. I hear another creak and decide to go downstairs and see if Dad needs anything. I pull a hoodie over my singlet and open my door like I'm sneaking in after missing curfew. My parents' bedroom door is closed, and for a second, I'm scared. What if that creaking indicated someone coming into our house rather than one of my parents going out? I cling to the banister as I descend, making sure to miss the steps that would alert an intruder to my presence. But as I almost reach the bottom, I see my dad and I release the breath I've been holding. It's not an intruder, it's my father. Until I see his expression as he reaches for my favorite statue, like he's about to kill someone.
Chapter 42. Austin. Now. I lied to Kate. I didn't take the sleeping pills she insisted I needed. I can't afford to be in a deep slumber because I've talked in my sleep on more than one occasion, and tonight isn't the time to inadvertently divulge any secrets. I faked sleep until I finally heard her soft, snuffling snores about an hour after we'd gone to bed. It's crazy for our family to be in bed by 9:30, but the exhaustion of the evening took a toll on us, and I've never been so relieved to get into bed and let my mask drop. Seeing the police here when I arrived home had sent me into a panic, and I'd envisaged the worst-case scenario, me being dragged out of my home in handcuffs, disgraced, because someone at school had seen what I'd done to Ryan. It had taken all my willpower to get out of the car and let myself in the back door. I'd been in such a funk that I'd left the tiramisu and apple pie in the car and hadn't remembered it until we'd picked at our dinner. My anxiety worsened when I recognized the cops as kids I'd taught several years ago, but neither of them acknowledged me. Even Kate, who's a master at putting on a brave face, looked spooked, and I knew I had to pull off the acting of my life to ensure the police couldn't remotely connect me to Ryan's death. So far, everything's working to plan. They deemed it a heart attack and probably only popped in because one of the cleaners must have seen my car in the car park at school and reported me as being the last one around besides Ryan.
They're doing due diligence and won't have a reason to do an autopsy.
Even if they do and find traces of tetrahydrozoline in Ryan's blood, anyone could have laced his mug with it. I'm in the clear for Ryan's murder, but if Eddie goes to the cops and tells them what he's been confiding in Ryan about, who knows what the cops may do.
I'll be under a cloud of suspicion again, and if they look into my background,
I'm screwed. Getting rid of Ryan had been relatively easy, but eliminating Eddie is a much harder proposition.
Though him being involved in Mia's scandal and the reason he left his old school means he has many enemies, and deflection might not be too difficult.
My mind is whirring when I hear the creak of our back door. I stiffen and glance across at Kate, who's still sleeping. That means Mia is sneaking out, and I'm out of bed in a flash. My daughter has been through enough this week, and I hate to think she's hiding something else from us. I sleep in cotton boxes, so take time to shrug into my robe before I pad downstairs, treading lightly. I don't want to scare Mia, but I want an explanation if she's leaving at this time or returning from sneaking out earlier. However, when I reach the bottom of the stairs and peer into the kitchen, Mia isn't the one closing our back door. It's Eddie. He's dressed in all black like a thief, and in a flash I know what I have to do. Eddie trespassing gives me the perfect opportunity to defend my home and my family. I have no idea why he's here, and I don't care. It's like fate has handed him to me on a platter, and all I have to do is eliminate him. I glance towards the study where my gun safe is, but that will take too much time. Besides, the self-defense laws against intruders in this country only extend so far, and I don't want to be the one prosecuted and ending up in jail. I've done a lot to prevent that from happening over the years. As I prevaricate, my gaze lands on the heavy statue of a book made from howlite. It had been a present from Kate when I got the job in Fir Falls. The crystal meant to stimulate a desire for knowledge and strength and memory. It's also meant to be a calming stone, teaching patience and eliminating rage, and at the time I wondered if she'd given it to me for the former or the latter. The thing weighs a ton, and is the perfect weapon a homeowner would use in self-defense against an intruder. I'm well versed with the laws, I have to be, considering what I've done, and I know that using a weapon in self-defense can lead to charges, namely assault with a weapon. But these are extenuating circumstances.
Eddie distributed a lewd photo of my daughter, and now he's breaking into my house to do goodness knows what to her.
No jury would convict a loving father doing whatever it takes to protect his daughter.
Mind made up, I pick up the statue and take a step towards the kitchen.
Chapter 43. Mia. I want to yell when I watch my dad pick up the howlite statue and creep into the kitchen. If he's planning to hit my mother with that hefty thing, I have to save her. In that moment, I realize my father may be secretive and going through something, but he isn't a murderer, so whoever he's walking towards must be an intruder. I'm not sure if that makes what he's about to do better or worse, because I know all about homeowners being prosecuted for injuring intruders, thanks to paying attention in legal studies last year. If I call out to him, it may alert whoever's sneaking around in our kitchen, and that could result in Dad being assaulted, so I creep towards the kitchen instead. I peek around the doorway in time to see my father raise the statue and bring it down on a guy with his back to us. He staggers, and Dad hits him again, aiming for his head, but the guy lifts his arms to ward him off. But Dad isn't done yet, and the third blow hits the guy on the back of his head. He crumples, and as he falls, I see who the intruder is. Eddie. My mouth opens in a silent scream. No sound comes out because my throat is closing, making breathing difficult, and Spot stands before my eyes. I stumble away and crawl up the stairs, desperate to get to my phone so I can call for help. However, as I reach my room, reality sinks in. If I recognized Eddie from across the kitchen, Dad must have recognized him too. Meaning he hit him deliberately, making him a monster. Whatever Eddie was doing creeping into our house, Dad could have talked him down. Instead, he'd chosen to hurt him? Is this my fault? Did Dad try to kill Eddie because he's convinced of his guilt in the photo scandal? My hand shakes as I grab my phone from the dresser. I need to call the police. But what if Eddie's okay and just has a concussion? What if my dad was trying to teach him a lesson, and if the police are involved, my dad gets prosecuted? Logically, I know I should call them, but I can't be responsible for decimating my family. But I need to talk to someone, and I text Anna instead. I need you. It's urgent. Can I call now? Her response is instant. My phone vibrates with her incoming call. I sag in relief and force myself to take deep breaths to stop from hyperventilating before I answer. Mia, what's wrong? Are you okay? Yeah, I whisper, when it's so far from the truth it's not funny. Maybe I should have woken Mum, but I'm too shaken right now and I need an impartial view. Not really. Do you want me to come over? No. Yes. But the situation with my dad assaulting Eddie is complicated enough without adding my friends into the mix. Something happened tonight, and I think Eddie copped it. What do you mean? She sounds worried, and I don't blame her. That makes two of us. My dad has it in for him because of the photo thing. About that? I hear a murmur in the background, a male voice, and I instantly tense. Is Greg there? Yeah, and he's got something to tell you. She huffs out a breath. We've been talking for hours, and if you hadn't contacted me, I would have reached out first thing in the morning. I don't want to talk to him. Mia? Greg's deep voice triggers a visceral response, and I wrap my free arm around my middle. I'm really sorry I lied to you. What are you talking about? But I know before he responds he's going to confess, and that means my father has punished the wrong guy. I used you, Mia.
Eddie has been a pain in my ass since he arrived at school, acting superior. And the girls like him too. Then, the coach started favouring him at training when I used to be the best, and I kind of wanted to get back at him. He audibly swallows. I knew he liked you, so that night at my party, I wanted to make him feel like a loser, so I was all over you. Hurt squeezes my chest and spreads outwards. You were faking everything? You're nice, Mia, and we've been friends for ages, but I don't have the hots for you. So yeah, I used you to make Eddie jealous. Did you spike my drink? I wasn't going to do anything bad to you. I knew he was watching, and he'd get his knight in shining armor routine happening. You didn't answer my question. Did you spike my drink? I didn't use any drugs, if that's what you're asking. But every time I got you a drink, I made it a triple. Fuck, I murmur, stunned by the lengths this creep went to. I can't believe you did that to me. I hear Anna crying in the background, and I hope the only good thing to come out of this freak show is that she'll dump him. I'm really sorry, Mia. I went too far. So you posed me and took the photo? Yeah. Eddie came in, tried to get my phone off me, and accidentally pressed send, so it got distributed. That was never supposed to happen, I swear. Like your word means anything, you prick. I deserve that, he says, sounding remorseful, but I'd never wish to kick any guy in the balls more than I do right now. Eddie was telling the truth, and I'm the liar. Are you going to come clean to Mrs. Channing? Tomorrow, he says, so softly I barely hear him. I'll probably get suspended and kicked off the footy team. He'd be expelled if it were up to me. Put Anna back on the phone. Sorry, Mia, I mean it. There's a murmur of voices before Anna comes back on. Mia, I only just found out tonight. I'm so sorry. You were right about him. It's not my place to say I told you so because my best friend is hurting enough. It's okay, we can talk tomorrow. But as I say it, I realise there probably won't be any school tomorrow. Mrs. Channing will send out an announcement to the school community regarding Mr. McNabb, and students will stay home or be offered counselling. I can't believe I'm the only kid who knows, and I'm dying to tell Anna, and probably would have if Greg hadn't been there. So why did you want to call? You sounded really freaked out when you answered. Hearing the truth from Greg means I need to get downstairs ASAP and tell my dad that Eddie is innocent. So I tell a small fib. I had a massive fight with my dad, but I can hear him making hot chocolate downstairs, so I better go and patch things up with him. Okay, take care. You too. I hang up and open my door to rush downstairs. But I hear raised voices. More accurately, Mum yelling at Dad and him shouting back. So I decide to stay in my room for a few more minutes. Mum would have called an ambulance and the police. She's cool in a crisis. For now, I sit on the edge of my bed and pick at a cuticle, wondering why Eddie was sneaking into my house and how my dad's going to spin trying to kill him.
Chapter 44. Kate. I'm a light sleeper, so when I hear a loud thud from downstairs, I sit bolt upright and am halfway out of the bedroom before I have time to process Austin isn't sound asleep beside me. He should have been, because the sleeping pills he takes knock him out, so it's odd he's awake, let alone out of bed. I hope that noise isn't him staggering downstairs to get a drink of water and being so unsteady he collapsed. But Austin isn't the one passed out when I reach the kitchen. It's Eddie, lying unconscious near the back door. The back door I left open for him when I texted earlier. With the kerfuffle of the police arriving and Eddie not turning up, I'd forgotten all about locking the back door again. But why the hell would he sneak into the house now? Because he thought he was meeting Mia, and didn't want to alert her parents. Shit. He probably texted me he'd arrived, and I didn't hear it with my phone on silent and sitting on the kitchen bench, so he'd tried the back door, found it unlocked, and entered. The part where my husband has knocked him out with the howlite statue I gifted him years ago wasn't part of the plan. Austin? He spins around, wild-eyed, brandishing the statue until he sees it's me and lowers it slowly, placing it on the bench top beside him. I thought he was an intruder, he says, defensive rather than contrite. Besides, he deserves it after what he did to us. Shit. Austin knows about the kiss. Did Eddie confess? It was only a kiss, Austin. I was drunk. He comforted me, that's it. Meant nothing. I trail off as I register Austin's staring at me with horror. What are you talking about? He asks, revulsion twisting his mouth. Oh no. When Austin said what Eddie did to us, maybe he'd been referring to what he put our family through with Mia's ordeal and I've mistakenly blown it. The day of the barbecue, I was drunk and lonelier than usual and was hiding in the pantry crying. I thought one of the dads had come in to comfort me and, to my mortification, I kissed him. I wince. Turns out it was Eddie and I felt sicker. But we haven't spoken about it since because it was meaningless, a drunken mistake, so I didn't tell you. Disgust contorts his face. I thought you'd moved beyond your past. Maybe I was wrong. My blood chills at his barb. Austin doesn't know about my past and I intend on keeping it that way. I don't know what you're talking about. Save the lies, Kate. I know about your poverty and your neighbour Maxine and you working for her. He scowls. I shudder to think what you did for money. The blood drains from my face as shame makes my legs tremble. It was only for a week. I thought working in the parlour involved massages, not the extras men asked for, and I couldn't handle it, so I quit. How did you know? And why haven't you said anything before now? I heard you investigated before we married. He snaps his fingers. Correction. Before I had to marry you out of obligation. What do you mean? You lied for me. Provided me with an alibi. I couldn't jeopardize that. So I gave you what you wanted most. He wiggles his ring finger where his tarnished wedding ring resides. You wanted money and a better life. I gave you that. So I'd been right. Austin never loved me. He loved the security I provided by standing by my man. Turns out, my perfect life isn't so perfect, just as I suspected. And I gave you what you wanted, Austin. A new life far removed from the suspicion dogging your past. So if you want that to continue, you need to forgive me for the ridiculous kiss indiscretion and move forward. His eyes narrow and dart towards the statue, and for a horrifying second I hope I haven't pushed him too far and he uses that thing on me. Are you threatening me, Kate? He takes a step towards me. Another. Because I don't take kindly to anyone disrupting my life. He points at Eddie's body. Eddie and Ryan were out to destroy my reputation. Can you believe it? My best friend and some new kid. He shakes his head. There's no way I'll let that happen. In that instant, the truth detonates. Ryan didn't have a heart attack. Somehow Austin had found a way to kill him. And by Eddie's prone body, He'd tried to do the same to him.
"Have you called the police? An ambulance?"
I shriek, and he startles as if waking from a dream.
"Not yet."
Oh my God! I grab my phone, but before I can call emergency services, Austin has them on the line.
"Please come. There's been an accident at my house. An intruder."
He pauses and nods.
"Yes, that's right. Please hurry."
Watching him put on a show for the emergency services operator while blood pools beneath Eddie's head where he lies at Austin's feet, I know I've married a monster.
Chapter 45. Austin. Now. Kate's sordid admission is unexpected, but I haven't got time to dwell. She's right. If I want my life to remain as is, I need her support, and that means showing some semblance of forgiveness for her appalling lack of judgment. Besides, keeping her talking has served a purpose. With a little luck, the time lapse between me hitting Eddie and calling an ambulance may mean he's dead. Here's hoping. I place the call to emergency services, sounding suitably panicked. While I do so, I see Kate tapping out a number on her phone before lifting it to her ear. I have no idea who she's calling, and I hope she isn't doing anything stupid. I've missed what the operator said, so I refocus. Sorry, what was that? I'm in shock. I asked if the intruder is breathing. I'll check. I squat down and to my chagrin see Eddie's chest rising and falling. Yes. But he's still unconscious? Yes. The paramedics will be there shortly? I've watched enough medical dramas to know she's going to ask me to stay on the line until they arrive, so I say, thanks, and hang up in time to hear Kate say, sorry to disturb you so late, Georgia, but I had to call. Who the hell is Georgia? With a little luck, a lawyer she has on retainer, but that's ludicrous. Kate values her cushy life as much as I do and won't do anything to risk it. She's lied for me before, and she'll do it again. There's been an accident. Eddie's here and it looks like he has a concussion. We've called an ambulance and he should be okay. Her eyes narrow as she glares at me. Yes, we'll take good care of him until you can get here. She pauses. Uh-huh. See you soon. Was that Eddie's mother? She nods. Having access to a class list is handy at times like this. How's he doing? Breathing but unconscious. Paramedics should be here any moment. And the police? I mentioned the intruder is the injured party, so they'll be on their way too. Her concerned gaze is drawn to Eddie. How many times did you hit him? What? It looks like he has a massive bruise on his arm and the side of his neck. She points. And that's not counting the blood pouring from his head wound, so I'll ask you again, how many times? I reacted on impulse. So when he didn't go down the first time, I hit him again. I don't know, maybe 3 times? I didn't know it was him. She pins me with a laser-like stare. Are you sure? Of course. She knows I'm lying but doesn't call me on it. She's spineless that way. Having the police here twice in one night isn't my idea of fun, Austin. Mine either, I snap, my anger at her superciliousness grating. After what she told me about kissing Eddie, she has no right to judge me. Aren't you the slightest bit concerned that this kid was sneaking into our house in the middle of the night? Who knows what he's capable of? Her eyebrows rise. You think he was after me? Likely, considering what he did to her with that photo. Do you know what happened at his old school? I shake my head. Vine never said, so it can't be that bad. Usually if a new kid arrives at school with a concerning past, she'll give the teachers a heads up. Why? What do you know? Nothing. Her answer is too quick, too trite. My wife is a liar. I already knew that. Guess that makes us well matched. The thing about lies is they believe their own version of the truth. As long as Kate believes mine, we're fine. If not, it doesn't matter if people around me keep dying. Without proof, I'm free. I intend to keep it that way.
Chapter 46. Kate. Austin's staring at me like he doesn't believe a word I say. I want to tell Austin about Eddie assaulting a girl at his old school, but not only is it betraying Violet's confidence, it could be dangerous with Eddie still lying at his feet. I don't know what my husband is capable of.
What are you hiding from me, Kate?
Here's my chance to come clean. To tell Austin that I invited Eddie over to lay down the law to him and warn him away from Mia once and for all. But now that Austin knows about the kiss, telling him I texted Eddie and left the door unlocked for him makes me sound like a deranged predator who wanted a repeat of that kiss. I remain silent, relieved when I hear sirens. The paramedics are here, I say unnecessarily, knowing if Mia slept through the initial kerfuffle, she'll wake now. I don't want my daughter having to see Eddie lying in a pool of blood. So I say, I'm going to check on Mia and get her to stay upstairs. Austin nods, already distracted by the paramedics unloading a stretcher from the back of their van and opening the back door for them. I run upstairs to find Mia standing in her doorway, her eyes wide and filled with fear. What's going on, Mum? There's been an accident, sweetheart, and I want you to stay up here. What kind of accident? I heard sirens. I need to keep my response deliberately vague because the moment Mia learns Eddie is injured, she'll probably want to see him. We had an intruder in the kitchen, but your father handled it. Unfortunately, the intruder got injured in the process, so that's why he called the paramedics. She gnaws on her bottom lip, worry darkening her eyes. Dad can be scary sometimes. I agree, but I never thought Mia viewed her father that way. What do you mean? She hesitates, indecisive, and I wonder if our daughter has picked up on a lot more of the tension in this household than we give her credit for. It doesn't matter, she mumbles and folds her arms. I'm assuming you want me to stay up here? Yeah, we think that's best, sweetheart. She shrugs. I spoke to Anna earlier. Greg, too. He admitted to doing everything. Shocked, I say. He admitted to spiking your drink and posing you and taking the photo? Yep. Though he said he didn't spike my drink, just gave me triple shots for every drink. So in the end, it caught up with me fast. I can't believe Greg would do something like that. I shake my head, knowing this will have far-reaching consequences for all of us. How can I stay best friends with Julie when what I've always suspected is true, that her golden boy son is a sly creep? Then again, my friendships in this town will be the least of my worries if any of Austin's misdemeanors are ever exposed. He apologized, but that doesn't make it any easier. He humiliated me. She blushes. Me, a girl he's practically grown up with. What's he capable of with other girls? That's not your problem, honey. I press the palm of my hand against her cheek, and she leans against it momentarily. I'm just glad we know the real perpetrator now. Though I'm confused. After what Violet confided in me, I assumed Eddie had form and he'd been the one to humiliate my daughter. Turns out, you can't trust anybody. Those closest to you most of all. We'll deal with the Greg situation later, sweetie. You stay here for now, okay? Okay. My strong-willed daughter is never meek, so I know there's more going on with her than she's letting on. But I can only deal with one problem at a time, and as I head downstairs and see the police alongside the paramedics, I paste a suitably concerned expression on my face, ready to stand by Austin yet again. It's the same police officers, Maya and Petro, and I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. What are the odds of them visiting the same household in the space of 5 hours? While Constable Petro stays close to Austin, Constable Maya approaches me. What happened here, Kate? I was asleep when I heard a loud thud. I thought Austin might have fallen while getting a drink, so I came downstairs to find him standing over an intruder. We're all on edge because our daughter went through an assault earlier this week, so I'm assuming Austin freaked out and struck the perpetrator. She appears suitably concerned as she nods, but I'm aware she's the good cop, Petro the bad. Did you know the intruder is one of your husband's students? He mentioned that when I got down here. I make my bottom lip tremble. It's most unfortunate. It is. By her piercing stare, she's not buying my worried act. We're taking your husband to the station for questioning. While what he did was in self-defense, using a weapon can lead to charges being laid. I understand, but he was just protecting us. Protecting Mia. She's been through enough. He'll be able to give us the full picture. Thankfully, her tone has softened. It sounds like your family has been through a lot lately. Don't worry, we're not after any scapegoats. Just the truth. That's what I'm afraid of.
Chapter 47. Mia. I watch from my bedroom window as the paramedics wheel Eddie on a stretcher and slide him into the back of their van. I can't see if he's conscious or not, but I hope so, because after learning the truth from Greg, I feel bad for Eddie. My dad has blamed him all along, and that must be why I witnessed my father hit him one too many times. Eddie didn't deserve that, but I have to give Dad the benefit of the doubt because he'd been protecting me. Or himself. I ignore my inner voice of reason, the one that wonders if Dad's vendetta against Eddie has more to do with the drug dealer rumor than his overprotectiveness towards me. As the ambulance pulls away, the police lead Dad out to their car. He's not handcuffed, but he's standing between them, and they're bracketing him closely like they half expect he'll make a run for it. Questioning him at the station is probably a formality. My dad has a way with words, so I'm not worried. He can talk his way out of anything. I'd once watched him smooth talk a policewoman into not giving him a speeding ticket. I'd been about 10 at the time and had stared at my dad in awe for being so nice to her. Mum had been less than impressed, as if she'd seen it all before. I hope this is resolved quickly and I won't be questioned. I'm a terrible liar. Everyone says they can see exactly what I'm feeling by my expression. So if the police ask me if I saw anything tonight, I'll have to tell the truth, and that won't go so well for Dad. I hear Mum climb the stairs and head to her room, then the shower turns on. She always takes a shower when she's stressed, says she does her best thinking under hot running water. Or I wonder if she's taking a shower because she cleaned up Eddie's blood off the kitchen floor near the back door. I hope it's the latter because I don't want to see Eddie's blood. I head downstairs, the quiet of the house strangely eerie after what happened tonight. I pause outside Dad's study, wishing I knew who started that rumor about him, and worse, if there's any truth to it. Eddie's the only kid at school who seemed to know more about it, and with him out of the picture for now, if only there was someone else I could ask. My gaze lands on the hall table where the statue, Dad's weapon of choice, used to stand next to a gilded framed photo of his family. Nan, Pop, Uncle Orion, and Dad, taken before I was born. I don't know why he kept the photo, considering he doesn't like his family very much, let alone display it for everyone to see as they enter our house. I think it's more Mum's doing. She's all about family, even though Dad's looked down on her. I've seen it since I hit my early teens, at our annual catch-ups in Sydney. Dad's family are snobs who bully Dad and sneer at Mum, while they treat me like some amazing progeny they can't quite figure out, considering my parentage. As I stare at the photo, I have an idea. There is someone else who may know about Dad's past. Nan. Before I can second-guess the wisdom of calling my grandmother in the middle of the night, I tap on her number in my contacts list. She'll be up because she's a workaholic and reads pediatric medical journals for fun late into the night. She answers on the third ring. Mia, is everything all right? Yes, Nan, well, sort of. Dad is at the police station. Silence before a hearty sigh. What's your father done this time? Wow, I mouthed to myself. Nan's response makes it sound like Dad's a repeat offender. We had an intruder who turned out to be one of my friends, and Dad bashed him with a statue. So my friend is in hospital, and the police are questioning Dad. I see, Nan says, sounding like she doesn't see at all. Where is your mother? I don't want to give Nan a reason to hate Mum even more, so I tell a small fib. She's at the station with Dad. Well, thanks for letting me know, Mia. Though I don't know what you expect me to do all the way here in Sydney. Actually, Nan, I want to ask you something. Did Dad ever sell drugs to kids at school? I hear a sharp, indrawn breath. Where on earth did you hear that? Here. Recently. Oh, dear. I need to know the truth, Nan, before Dad's reputation is ruined. It may be too late for that, she murmurs, and my heart sinks. The rumour about Dad may be true. Your father will kill me for telling you this, but you're old enough to deal with the truth, and it sounds like Austin's past is coming back to haunt him. She clears her throat. When your father was at university, he accessed some of my prescriptions and used them to buy Adderall that he distributed to students there. He never told me all of it, but I guessed. And when one student he supplied died and the police questioned me, I lied to protect your father. My mouth is hanging open in shock as she continues. The student who died, Jeff Bloomingdale, had a girlfriend, Daisy Hodder, who was causing problems for your father. The police told me she was certain the night Jeff died he'd been on his way to meet with Austin. But your mother swore Austin had been with her all night, so with a solid alibi, the police couldn't pursue your father. Daisy, however, wouldn't stop badgering anyone who would listen, so I silenced her. No way. Looks like Dad didn't fall from this psychopathic core tree. Though the thought of my highly intelligent, poised, perfectly made-up grandmother murdering anybody is preposterous. She must mean figuratively. I paid her off, a significant sum of money, and threatened her with a restraining order if she continued to hassle our family. I never heard from her again. I should be relieved Nan didn't resort to murder and tried blackmail instead. Reeling, I sink to the floor and hug my knees to my chest. And Dad? Did he stop dealing Adderall? Yes, he'd had a close call. He changed universities soon after Jeff's death. Your mother went with him. Then they married and had you and moved to Fir Falls. Thanks for telling me the truth, Nan. You deserve honesty, dear girl. She pauses before adding, Thank goodness you're nothing like your parents. With that, she hangs up, leaving my head spinning with the knowledge of what my dad had done in his past, and wondering how on earth someone had unearthed the truth to spread it around school now. I'm still reeling when my phone buzzes with a message notification, and my heart rate speeds up when I see it's from Eddie. I'm awake. I'm okay. WTF is wrong with your dad? Sadly, I'm wondering the same thing myself.
Chapter 48. Austin. Now. I have no idea why the police hauled me into the station unless it's to intimidate me, because they ask a bunch of questions I could have answered at home. I go over my story once, then repeat it to another police officer 10 minutes later. They're looking for discrepancies, but there are none. I tell them what happened exactly as it is, with a little embellishment. To explain the 3 blows, I say that Eddie spun around to grapple me, and I panicked, warding him off with the statue the second and third time after initially hitting him. Considering I hadn't killed Eddie and the paramedics said he should be okay, I'm hoping the police won't investigate the angles of his wounds too closely, because I definitely hit him from behind all 3 times. I'm now waiting to be driven home. I could call Kate and get her to pick me up, but I don't want Mia to be left alone. She must be freaking out if Kate told her what happened. My phone buzzes with an incoming text and I slide my phone out of my pocket, expecting it to be Kate. It's not. An unknown number. And when I tap on the screen to open the message, the first line leaps out at me. I know what you did. They didn't need to capitalize it. Reading those 5 words strikes fear into my heart regardless. I read on. You killed Jeff Bloomingdale. You killed Ryan McNabb. If Eddie dies, I know you killed him too. Then there's the Adderall. All your secrets are about to be exposed. Time for you to pay for your sins. I gawk at the screen as terror courses through me. My hands shake and I shove the phone back into my pocket before I drop it. Whoever sent that text knows too much. They know everything. And sadly, there's only one person in my life who knows it all. My wife.
Chapter 49. Kate. I told the police I'd give them a statement in the morning because I didn't want to leave Mia home alone, not when she's traumatized enough this week, and they agreed. I take a shower after they leave, more to wash off the ickiness of Austin committing another crime than any need to get clean. I'd been very careful when cleaning up Eddie's blood off the floor, not wanting to get a speck on me. I'd hoped the police wouldn't ask me to leave it because forensics might need to check out the scene, but they told me it was obvious what happened and Austin complied with the truth. Mia's talking on her phone as I pass her room, so I head downstairs to make some cocoa. There's a message on my phone where I left it on the bench top. It's from Violet. Is everything okay? Was on the way home and saw an ambulance and police heading away from your house. I'm worried. Please let me know you're fine. It's nice to have someone care about me. If Greg told Mia the truth earlier, I'm assuming he told his mother first, and that means Julie doesn't give a crap about me. If so, she would have called to apologize, or to check in on Mia at the least. So having Violet reach out when we've been friends for a few days, it warms my heart, and I make an impulsive decision to ask her over. Austin could be at the police station all night, and it'll be nice to have someone to talk to. I text back. It's been a draining night. We've had some dramas here. Austin's at the police station telling them what happened. I know this sounds crazy, but do you want to come over? I could do with a drinking buddy. A wine or two? I regret the text the instant I send it. What will Austin think if he comes home early from the police station and finds me sharing a wine with his boss? Then again, it mightn't be a bad thing. With Violet, I'm counting on taking him by surprise.
Chapter 50. Mia. Eddie's right. My dad dealt drugs to kids. Fellow students at uni, technically, but it's still appalling. Why the hell did he do it? Couldn't have been for the money. So why? I can't believe Nan told me the truth, including the names of the people involved. She had to know the first thing I would do is look them up. My family is so screwed up. How the hell did I turn out so normal? I flip open my laptop and type Jeff Bloomingdale, Sydney into the search engine and hit enter. The first link that pops up is to an online newspaper article about his death. I click on it and start reading. Jeff Bloomingdale, 21, a star footballer and a valued member of the sporting fraternity at Sydney University, plunged to his death late last night. Mr. Bloomingdale fell from the top of the bleachers surrounding one of the football ovals. A cut was found in the wire fence, but at this stage, police won't speculate on whether he made the cut himself at an earlier time or if there's foul play involved. It is reported by fellow students that Mr. Bloomingdale had been behaving erratically recently, indicative of taking some kind of drug stimulant. An investigation has begun into the possibility of a widespread drug problem within the university. At this stage, Mr. Bloomingdale's death is being ruled an accident. My stomach churns and I press a hand to it. Was my father responsible for Jeff's death? did the Adderall he supplied cause Jeff to have some kind of hyper episode and he jumped? None of this makes sense. My dad's a good guy. Everyone loves him. He couldn't hurt anybody, least of all a fellow student. As for the rumor Eddie told me, that Dad's selling Adderall at Fair Falls High, it's crazy. My dad isn't a drug dealer. Not anymore. I'm about to slam the laptop shut when I notice a photo at the bottom of the article. It's a picture of a tall blonde guy with a smug grin wearing a football jersey, with his arm around the shoulders of a girl. She looks vaguely familiar, but it's hard to tell because she's wearing giant plastic-rimmed spectacles. The caption underneath the photo reads, Jeff Bloomingdale and his girlfriend Daisy Hodder. So, she's the one who tried to frame my dad for somehow being involved in Jeff's death. I enlarge the photo and take a closer look. That's when I see it. The resemblance. No, it can't be. But the longer I stare at that grainy photo, the more convinced I am. Stunned, I try to assimilate this startling information. I know who Daisy Hodder is.
Chapter 51. Austin. Now. Constable Ma drops me home. She's silent during the 15-minute drive to my house, and I'm not sure if it's a tactic, hoping I'll be uncomfortable enough to blab something, anything, that may incriminate me. I'm not that stupid. I'm an expert when it comes to deflecting suspicion. Though I can't get that text out of my head, I'm tempted to read it again, but there's no need. I've memorized it. Surely Kate isn't about to reveal the truth about me. Maybe I shouldn't have told her the truth. How I felt obligated to marry her. I saw she didn't take kindly to that. Is this her warped way of getting back at me, of toying with me to get me back in line? Kate wouldn't risk exposing me because that would bring our perfect family life tumbling down. She values it too much. But if she suspects I killed Ryan, I saw it in her eyes when I let slip that Eddie and Ryan were out to ruin my reputation. Perhaps I've taken this one step too far. In an effort to protect our lives from those out to ruin us, I'm the one who's ended up tearing it all down. Constable Ma must be eager to get rid of me because she drops me at the top of our drive rather than leaving me at the house, her parting jibe. Stay out of trouble, Mr. Core. Implies she expects the opposite. If that threatening text is just the start, she may be right and there's a shitload of trouble heading my way. I jog up the driveway, eager to confront Kate. Time to get all our grievances out in the open and fix our toxic lives once and for all. I'm so distracted by our upcoming confrontation that I let myself into the house, only noticing Vi's car parked beneath a tree as I shut the door. What the hell is my boss doing here? I knew it was a bad idea, Kate getting friendly with her. That's all I need, the two of them ganging up on me. However, as I fling my keys on the hallway table and take a few steps toward the kitchen, I see that Vi and Kate, being besties, is the least of my problems. Because Vi is holding a knife to my wife's neck and grinning at me like she's deranged.
Chapter 52. Kate. I've outsmarted myself. I thought I was so clever, inviting Violet over so that when Austin returns from the police interrogation, he'll already be on edge and I can confront him about their affair. Because that's the only reason Violet is getting close to me, my new best friend. Either she's trying to undermine me, thinks I'm a fool, or both. Whatever her rationale, I'll know the instant Austin walks in and sees her here whether they're involved. Then, when she leaves, I can confront Austin about all his secrets, exposing him once and for all. I think I'm done. Once Mia finishes school next semester, I'll leave with her. Make a fresh start in Melbourne, far from my lying husband and his treacherous secrets. Mia has her heart set on Melbourne Uni, and I know she'll get in. Her marks are consistently high and she's diligent, so once she ramps up revision, she'll nail the final exams. The sad thing is, I don't think Austin will care if we leave. He's so consumed with his fake life and doing anything to protect it that Mia and I have become inconveniences. family to be tolerated. His reaction to this entire week has been off-putting. His initial anger at Mia's photo scandal dissipated quickly, giving way to some bizarre obsession with Eddie. Then Ryan's death, which I'm more convinced than ever he had a hand in, culminating in his shocking assault on Eddie in our home tonight. He's lost his mind, and I have no intention of sticking around to become collateral damage. Sadly, he's not the only one who's lost their mind. "Don't make a sound," Violet hisses in my ear as she presses the knife against my throat. "If you warn him, you're dead." I hold my breath as the cold steel presses against my carotid artery. If Violet is having an affair with my husband, who's just unlocked the front door and entered, she's taking her deluded crush to extremes. 1 minute I'd been pouring Chardonnay into 2 glasses, the next she'd glanced out the window, spied Austin walking up the drive, and asked me an inane question about the eucalyptus that lightning struck last year to distract me, so she could grab a knife from the block next to the stove and sneak up behind me. Insane. I haven't uttered a sound because my greatest fear is Mia coming downstairs and getting caught up in whatever crazy game Violet is playing. When Austin sees us, he stops in the kitchen doorway, his eyes bulging as he sees the knife at my throat. "Honey, you're home!" Violet says, her laugh loud and maniacal in my ear. "What are you doing, Vi?" His tone is surprisingly low, until I see his gaze quickly dart towards the stairs, and I realize he's fearing for Mia's safety too. "Making you pay." "For?" "Everything. Killing Jeff, killing Ryan, almost killing Eddie." Her hand shakes, and I flinch as the knife nicks my skin. "You're a monster." My cool, unflappable, psychopathic husband looks her in the eye and says, "I don't know what you're talking about." My heart stalls before kick-starting with a resounding thud at proof Austin doesn't care about me at all. He's just lied to a mad woman. To deflect, I whisper, "So you two aren't having an affair?" Violet laughs again, her breath hot against the back of my neck. "I wouldn't touch this maniac if you paid me." "That's harsh," Austin says, and to my incredulity he smiles, taunting her again. "I thought we got along well, Vi." "You have no idea who I am, do you?" Austin's eyebrow arches. "You're my boss and the principal of our school, though not for much longer, I'd say." The knife presses harder against my neck, and I yelp. "You, sit." She guides me to a nearby chair and forces me onto it with her free hand. It's an improvement, because now she's not standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. But the knife is still there. A warning that I can't try anything no matter how much I want to. "Do you have any idea who you're married to?" Her snicker is more evil than amusement. "Jeff told me he was meeting you at the footy oval that night. Said you were angry at him for telling Pete you were his supplier. And to silence him, you must have cut that fence earlier, then shoved him through it." She pauses for a moment before yelling, "You're a murderer!" I flinch, now knowing Violet is Daisy Hodder, Jeff's girlfriend, who's been playing some weird long game to get back at Austin, and I'm caught in the crossfire. "Daisy," Austin says, a statement, not a question. "What is this? Some kind of vendetta?" "I prefer to call it justice. Because Jeff sure as hell didn't get any. Her breath hitches on a sob. He was the love of my life, and you took him from me. Nobody listened. Your bitch of a mother paid me so much money to stay silent that I couldn't refuse. But in a way, she did me a favour because that cash provided me with stability to put my plan into action. I can see the mention of Ellen Core has startled Austin because his gaze drifts to me for the first time since he entered. He's confused. Me, not so much. Ellen and Austin are the same, willing to do whatever it takes to protect their images. With that kind of money behind you, I knew you were untouchable. So I decided to keep you in my sights in another way. I figured if I switched to a teaching degree, we could end up co-workers someday, and by then I would have figured out how to get back at you. But by the time I'd completed my master's in education, you'd left Sydney, so I let it go. Ironically, I loved teaching, and I excelled, rising in ranks to become the youngest deputy principal in a private school on Sydney's outskirts. I was doing okay until I ran into you at a conference 2 years ago. Austin's brow furrows as he tries to remember. The one in Newcastle? That's the one! We didn't cross paths at uni, but on the off chance we had, I waited for you to recognise me. When you didn't, and you looked straight through me in that way you have of treating people, my anger reignited all over again. And that's when all my old resentment resurfaced, and I couldn't let you get away with the sins of the past. I vowed to make you pay.
By killing my wife?
No, Austin. Her tone is exasperated, like she's speaking to a child. By giving you no option but to kill me, and this time you'll be locked up for it.
Chapter 53. Austin. Now. Vi, Daisy, is right. I can't remember ever seeing Daisy at university, and I certainly don't remember her from the Newcastle conference. If I had, I wouldn't be in this predicament, trying to talk sense to a lunatic. I ignore what she said about killing her, though it's not a bad idea. If I can get my handgun, I'll shoot her without hesitation. The police will have a field day, my second assault against an intruder in the same night. But the nick on Kate's neck is bleeding profusely now, and she'll back me up, she always does. But the gun safe in my study is locked, and the ammunition is in a separate safe like a good, compliant gun owner. Ever since I started taking shooting lessons and later joined a shooting club so I could own a handgun, I followed the rules. When I moved to Victoria, I needed a legitimate reason to acquire and keep a firearm and learned that sports shooting is a valid reason. So apart from practicing at the club monthly, I compete several times a year, more to ensure I can still hit a target than anything else, even though the reason I initially took lessons, Jeff Bloomingdale and his threats, has been removed long ago. I've always felt safer owning a gun. Living on the outskirts of a country town in Victoria with neighbours that we can't see or hear means I'm aware of our solitude, and a man with a past needs protection. You're awfully quiet, Austin. Daisy snickers. What do you think of my plan? I bite back my first response, delusional, and say, I'm not going to kill you, Daisy. I think you will. She cocks her head, studying me. If it comes to a choice between me killing your wife and you killing me, I trust you'll do the right thing. And how am I supposed to do it with my bare hands? I wave them in the air, wishing I could get within arm's reach so I could wrap them around her neck and squeeze. You own a gun? Before I can open my mouth to refute her claim, she says, I know you took shooting lessons, joined a club. I used to follow you everywhere for a while. Psycho. I thought that was Pete. That idiot? He could have bashed the truth out of your involvement in Jeff's death, but he was too much of a wimp. She shrugs. I thought that by following you, I'd catch you doing something nefarious, but turns out you were boring as batshit. She taps her temple, and I see her other hand, the one holding a knife to Kate's neck, relax a little. You're too clever to do anything bad out in the open. I should have known that. But turns out all these years later, you're not so smart after all. I won't give her the satisfaction of asking what she means, but if she's accused me of killing Ryan, she may know too much. After that conference where you didn't recognise me, I planned on moving to Fir Falls. The principal's job becoming available seemed like serendipity, and that's when I devised how to get back at you. She snaps her fingers. Ruin your precious reputation. It's all you ever cared about, so I bided my time for when a new kid started at school, so it wouldn't be so obvious that I was the culprit. Then Eddie Menson arrived. She shrugs. Good kid who needed a fresh start. The perfect patsy. Ryan McNabb had become his unofficial mentor, and I knew your bestie would come to you with any unsavoury rumours. I made sure Eddie overheard me talking on the phone about you selling Adderall to students in the past and perhaps dealing now, assuming Eddie would confide in Ryan. Her eyes narrow. What I didn't count on was you killing Ryan to stop him from talking, and you almost did the same to Eddie. I didn't. I saw you! She screams, and Kate blanches as the knife at her throat nicks her again. Eye drops in his tea. Mimics a heart attack. She jabs a finger in my direction. You think you're so clever, Austin, always have. But a woman who's had her first and only love taken away becomes bitter. I hated you then, and I loathe you now. She waves her hand in a shooing motion. We're all going to when you store your gun, Austin, so you don't make a run for it like a coward or call the police before you've done the deed. I've got nothing to live for. And soon you won't either when you're sentenced to life imprisonment. My gaze meets Kate's, and she's so terrified she's almost catatonic, until a movement behind me draws her eyes and they widen if that's possible. Daisy starts laughing, bordering on hysterical, as Mia says, It's okay, Dad. I won't let anything happen to you, as she raises my gun and points it straight at Daisy.
Chapter 54. Mia. Maybe Mum's right and I shouldn't wear my earbuds all the time. If I hadn't had the music cranked up, I would have heard Mrs. Channing's rantings earlier. I could have warned my mother about who she is. I could have called my dad and yelled at him for being such a weirdo, but begged him at the same time to come home because there's a crazy woman in our kitchen. But I've been too busy listening to music while doing an online search for Daisy Hodder and Violet Channing, trying to figure out if they were the same person or just looked alike, that I missed everything. The only reason I came downstairs was to tell Mum I found a tiny obscure article in a university paper where Daisy Violet Hodder had worked as an editor for a semester. It couldn't be a coincidence that Daisy may have used her second name and may be married, so had Channing as a surname, and I wanted to get Mum's opinion. Only problem was, I'd been halfway down the stairs when I heard Mrs. Channing ranting in the kitchen and saw my dad in the doorway. I'd panicked, hoping Mrs. Channing hadn't done anything to my mum, but then I listened and heard her crazy plan. My dad had to kill her, or she'd kill my mum. I knew what I had to do then. I had to stop her, or at least give my dad a chance to do it. I tiptoed down the last few steps and sidled into Dad's study. I've never known his gun safe or ammunition safe codes, but I assume it's the same as his phone. He's so archaic, he uses the same code for everything. But as I crawled towards the safe, tucked under his desk, I see both safes are open. That's weird. Dad is obsessive about gun safety. He wouldn't even let me enter his study until I turned 13 because that's where he housed the safes. Finding both of them open, it's bizarre. Hoping the gun's safety is on and I don't accidentally shoot myself, I pick up the gun. It's heavier than it looks, but as my fingers curl around the handle and my index finger slips into the trigger space, I'm more empowered than I've ever been. Without hesitating, I stand and make my way towards the kitchen. Mum sees me first, and I almost drop the gun as I note Violet has a knife at Mum's throat. As I step forward, Mrs. Channing spots me and starts laughing like the lunatic she is. This is like a bad movie. The ex-girlfriend of some guy my father sold drugs to at university is obsessed with wreaking revenge on him almost 2 decades later. How insane is that? Dad's the last to realize I'm next to him, and when he does, all the blood drains from his face.
Mia, give me the gun.
No. I raised my arm higher and aim at Mrs. Channing. You go call the police. He leans closer to me and lowers his voice to barely above a whisper.
Sweetheart, I have no idea how you got that, but the safety is off and it's loaded. So you need to give it to me because if it goes off accidentally, your mother's in the firing line.
But Mrs. Channing's nuts. I heard what she said. You'll go to jail if you kill her, and I don't want that. My chest tightens at the thought of my dad being behind bars.
It will be self-defense, sweetie. I've got your mother and you as witnesses.
Juries never believe a family member's testimony. Mrs. Channing is grinning like the mad woman she is. A freaky smile with her lips peeled too far back from her teeth, but it's Mum who snags my attention. She's catatonic, her stare vacant, her shoulders rigid, like she fears moving a fraction. Considering the knife at her neck and the blood trickling down it, I don't blame her. Thankful I'm not squeamish at the sight of blood. I eyeball Mrs. Channing.
Please, let my mum go.
I can't do that, Mia, she says, her voice eerily calm. Now, give the gun to your father and leave, because I don't want you traumatized if you have to witness what I'll be forced to do if your father doesn't comply.
No.
My tone is resolute, but my grip on the gun loosens as her threat hits home. I can't watch my mum hurt by this crazy person. As my arm drops a little, Dad tries to grab the gun. It happens so fast I'm caught off guard, and in that moment, self-preservation instinct kicks in and I resist. Silly, because I had no intention of firing the gun. I thought the thing was unloaded. Otherwise, I never would have pointed it anywhere near Mum. But as Dad and I wrestle, and he squeezes his finger beneath mine over the trigger, the gun goes off. I'm thrown backwards like I've been hit. The recoil is that strong, and my ears are ringing. I can't see anything, and for a terrifying second, I wonder if the gun somehow backfired and I'm dead. Until I hear a faint,
Mia, are you all right? Sweetheart, open your eyes.
And I realize I must have closed my eyes to block out the potential nightmare I may see.
Mia, I'm in front of you. You can't see anything.
Dad says, reading my mind, and even then I'm reluctant to prise my eyes open.
Your mother's fine.
And Mrs. Channing? My voice is hoarse and sounds like it's coming from a million miles away.
I got her.
3 syllables that will change our family forever. Because I'm not sure my dad shot Mrs. Channing, or whatever her name is. I think I did.
Dad, what if I shot her? You didn't.
His rebuttal is swift.
Actually, honey, you don't need to open your eyes. I'm going to help you to your room, and I want you to stay there.
Okay. Are you sure Mum's all right? An icy hand presses against my cheek.
I'm right here, Mia.
I'll take you upstairs. Only then do I open my eyes, and thankfully with my parents in front of me, I can't see Mrs. Channing's body. But Mum is blood-spattered, and I focus on her eyes. My legs are wobbly, and as Mum leads me upstairs, I hear Dad call the police.
What's going to happen, Mum?
We'll be fine. She leads me to the bathroom. Wash your hands well, Mimi. I do as she says, comforted by her use of my childhood nickname. I think I'm in shock because I'm dazed, like waking up in Greg's bedroom and not knowing what the hell is going on. Mum dries my hands well, then takes me to my room, where she changes me into new pajamas and tucks me into bed.
I want you to stay here, Mia.
Downstairs we'll be crawling with police and forensics, and I'll try to hold them off talking to you until morning. I can barely muster a nod as fatigue seeps into every bone of my body. Thanks for taking care of me, Mum. I'm glad you're okay. I hear a stifled sob as she presses a kiss to my forehead, like she used to when I was little.
I'm here for you, sweetheart. Always.
As lethargy guides me towards sleep, I watch Mum gather the pajamas I'd been wearing and leave my bedroom without taking the rest of my clothes to wash.
Chapter 55. Austen. Now. I've lied my entire life. Lied to my parents and brother that I admired them when in reality hatred and envy ate me up from the inside. Lied to Kate about everything, but most of all lied to myself about the person I am. I'm not the perfect father and family man that I portray. I'm a narcissist, and everything I've ever done is to ensure I look after number one, me. I stare at Violet's body, her eyes wide and glazed, her lips parted in surprise, blood pooling around her from the gaping gunshot wound to her chest. And I know I'm about to tell the biggest lie of all. That I killed Violet Channing deliberately because she was about to reveal my involvement in Jeff Bloomingdale's death. I have to lie because for the first time I have someone I want to protect more than myself. Mia. Because while we both had our fingers on the trigger, there's a split second of doubt when I think she pulled it ahead of me. I can't be sure. And maybe the shock of finally paying for my crimes is making my memory hazy. And it's that hint of confusion that means I have to take the blame regardless. I won't have my daughter paying for my sins. Mia is a good kid, bright, sweet, beautiful, and while she'll have to bear the stigma of a father in prison, she'll have the core fortune to dull the pain in the future. I have little doubt my parents will take her under their wing, fully supported by Kate, who has always had her eye on the prize. She made that abundantly clear tonight when we exchanged harsh truths. I never loved her, and bought her silence through marriage. She never loved me and bought her way to a better life through marriage. We're callous to our cause, and the only good thing to come of our farcical marriage is Mia. Mia's in bed, Kate says as she enters the living room, studiously avoiding looking through the doorway at Vi's body in the kitchen. You've called the police? I nod, the enormity of what I'm about to face swamping me. You'll tell them everything? About Violet being Daisy Hodder, what she said, and me lying to provide you with an alibi back then? And the rest? Sadness clouds her eyes, and I like to think it's indicative that she cares about me. You want me to tell them you deliberately hit Eddie to cover up murdering Ryan McNabb? Yes. My gaze drifts upwards to where Mia is safely tucked in bed. I want there to be no doubt that I fired the gun to kill Violet because she knew all my crimes and was about to expose me. Because she can't verify otherwise, Kate murmurs, staring at me with admiration. You're already facing life imprisonment, Austen, saying that Vi's death was an accident as you wrestled the gun off Mia. No, I yell, and she jumps. I pulled that trigger. I wanted to pull that trigger. Mia had nothing to do with it. They'll test for gun residue, though she washed her hands thoroughly and changed pajamas. Her glance drifts upwards to where Mia is hopefully sleeping. We need to do whatever we can to protect her from this, Austen. I know. I dredge my memory trying to remember what I'd learnt about GSR when I first studied shooting lessons. There will be gunshot residue on Mia's hands, her clothes, and anything around us. There can be trace elements of lead, barium, and antimony if she fired, handled, or was in close proximity when the gun fired. Kate frowns. So what does that mean? Either we get Mia to lie and say she wasn't anywhere near the kitchen when I shot Vi, or we stick to the truth as much as possible and say she came downstairs, heard Vi's threats, opened the gun and ammo safes, and brought the gun to me because she was terrified you'd be killed. What about the gun being loaded? I'm taking the blame for everything. That's the least of our worries. I'll say I forgot to unload it the last time I went shooting. Worry clouds her eyes as she gnaws on her bottom lip. Are you sure about all of this, Austen? You'll be in prison for life. And you don't think I deserve it? I snicker, but it sounds rather pitiful. Vi was right about everything. I took bolt cutters to the fence on top of the bleachers the night before I asked Jeff to meet me there, and I pushed him against that fence, knowing he'd fall to his death. I've lost a lot of sleep over the years remembering Jeff's expression, a mix of bewilderment, shock, and fear as he went through that fence. I'm not a complete monster. I have regrets. Kate looks resigned rather than surprised. I guessed as much. And Ryan? True. Turns out those innocuous eye drops pack quite a punch when ingested. Though poor Ryan was collateral damage because he and Eddie weren't the only ones who knew about my past.
Deranged Daisy was behind it all. She shakes her head. I've stood by you for years, Austin, but I can't believe the lengths you've gone to. You've done the same to protect our perfect lives, Kate, just without the murders. Appalled, her hand flutters to her neck and she presses her fingertips to the wound there. We're not the same, Austin. Aren't we? I hear sirens approaching and my gaze darts to the front door. In my last few minutes as a free man, I wonder if I have the guts to go on the run before nixing the outlandish idea in a second. I'm doing this for Mia. She's the only good thing I've ever done. I know what you did, Kate. Her eyebrows rise. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. I glimpse a flicker of fear in her eyes before she blinks, eradicating it. Rest assured, I'll back up your version of events, Austin. Mia must be protected at all costs. As red and blue flashing lights illuminate our living room, I glance around for the last time, wishing it hadn't come to this. I've lived up to the expectations of my parents and Orion. A loser, all the good I've done teaching kids over the years eradicated by my actions. Maybe I'm more like my family than I realized, fixated on presenting a perfect front. That's why they'll support me, paying for the best lawyers, appearing suitably shattered in court, not for my benefit, but for their friends who will gossip endlessly about the rich kid from Vaucluse who killed 3 people. The loud banging at the door rouses me from my musing and my gaze locks on Kate's. I see pity and a hint of something that resembles triumph. Protect our daughter, I say unnecessarily, as I know that's been her endgame all along. She nods and heads to the door to open it for the police. I'm tempted to bolt upstairs and give Mia one last hug before I'm incarcerated, but that's selfish. She needs to be left out of this for as long as possible. Like forever. I'll make sure of it.
Chapter 56. Mia. I can't believe I actually slept. Dreamless, too, when I'd been sure I'd have nightmares of killing Mrs. Channing. Because I did. I don't care what my dad says. I had my finger on the trigger as it went off. I'm almost certain. I know what Dad's doing. He's trying to protect me. I plan on telling the police the truth when they interview me soon. That way, killing her can be classed as an accident. I didn't know the gun was loaded, and when Dad tried to take it off me, it fired. The odds of me hitting her and not Mum are slim, so that may cast doubt on my story. The police may not believe a random shot killed the psychopath, whereas my father, who's a crack shot, could. But I have to try. I can't imagine Dad being jailed. Mum's driving me to the hospital to visit Eddie, then the police interview afterwards. She's been silent the entire way, and I don't blame her. She looks awful, like she hasn't slept in a week, with purplish shadows under her eyes, no makeup, and stringy unwashed hair. As I came downstairs this morning and studiously avoided looking at the kitchen, which had police tape across the doorway, she told me she'd been questioned all night and that Dad had been taken into custody. Now, as she parks the car near the hospital's front door and turns off the engine, she turns to face me. Mia, I have to tell you something. You need to know because once your father is charged, we're going to face intense scrutiny and endless questions, and you have to be prepared. Okay, but maybe Dad won't be charged. I'll tell the police I had my finger on the trigger too. Your father killed Mr. McNabb and a student we went to university with, and he would have killed Eddie too. Her flat monotone scares me as much as her words that I barely compute. He's going to jail regardless of what you say, Mia, because he's a murderer. No. I shake my head, wishing I could cover my ears and pretend I never heard any of it. He's a good dad. He is, and he loves you very much. She reaches out and takes my hand in hers. You can tell the police the truth, that you brought him the gun, but your father definitely pulled the trigger. I know what my parents are doing. Protecting me. And I love them for it, even if my dad must have some major issues to kill people. So even if I confess to pulling the trigger, it won't change anything. Dad's still going to prison for those other murders. That's why Mum's telling me this. Because she knows I'm like her and Dad, I'll do anything to protect our family. We'll still get to see him, right? When he's in prison?
Of course, honey. She squeezes my hand and releases it. I love you, and I'm always here for you. Thanks, Mum. I give her a quick hug. I won't be long. Take as long as you need. Give Eddie my best. I nod and get out of the car, waiting until I'm almost at the hospital sliding doors before my face crumples. My dad's a murderer. He killed Mr. McNabb, the nicest teacher at school, next to him. How could he do that? I guess I should be grateful Mum told me the truth, and she's treating me like an adult rather than sugarcoating it, but she delivered the life-altering news like she'd been telling me about a neighborhood spat. I'm the daughter of a murderer. I'll be talked about and questioned and stared at for the rest of my life. How is this possible? If I thought the lewd photo scandal was bad, I have a feeling things are about to get a lot worse. Kids will stare at me like I'm the monster. Friends will dump me. Heck, if Anna didn't stand by me initially with that photo, what's she going to do now? Classmates who already used to make sly comments about being a teacher's pet will jeer and tease me, even though Dad never taught me. And what about all those kids in his psychology class who are about to enter the last semester of their schooling lives? They'll get some stand-in teacher if they're lucky, because I know country schools find it difficult to attract quality teaching staff. Does my father have any idea what he's done to me? I'll forever be the daughter of a killer, a shame I'll never be able to shake. My self-pity gives way to anger as I stride into the hospital. I'd been about to confess to pulling the trigger that killed Mrs. Channing to save my dad, when in reality, nothing I do or say can save him. He deserves everything he gets. I hold on to that rage until I reach Eddie's room, take one look at him propped up on pillows in bed, his head bandaged and his face bruised, and burst into tears. "Hey, I'm okay," he says, his voice raspy. "If you're crying, you must care, so that's a good thing." The strong antiseptic smell is cloying as I enter the room, and I wipe away my tears as I near his bed. "You look terrible." "You say the nicest things." His lips quirk into a smile. "So what's going on with you? Apart from your dad trying to beat the shit out of me." "He thought you were an intruder." My defensive dad makes little sense, and I feel like an idiot. "But you sent me that text to come over, then the cops were there, so I waited until they left and came around the back. I knocked on the door, but you didn't answer. So I tried it, and it was open." He grimaces. "I know I should have texted you when I got there, but I left my phone at home." I try to make sense of what he's saying, my heart sinking as I realize if I didn't send that text, my father must have. Meaning he'd had every intention of killing Eddie on the pretext of self-defense against an intruder. "What's wrong?" Eddie asks. "You don't look so good." I don't tell him I didn't send the text. What's the point now? "It's been a rough night." He points to his bandaged head. "For you and me both." "I'm sorry my dad did that to you." He shakes his head and winces, pressing his fingertips to his temple. "Not your fault. But let's just say I won't be popping over for a study session anytime soon. Not with him around." "You don't know?" "Know what?" I'd expected the Fair Falls grapevine to have gone into overdrive this morning with news of Mrs. Channing's death and my dad's arrest. Then again, I haven't given a statement yet, and my dad's probably still being questioned, so maybe the police and paramedics have let nothing slip yet. What I'm about to tell you stays between us, okay? Okay. Last night, after my dad got taken to the police station for questioning about what he did to you, Mrs. Channing came over. She's an old girlfriend of a guy Dad used to sell drugs to at uni, and that guy died. She blamed Dad and has been playing this weird long game revenge thing. Eddie's eyes widen. "She's the one I heard the rumor about your father selling Adderall from." "She's a psycho. Anyway, long story short, she had a knife to Mum's throat and wanted Dad to kill her so he'd go to prison. I got the gun from his study to give to him and,
It went off. His eyebrows shoot up. You killed Mrs. Channing? Here's my chance to tell one person that I think I did. That I could be responsible for taking the life of another human being. But I can't. Eddie isn't family. And family is the only ones I can trust. At least, that's what I thought before last night. No, Dad did. I take a breath and blow it out. Turns out he killed Mr. McNabb too, and that guy from uni. Eddie's momentary confusion clears, and he stares at me with a hint of accusation. And he would have killed me too. Tears burn my eyes again. I'm so sorry that you got dragged into my dad's craziness. It's okay. Thanks for letting me know. He pauses as he struggles to sit up straighter. I'm guessing we're really good friends now if you came to visit and you're confiding in me. Don't push your luck, I say, but I smile, and he returns it. By the way, Greg confessed to me about everything. He said he lied because you're better than him and he wanted to take you down. So, thanks again for having my back that night at the party. Anytime, bestie. As he holds out his hand and I shake it, I'm glad I have someone like Eddie in my corner. For what's coming, I'm going to need all the friends I can get.
Epilogue. Kate. The last 7 days since Austen's arrest have been a nightmare. Fielding calls from relentless media outlets, answering texts from friends and neighbours, talking down Austen's parents, and above all, ensuring Mia is protected from all of it. Austen's been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for Jeff and Ryan's deaths, and 1 count of manslaughter for Daisy because of the self-defense extenuating circumstances. It doesn't matter that his parents have hired the best defense lawyer in the country. Austen confessed to everything, so he's going to prison for the rest of his life. I admire him for doing that, to ensure Mia is free. And my relief is immense that I didn't have to kill again. Daisy thought she was so clever, moving to Fir Falls, becoming the principal where Austen worked, ingratiating her way into my life recently. The thing is, I recognized her from the beginning. From the first week of the school year, when staff had a get-together to welcome her, I knew who she was. I have a photographic memory for faces. I remembered seeing her at the university library many times while I'd been doing my reconnaissance on Austen before targeting him as my way to a better life. I also remembered her clinging to Jeff whenever he strutted around campus and assumed she was his girlfriend. I didn't know her name back then and thought she didn't know Austen. So when she arrived in town and said nothing, I assumed it was one giant coincidence. Until that day, almost 2 weeks ago, when she called me into her office to discuss Mia and ended up asking me to catch up with her for a drink. From that moment on, I became suspicious. Why did she want to get close to me? My initial thought that she and Austen were having an affair had been my primary motivation for getting to know her, and for inviting her over the night Eddie had been bashed at our house. I'd wanted to see her reaction when I told her Austen had been taken to the police station for questioning. I watched for it carefully to see if Daisy displayed concern. Instead, I saw barely concealed glee, and I knew then that Daisy knew Austen, knew Austen's connection to Jeff, and she was inveigling her way into our family for some weird revenge. That's when I excused myself for a moment while I got her to pour us wine and headed to Austen's study. I unlocked his gun and ammunition safes. I loaded his gun, with the intention of potentially using it after leading Daisy to the study and demanding she come clean. However, when I went back to the kitchen to lure her to the study, She surprised me with the knife, and the rest... I never expected Mia to get the gun, but once she did, I knew what Austin would do. He eliminated a major problem from our lives, and for that, I'll always be grateful. The thing is, I'm not so different from Austin. I've killed a man too. Working in Maxine's massage parlour that week I turned 18, I lasted until the 5th day and I couldn't take it anymore. The humiliation, the degradation. I bottled it up until it exploded, and I stabbed a customer in the neck after breaking a champagne bottle over his head. Maxine took care of it, whatever that meant. There'd never been any report of it on the news, so I assumed the goons she had working for her dumped him in the ocean. I didn't want to know. But I learned something from that experience. If I'm backed into a corner, I can kill. Austin must have discovered the truth when he had me investigated before we married. That's what he meant when he said, "I know what you did," the night he was arrested, implying I'm no better than him. He's known all these years. 2 killers keeping secrets to protect themselves. That's why I covered up for Austin after Jeff's death. I knew he had something to do with it, but I could empathize. He must have had a good reason. We all do in self-preservation mode when excusing our atrocities. I never regretted providing him with a false alibi. Our lives have been perfect until now. And thanks to Austin and his family, Mia and I have enough money to start afresh. We'll move to Melbourne after her final exams, and I'll be the best mother I can be. I won't make the mistakes of the past, like mine did with me. I'll be attentive and loving and supportive. A mother Mia can depend on. A mother who hides secrets. A mother that will do anything for her daughter. If anyone threatens that, I won't hesitate to protect what's mine. This recording of Our Perfect Family was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Jodie Harris, Nikki Thomas, and Andrew Cutcliffe. Produced by David Bendena. Text copyright 2024 by Nicola Marsh. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.